Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1301 Hunt. Chapter 1301 Hunt. 8. The so-called sacred combat. What did it mean? It was an ingrained tradition in the souls of demigods that they would follow in moments of deep desire, even without realizing its existence. That was why these demigods, who spent their entire lives in the lower universe, were partaking in a tradition only truly known to the heavenly world. Two demigods would face each other, knowing that a head-on collision would be ineffective, forcing them to spend days or weeks fighting until one side gained the advantage or ran out of mana. They chose a different method. They condensed the height of their laws into a single attack and pinpointed the weakness in their enemy's divinity, aiming to end it in one blow. Whoever could strike that blow first would win regardless of whether they dealt fatal damage or not. Because sacred combat was the process of cracking the other party's divinity. Being able to do so clearly set one apart from their opponent, and even if the opponent wished to fight more, they would lose their opportunity. After all, a crack in one's divinity was fatal enough even if the actual damage wasn't the same. Winning a sacred combat illustrated not only one's skills and the depths of one's ideals, but it clearly outlined their perception and sight to be able to see through another's divinity. This wasn't an easy task at all, especially since divinities were far more numerous than laws. The process wasn't so streamlined in the lower universe. Since it was carried out on instinct, the people involved didn't realize the significance of their achievements. However, the base concept was the same. As Tiamat and the Soul Emperor stood across from each other with their divine energy raging, the Soul Emperor made the first move. In what could be considered an act of grace or the maintenance of honor, the Soul Emperor returned Tiamat's body to her. From the air, she looked down at it warily. "What is this?" she questioned. "Nothing," the Soul Emperor responded. "As it has come to this, the Master's name is at stake in this battle. Advantages such as this will not be tolerated if their honor must be defended." TCH. Tiamat clicked her tongue and reattached her soul to her body, as if she was doing so unwillingly. However, internally, she was smiling. If he was taking so much on this, it gave her another opening to exploit. Very well. However, what happens if you lose face for your master with such words? She asked, provoking him. The Soul Emperor's eyes rarely ever showed expression, but they were especially sharp at this time. "That is an impossible outcome." "Huh?" Tiamat scoffed and stretched the limbs that she could now feel again. Once she was reacclimatized to her physical state, she summoned her mana once more. "Then, shall we begin?" She suppressed the hatred in her heart. Revenge and the likes. Those were her motivations to engage in this battle, but they were unimportant now. The second she achieved victory here, her revenge would be far sweeter than if she just killed him. Therefore, for the sake of that victory, she put all those feelings away. She concentrated on her divinity. She looked deep into true death and pulled together the height of her laws. A force that combined the bliss and the tragedy of death. A force that encompassed both good and evil. A force that represented true duality even within a singular law. That force appeared around her body and acted as fuel for her strength. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor did the same. The absolute servitude the souls he commanded were forced into, he harnessed it to empower himself. He sacrificed them for power and dedicated that power to the ones he served, entirely willing to lay his own life down in the same way for their sakes. Without a single hypocritical bone in his body, viewing himself the exact same way he viewed those he controlled without prejudice or arrogance, and using that vision as grounds to call his servitude absolute, he gathered his mana as well. The two walked up to each other without a word. The domain around the Soul Emperor was consumed and turned into an aura around his body, wispy and almost formless with just a few traces of white in its atmosphere. It contrasted Tiamat's aura greatly, exuding a subtlety that her thick and murky black aura didn't have. They were 10 steps apart. Tiamat had a thought. What was the core of the Soul Emperor's divinity? What was it that cemented his servitude in stone? Why did he choose to view himself as a slave? And why was he, who rose to the peak of their race, willing to be one? The depths of his loyalty were known to all, but the reasoning behind it was a mystery. 9 steps. Could there have been a story between them? Maybe the Soul Emperor received some kind of grace from the creators that made him want to serve them with all his heart. If so, his unyielding nature would have been explainable, and the heights he saw in them would make his lack of desire for power understandable as well. 8 steps. It couldn't be so simple. 100,000 years of servitude couldn't be bought with such fleeting loyalty. Perhaps the lifetime of a mortal could be supported by a life-saving grace, but with immortality came independence. The fact that this nature had no position in his heart was telling. 7 steps. Then, was there a deeper reasoning? Perhaps the Soul Emperor had some sort of connection to the creators that other Nox didn't have. He might have been an illegitimate child working his hardest for their recognition, or he might have been something of a religious fanatic who would do anything to get closer to his god. 6 steps. 5 steps. 4 steps. The Soul Emperor wasn't that type of person. For as long as Tiamat knew of him, he was a person without a soul. The stories told in those days of when he was young made it difficult to give this man a backstory. He was always soulless. It wasn't something instilled in him at a later date or something he sacrificed when he gained divinity. The reason he had no hesitation in sacrificing his sense of self for the creators was because he didn't have much of one from start. 3 steps. 2 steps. They were only a few feet away from each other at this point, and Tiamat realized something as she once again felt his presence from a close distance. A flaw that had remained hidden for so long. One that not even the Soul Emperor was aware of. It was never so complicated. The Nox were creatures of vice, and their creators were just as consumed by greed. Whether they had deep-seated schemes or long-term plans for unknown purposes, they never cared enough about the Nox to show them any sort of consideration. There was no way for the Soul Emperor to genuinely form such a mindset. As long as he was a Nox, his mindset was inherently flawed, because he was created with a completely different nature that needed to be tamed. 1 step. Only 1 step remained, and Tiamat found her answer. His loyalty was never natural to begin with. There was a flaw that had remained hidden for so long, one that not even the Soul Emperor was aware of. Nobody could have thought of it because of its simplicity. For the Soul Emperor, whose character had always remained the same, nobody would have made such an assumption, especially since he'd reached his current heights. But that was it. There was no other explanation, and Tiamat could intuitively feel that she was right. That loyalty, there was no more distance left to cover, and now that she had her answer was artificially planted in him at birth. It was time to attack. Chapter 13, O2 Hunt. Chapter 13, O2 Hunt 9. They moved at the same time. To call their motions themselves attacks was wrong, because with the speed and power imbued in them, even a regular mortal would be able to dodge. However, the intent behind them was to kill, nothing more and nothing less. The Soul Emperor raised his withered arm and placed his finger on Tiamat's forehead, while Tiamat did the same for him. And the attacks they prepared were unleashed directly onto the divinity of their opponent. Tiamat frowned as she felt it. The Soul Emperor also used those 10 steps to judge what the root of her divinity was, the truth behind true death. The conclusion he came to was far more complex than hers. Tiamat was born in that kind of place, a place devoid of anything, where only she existed. She walked a lonely road from that point. Everything she ever cherished was taken away from her by death, and, at some point, even her psyche was consumed by the concept. She turned into an agent of death by the time she was matured, and she remained that way until she reached divinity. Her entire journey was crazed. The number of Nox that died to her was uncountable. It was likely a similar number to what Damien killed when he destroyed the demon abyss. But unlike him, who used the power of the corrupted form material to instantly cut their lives off, she took each and every one directly. She was dangerous. Just as much as death chose her, she chose it. The true death she finally established after walking such a path was, contrary to what most believed, a somewhat immature move from her. It was innocent, because while the side of her that wished for her enemies to be erased in totality, to lose any presence in this world and be forgotten, silently receiving the worst of punishments by their lonesome, she wanted those she cared for to experience only bliss when they entered its embrace. There was nothing wrong with this. Her attachments couldn't be considered a weakness unless she deemed them to be. Therefore, there was nothing to pick apart about her reasoning for forming a divinity like true death. It was not only ruthless and noble, it perfectly encapsulated her being. The Soul Emperor had to take the opposite route from Tiamat to attack her. Rather than facing the individuality within the divinity, he had to attack the concept of true death itself. And as someone who controlled souls, this was the perfect method for him. Tiamat's divinity denied samsara. It put death above life and disallowed their harmony. While the universe functioned with the wheel of samsara governing its dead, that didn't mean other beliefs were discredited, whether it be the afterlife, non-existence, or the complete absence of death. The universe allowed one to hold the beliefs they did, and when their souls were reincarnated, their egos would be given sufficient reward or punishment based on their beliefs. Damien wished for non-existence, so that was what he received. But to call it true death when it was just one of the many facets of death was wrong. This was the basis of the Soul Emperor's attacks. The souls he carried were proof. They were souls he stole from the wheel of samsara, thus proving its existence as the ultimate authority. This truth struck Tiamat's divinity in that metaphysical plane, and it became her job to fight it. Meanwhile, Tiamat's attack was already set. She targeted the very core of the Soul Emperor's belief. The fact that he was someone the creators cared for, the fact that his loyalty was valid, or that it was even his own. The truth that he was instilled with such loyalty and it wasn't naturally bred would utterly collapse his sense of self, which in turn would do the same to his divinity. However, unlike the Soul Emperor, she didn't have definitive proof of her claim. It was a gamble. The Soul Emperor's attack was surefire. Once Tiamat lost out, it had a 100% chance of piercing her divinity, even if the cut was shallow. On the other hand, Tiamat's attack was riskier and had the potential to miss, but she succeeded. She'd directly cripple him in that moment. Two different paths and two different strategies clashed, and as the two remained standing silently on the ancient battlefield without a hint of movement, they partook in the most direct and deep battle they could possibly have. At some point, Iris appeared above them with a frown on her face. Seriously, even if the main enemy is gone, is it normal to leave yourself so unguarded? She complained, but it wasn't an unworthy complaint. Even though she'd finished taking care of the rest of the Nox Lords remaining, leaving only the Soul Emperor and Saint Emperor alive, the war wasn't necessarily over. There were still traitors hidden in the ranks, people with the same goal as the Soul Emperor to keep their allegiance with the grand heaven's boundary side for the sake of survival. People like that were the reason their universe was so fractured in the current era. During the last war, the ancient battlefield didn't open, so those people had a chance to fester over thousands of years. Now that they were stuck here until the last two emperors met their ends, it was the perfect time for a culling, so their universe would never be put in such a situation again. At least, not in the short term. It was hard to avoid bad seeds, even in the greatest of crops, but if a precedent was set, the opportunities for them to grow became far more constrained. Nevertheless, that process was left to Alucard and Tang Lingzi, who became the de facto leaders of their side after the last battle and the deaths of most of the universe's strongest. Iris wanted to go to Damien first, but from a look in his eye at that time, this isn't a battle that anyone should interfere with. She set up a defensive barrier around the two currently entrapped in sacred combat and waited. She could picture it. Right now, Damien was probably meeting that terrifying man. He who had lived more than anyone else. He whose motives remained unknown for millions upon millions of years. That man was someone whose entire being symbolized the unknown, and for that reason, just thinking about fighting him made one feel an implicit sense of fear. Iris was definitely worried, but there was nothing she could do. This was a battle of fate. Just as Damien and the Saint King were fated to clash in the past, Damien had reached his fate with the Saint Emperor now. Nobody knew how it would turn out. Nobody knew anything about either of their combat power. And nobody could tell why they were so focused on each other's existence. Those facts were known only to them. Only to the two men who were now facing each other somewhere on the ancient battlefield. No, they were not on the current battlefield. Their meeting place was outside the bounds of this plane, in an area that had already vanished as the circle closed. Only here could they fight without witnesses, speak without ears listening in on them, and experience this encounter to its full potential. Only here would they be able to sever the twisted fate between them. And so they met. It was time to begin the battle that would make or break the universe's destructive fate. Chapter 1303, Saint Emperor. 1303, Saint Emperor. Do you know how long I've lived? The Saint Emperor stood with his back turned. When Damien appeared behind him, he didn't turn to look at him, but he immediately started a conversation. Damien looked at that back silently. Even now, with his newfound power, he couldn't see through this man at all. That back was opaque. It was so fully packed with experience and defense that nobody could see through it, even if they were far stronger. Damien wasn't here to converse. He wanted to start fighting as soon as possible and end his fate with this man. But for some reason, he felt obligated to answer. I have a rough idea, he said slowly, lowering his hostility. As of today, it has been 999,999,999 years. Quite coincidental, isn't it? Despite how long I have been chasing you, and you have been chasing me, the day of our fated encounter occurred on this instance. The Saint Emperor smiled lightly. It was a very long time. I cannot properly remember the beginning anymore. However, even then, I was curious about my existence. He started to tell a story. There are many of us who were born with this question in our hearts. However, the majority of our race lacks it. I was the first. At that time, only I had the ability to truly possess a sense of identity. And as I watched my people, I realized how pathetic they were. I realized the truth behind our existence early, and I was crushed by that realization. What was I to do? Submit? Live in silence, allowing myself to be controlled? Resist? The answer I found was none of the above. The Saint Emperor turned around. His eyes were like that of a snake, but for the most part, he was a handsome man. His appearance was more human than any other Nox. If he didn't have their signature ash-gray skin, it would have been difficult to tell him apart from any normal man. Our existence was meaningless. The Nox race never had its own purpose from the start, and being born into this race as a being with spirituality was the ultimate consequence for me. Therefore, I rebelled. I rebelled by forsaking my race entirely and acting only for myself. Damien frowned. He didn't know why this story was being told, nor could he understand its significance. The weight of the Saint Emperor's words was heavy. It weighed down on his mind as the man kept talking, allowing him to understand the darkness that brewed in his heart during those ancient times. Everyone was so weak, the Saint Emperor continued. We did not know how to use mana properly. We did not know there existed a realm of gods above. We fought between ourselves as if the entire world belonged to us, when in reality, we were nothing more than specks of dust in the true expanse of existence. And that, the Saint Emperor's eyes sharpened, was just too boring. Boring, Damien replied, subconsciously. It wasn't the word he expected to follow such a story. The Saint Emperor seemed to understand his confusion. It is unexpected, right? In normal cases, when an individual becomes disillusioned by reality, they lash out in anger or despair. I felt neither. No, I do not think I am capable of those feelings in the first place. When I looked at the cruel and cold world I was born into, I found it unamusing, and I did not wish for it to stay that way. When the first generation that was born alongside me was driven out of the universe they attacked, I watched. When the second followed and achieved victory, I watched. When the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and the rest came, I watched. It was interesting to see how people grew. whether it be those in the universe or those from the growing abyss. They always grew in ways I never expected. However, at a certain point, it became stale. Regardless of their growth, it always followed the same pattern. Regardless of how the situation intensified, I could see how it would conclude. So I created a motivation that allowed me to remain alive. That was how the Saint Emperor spent the first few 100,000 years of his life. He was an observer, just like the ancient sovereign, but he did not have the same perception of space and time that allowed him to endure the time. It became monotonous, and it almost drove him insane. No, it truly did drive him insane, but he wasn't capable of feeling those emotions, so that insanity became a cold, calculative instinct that instilled itself in his mind. I began to intervene from that point forth. Every time the Nox returned to the universe for war, every time they were reborn, he dipped his hand into those processes to change them even a little from their predetermined path. It was difficult at the beginning. I did not have influence, and though my power grew, as I did not focus on it, it was shallow in nature. Despite my attempts, I was met with failure and lackluster results. The Saint Emperor shook his head regretfully. When I understood what I needed to truly change fate, I began to train with all my heart. It was then that I found that force. Damien's eyes narrowed. He was surely talking about the void, the dark god seed, as it had been termed by our people. It was assumed to be the power of a higher being, and though I only encountered it once, it fascinated me. I was enlightened by its vastness. I began to chase it, and my power began to reflect it. I cannot remember when I became unrivaled, but that was the turning point in my power. His story still seemed pointless, but Damien listened anyway. He was learning more about this enigmatic existence. If nothing else, the mystery behind this confusing man was starting to be unearthed. It was oddly fulfilling to see the gaps fill themselves in, but it was also making the Saint Emperor more confusing. Almost 1 billion years of life. Can I simplify it into a single conversation? The short answer is no. However, you must understand, as I tried to satiate my desire, the universe began revolving around me. As I chased that power, I developed an obsession none could understand. I became a revered existence, and my ego became something justified. I became a god amongst mortals, and I treated the universe as my plaything. It was amusing. It was enjoyable to watch people dance as I willed them to. It was enjoyable to see how their actions were influenced by my presence. The Saint Emperor's words were spilling out faster. His emotions were intensifying genuinely for the first time in an untold number of years. This was not a facade like everything else he showed, but the true self that he hid behind the veil. Everything belonged to me. Everything except the thing I truly desired. His voice began to shake. I was the main character of the story I wrote through my actions, and as that story became the history of the world, I became the main character of existence. His eyes locked with Damien's. Or that was what I believed, until I met you. Chapter 1304 Saint Emperor. Chapter 1304 Saint Emperor 2. Damien Void. You were an anomaly. The Saint Emperor skipped countless hundreds of millions of years of his story and entered the current era. I first became aware of your existence when the fifth primal sovereign died and watched you from then. Our meeting on Calypto was entirely calculated by me because I could no longer watch. I wanted to interact with you. Those words were scarier than he made them out to be. A man who had been watching him for several years. A man who could so perfectly understand the flow of the universe that he set up the entire invasion of Eden as a stage to meet Damien. That was the man the Saint Emperor was. You exceeded all my expectations. When I finally saw you, I could not believe my eyes. You truly held that power I'd been powerlessly chasing for eons. You were someone blessed beyond belief, a man who was destined for greatness. I craved your power. I believed that once I plundered what you had, I would become whole and achieve the fate I decided for myself. I influenced everything. All of your conflicts from that point forward had a hint of my hand in them. Whether it be the Black Dragon clan or Immortal Blood Azura, I made sure they would target you and serve as stepping stones for your growth so that one day you would become worthy of me. Life had become dull. Even influencing the world had become dull. I led countless universes to their destruction and raised countless others up. I allowed the Nox to become a race somewhat worthy of my name and watched as their influence outdid the universe in every way, yet it was all meaningless before you. That day finally came on Alcatraz. After you magnificently utilized the foreign material and caused a scene of myths and legends, I finally couldn't hold back anymore. I killed you that day, so I could finally harvest the seed I'd been ripening for so many decades. The Saint Emperor clenched his fist until his palm bled. However, I was wrong. For the first time in my life, I was wrong. I did not gain anything from that day. I did not steal anything. And as we see now, I did not even succeed in killing you. It was devastating. What was I to do? The fate I set for myself, my position as the main character, it all came crashing down when rumors of your appearance here spread. I couldn't recover. I spent the past years on the ancient battlefield, trying to find the path forward to no avail. And then, you ascended and came to me. You killed the enemies I prepared for you. You killed those I did not expect you to kill, and you grew past what I ever believed possible. Once I understood that your fangs were bared in my direction, I came to a realization. The Saint Emperor's slitted eyes widened subtly. Do you understand what you mean to me, Damien Void? Do you understand how profound of an impact your presence has on my life? You are my everything. After I met you, this boring existence gained light. My days were filled with amusement, and a drive I had never felt before filled my entire being. It was all because of you. You are my reason for living, and finding you is the reason I stayed alive for so long. How did I surpass the limitations of my lifespan? Even I do not know. Even I have no idea why I have been able to accomplish everything I have. But it must be you. You, who embodies everything I've ever strived for. You who carries the will of that force. You are my everything. You are my reason for living. Therefore, I have eagerly been awaiting this meeting. I have eagerly been awaiting the moment I could face you in all your glory. All the effort I put in, all the actions I took, you are the proof that they were worth every second. Damien was speechless. So, he gathered his thoughts as he tried to rationalize what he'd just heard. You spent hundreds of millions of years destroying countless quintillions of lives, causing endless suffering and ruining the universe, just because you were bored. You tried to ruin my life. You killed so many innocent people, including some, whom I cared for just because it was amusing to you. Were you expecting something more? If it helps you rationalize, you can consider it my greed as well. No, it wasn't greed at all. That greed was just a byproduct. And yes, Damien did expect something more. He subconsciously believed the Saint Emperor to be someone with grand ambitions, someone who could not be predicted by the likes of regular people. He never showed his true intentions. He never showed his true emotions. He never showed his true allegiance. And he never seemed to be set back by anything that happened. Someone like him was too unbelievably strange for his motivation to be so simple. But as Damien thought about it, he couldn't deny that it made sense. His true intentions didn't exist. He was just writing the story that felt most amusing to him. His true emotions were dulled as he drowned in the constant pursuit of entertainment, only appearing at climactic times like this. He held no allegiance. He would aid any and all sides in a conflict to bring it to its greatest potential. And he was never set back by anything. No matter what the outcome was, he enjoyed it. Because if it was an outcome he didn't expect, didn't that make things even more fun for him? Boredom. It was the curse of immortality. One with a mind that perceived reality like a regular human being could not stand the true expanse of time. That mind would be corroded and ruined, turned into something that had the ability to cope. The Saint Emperor's answer lay in his entertainment. Because of it, he was able to properly adjust to his immortality, and because of it, he did not waver no matter how much time passed. All because he was bored, he destroyed an uncountable number of fates and turned the universe into a setting of his imagination. It could be said that history, as everyone knew, it was nothing more than a story of the Saint Emperor's creation. It was horrific. It was almost pathetic. Damien couldn't fathom it at all. The Saint Emperor threw away reality. He didn't care about his strange origins. He didn't care about his strange power. He didn't care about the how or why that led to him becoming who he was today. He only cared for the story. For that story, he committed atrocities. For that story, he groomed the Saint King from young and tried to kill him when he became useless. For the story, he killed Damien. How did a being become like this? He was so twisted that even he didn't realize it. His insanity never manifested like this. But because of Damien's existence, all of that insanity was concentrated in a single place and finally had the chance to burst. Damien was his obsession. To be exact, the void was his obsession, and Damien became the entertainment he could draw from that magisterial entity. It was genuinely incomprehensible, but maybe that was because of Damien's youth. If he experienced eternity, would he be the same? Would he view all things as nothing more than a game for him to play? Would he view life as something so meaningless that he could toy with it as he pleased? He didn't know. He couldn't understand the Saint Emperor no matter how much he tried. No, that's wrong. He didn't want to accept it. Because it was so irrational, he didn't want to understand it. But Damien was not that kind of person. He felt a stifling emotion in his soul. His chest felt heavy, almost suffocatingly, so as he tried to deny it. But I understand him. No matter how much he tried to refuse it, he understood. All that irrationality, all that selfishness, all that insanity, he understood it. And though he didn't respect it, he couldn't deny the Saint Emperor's path. For that man, this was the way he lived. This was the motivation he built after surviving for so long. And this was the meaning of his existence. He didn't agree with it. But that wasn't something he could discredit. Didn't it get him so far? The Saint Emperor was the person he was today because of all those terrible qualities. And that person is the same as me. They differed in so many ways, but at their cores, they were the same. They both desired absolute freedom from fate and control. They both wanted to be the controllers of everything. They both wanted to see the end of this long and lonely path. They both internalized their insanity for the sake of survival. The Saint Emperor was a picture of a potential future, one that Damien absolutely wanted to avoid. But that was the truth. Acceptance eventually swallowed his denial, and frankly, he hated it. Chapter 1305, Saint Emperor. Chapter 1305, Saint Emperor 3. The more he thought about it, the less he could stand it. The Saint Emperor looked like he had plenty left to say, but Damien didn't want to hear it. As the man opened his mouth to speak again, his eyes gleaming with an unknown emotion, Damien punched out. Partial existence law covered his fist and empowered his attack, directly targeting the Saint Emperor's existence rather than his physical traits. Bang! Ha ha ha, what happened? The Saint Emperor asked, casually dodging the impact. Shut up. Damien didn't entertain him. He entered combat mode, blocking everything out but his desire to kill. His single fist turned into a barrage. His arms moved so fast they looked like they weren't moving at all, but countless impacts crushed heaven and earth in a way that made them impossible to ignore. The Saint Emperor took a few light steps backward for every punch. He didn't try to attack back, but merely dodged and parried everything Damien threw at him. Are you angry? Why? Did I offend you in some way? His words were filled with sarcasm. Damien's eyes were hard and not showing much emotion, but the Saint Emperor read him like an open book. It was clear he was finding enjoyment in Damien's current mental state. However, Damien didn't want to entertain him actively. He used his fists because he wanted to feel the impact as he struck that man, but no matter how many times he swung or how much technique he used to try and bait his opponent, the Saint Emperor didn't get hit even once. Did you think you could kill me with something like this? Have you forgotten who I am? Or are you merely denying reality? Someone who'd lived for almost 1 billion years had experienced more combat than Damien could ever imagine. Technique and skill meant nothing to him, because even if he didn't actively try, the experience accumulated over such a vast time span made him untouchable. TCH. Damien clicked his tongue and stepped back, retreating a few dozen meters. He transmuted his mana into that of space-time and tried to manipulate the environment to his advantage, But once again, the Saint Emperor took a stance of parrying. Space twisted in Damien's image, but in the next second, it was twisted back by the Saint Emperor's manipulation. Haven't I already told you? I have worked for eons to make that power mine. Perhaps I never reached it, but you have not either. Unlike Damien, the Saint Emperor had no connection to the void. He used his own grit and his long lifetime to break down its components and slowly understand them all. Those concepts like non-existence were inaccessible to him, but of the laws existing in reality, which one had he not comprehended? Space and time are merely two from a pool of thousands. If it was just about manipulating them, he had skill that might have even usurped Damien. He kept trying nonetheless. Damien wasn't planning to give the Saint Emperor a chance to counterattack, even if he had no plans of doing so. If his most confident law didn't work, he just had to use others. He started with Elemental, the first law he ever saw the Saint Emperor utilize. He threw down cold ice and quickly heated it up with flames, creating a massive pressure explosion. He used the wind to exacerbate that impact and caused earthquakes that supported the terrifying shockwave. He used metal and lightning together, forcing the Saint Emperor to endure lightning strikes empowered by conductors. He used light and darkness to manipulate the environment and shoot a monstrous number of projectiles. Yet once again he was outdone. Damn it! His rage grew with everything the Saint Emperor did. Every time he countered easily, every time he used an element better than him, every time he smiled as if he knew everything, the suffocating feeling in Damien's chest grew worse. You must have realized it, the Saint Emperor said giddily. You must have understood. Flash. He was directly before Damien in the same instant his words fell. You and I, he began, spreading his arms wide, are perfectly the same. That force was my original reason for finding you. That is true. However, it is you who embodies my will so perfectly, you who can understand me. You are the one I became so obsessed with. You, Damien Void, are the most perfect character in this universe, the one who gives me hope. Shut up. Boom. Damien's divine energy gushed out like a river through a broken dam. The entire environment was reshaped. The entire world was rebuilt with laws of his choosing. He didn't need to be told. He knew it well himself. But it didn't matter. Why? He understood the truth, but why does it have to be someone like him? He had met so many people in his life, some bad and some good. He had seen many things and found many seniors and comrades he could relate to. So why did the one he could understand most perfectly have to be this man? Even if it was just for a second, why could he see himself taking the same path as the Saint Emperor, given the same circumstances? Even he was like that at the beginning. When he first escaped the first dungeon, he lived his life in search of entertainment to quell his insanity. Everything he did until he met Alaric Alfheim and truly started to grow was just a means to make his life just a little bit more entertaining, to make existence less bland after leaving that hellish environment he grew up in. What if he never met the seniors who guided him along his path? What if he never had Rose, Elena, and Ryue who allowed him to find himself? What if he was alone in the darkness of the abyss and enlightened to the ugly truth of his life, forced to find a way forward on his own? How could he say he wouldn't do the exact same thing as the Saint Emperor? Damn it, he hated it. He hated it so much. His hatred wanted him to kill this man and erase his presence from his life entirely. But, tell me, Damien Void, why are you smiling? The Saint Emperor's words. Damien put his hand up to his mouth. There was a grin, a mad and wild grin he hadn't grinned in so long. That grin was plastered across his face. Those flames of battle were alit in his eyes. He couldn't control it all. He couldn't deny reality. Fuck, it was fun. Fighting the Saint Emperor was so entertaining, he couldn't stop himself from enjoying it. This man was the only one in the entire universe who'd been able to properly match him. He wasn't lacking in any way, and Damien was able to fight to his full potential like he'd never done before. This was a man who would have been his closest confidant if they were on the same side. Yet, they were standing here as irreconcilable enemies, and that wasn't something that would ever change no matter how much time passed or how much Damien changed. This twisted feeling, this twisted enjoyment, Damien couldn't stand it. But at the same time, he loved it. Damien Void, do not deny it any longer. Just as much as I am obsessed with you. The Saint Emperor moved again, closing the distance between them in an instant with the same mad and wild grin. You are obsessed with me too. Chapter 1306 Saint Emperor. Chapter 1306 Saint Emperor. For existence had always been important to Damien. He worked so much to solidify his sense of identity, and once he defined it, he did everything he could to protect it, even in death. So when he met the Saint Emperor, he tried to see through that man's existence. It was impossible at first. His eyes couldn't penetrate the almost billion-year-old defense he'd put in place. But as he told his story, his existence became clearer to Damien. And what he saw was himself. Deep within the Saint Emperor was an image of Damien. This wasn't a manifestation of his feelings or their similarity, but entirely the Saint Emperor's doing. He wasn't lying or exaggerating. He wasn't spouting nonsense in his insanity. Everything the Saint Emperor had, everything he desired, everything he represented or embodied, all revolved around Damien. It was unsettling. The Saint Emperor's usual irregularity could be put aside for a second. Everything he did before he took interest in Damien could be disregarded. How could he possibly have an existence like this? What did Damien mean for him to change his whole identity for his sake? Damien couldn't understand it, but he did realize that their connection was far deeper than he originally thought. The Saint Emperor did one-sidedly control a lot of the conflicts he faced in this life. He did have an obsession that couldn't be explained easily. But just now, the Saint Emperor said something that struck Damien's soul. Just as I'm obsessed with you, you are obsessed with me. Damien's life, he never saw the Saint Emperor as the meaning to his existence. However, if he took into consideration the hidden hand that moved so many things around him, then for the longest time, Damien had been chasing the Saint Emperor with his eyes closed, blind to the truth. It was even more infuriating. Damien's distaste for others controlling his life was extremely clear by now, and the fact that a large portion of his life had fallen under someone's control was unacceptable. Eventually, Damien did leave the Saint Emperor's reach. The Saint Emperor definitely didn't expect Damien to grow as he did. Just like Dante couldn't predict Damien's growth. The problem was, unlike Dante, who couldn't directly interfere in a path he set up long ago, the Saint Emperor was able to adapt to Damien's growth rate and change his own plans, regaining a hold on him. Behind the scenes, there had been a constant battle of push and pull between Damien and the Saint Emperor that led up to this moment. The Saint Emperor had been watching it from above, and his excitement and madness could be explained by his anticipation. However, Damien was within it, only finding out now. All his negative emotion was fueled by the fact that this unknown battle was only becoming clear when it was reaching its end. The fact that, if the Saint Emperor truly desired it, he could have absolutely torn apart everything Damien cared for. Whether it be his wives, his friends, his allies, his worlds. How could he protect them from an unknown enemy that had comprehended all aspects of the universe? But even then, that was only half of it. That animosity conflicted with another feeling in his soul, one he did not accept in any way, shape, or form. It was understanding. As mentioned prior, Damien completely understood the Saint Emperor. As a man sensitive to time, after gaining the ability to manipulate it, he understood that the future the Saint Emperor symbolized wasn't just potential, but might have already happened. Damien could turn back time. Even if it was only for a second, he had the ability to do so. He always wondered how it worked. Since the time he rewound was localized, did it superimpose on the current timeline? Or was a separate timeline created to accommodate his actions? The existence of a split timeline couldn't be ignored, because when space-time first presented itself to him, it did so as a river. Streams flowed into rivers, and rivers flowed into the ocean. If this analogy was translated into terms related to space-time, who was Damien to say there weren't already countless possible futures that he wasn't able to avoid? How could he say that he was the only Damien Void? Until he became a being space and time couldn't contain, he had no right to say that. Perhaps it was an unnecessary worry. Perhaps he was just thinking nonsensically and allowing those imaginary futures to affect his mind. Yet, it didn't feel that way to him. It felt like he couldn't explain it. When he looked at the Saint Emperor, he felt pity. He felt pity and understanding that pushed back against his hatred. He wanted to hate the Saint Emperor, but in the very core of his being, he could not hate the man. That feeling frustrated him and made him feel incredible discomfort, and with no way to release these emotions, they manifested as rage. And so, the two of them continued to fight. The Saint Emperor didn't speak more, and Damien didn't entertain him either. They allowed their laws to mingle. They allowed their very existences to clash against each other. They were irreconcilable, but they found enjoyment in battling each other. Because just as much as the Saint Emperor had never met someone who could understand him like so, Damien had never met someone like the Saint Emperor. There wasn't a person in existence who could stand up to him like this. There wasn't someone who could make him feel such strong hostility. His enemies were below him. To Damien, the Saint Emperor was perfect. He was a perfect end to the chronicles he created in the lower universe. The perfect enemy to mark the beginning of the next part of his story. He wanted to enjoy this no matter what his emotions told him. It was convoluted. It was such a twisted bundle of emotions that Damien stopped thinking about it altogether. He was going to defeat this man and validate all his efforts until now. He was going to take everything this man had and reach a point where nothing could inhibit him anymore. And the Saint Emperor seemed to hold the same feeling. He countered Damien with only the forces Damien used. When he attacked, Damien replied in kind. As they clashed and fought, they both reached new understandings and grew. As they grew, they used those new comprehensions to fight, which promoted even further growth. Rather than a fight between enemies, it started to feel more like a spar between old friends. Old friends that hated each other to the bone. Damien was enamored by their battle. Partial existence law in its current form couldn't defeat the Saint Emperor. He'd already activated his transformations to enhance his nigh-immortal body to a new level. His bloodlines were raging in full force to support everything he did. Whether it was the laws he already got used to, or the ones he hadn't used yet gained access to after tethering the fundamental laws, he tried to use them all. As his proficiency grew, something in his soul became active too. Azure started to move, and slowly but surely, Damien's existence was becoming more complete. Chapter 1307 Saint Emperor. Chapter 1307 Saint Emperor 5 Fighting. It used to be a thing of joy for Damien, tiptoeing on the tightrope of death, knowing his life could slip out of his control at any moment. That feeling used to excite him more than anything else. When he grew out of his insanity, he still kept his love for battle, but its meaning changed. Instead of a joy, it became a necessity. He fought with purpose so that he could accomplish whatever he needed to accomplish at that time. He also fought for survival, purely trying to live as countless threats tried to make sure he didn't. These motivations dulled his joy because he no longer had the leeway to have such lighthearted thoughts. Such was the burden of adulthood. He was no longer a youth who could do whatever he wanted with his life. He didn't have something like a support system that could cover his mistakes for him. So Damien lost the joy of fighting. He instead found joy in growing stronger, in exploring the unknown, and in the people around him. Right now, he found that the long-lost feeling was returning. It was different, though. The joy he felt fighting the Saint Emperor wasn't a matter of life and death. The fact that his life was on the line didn't truly bother him or even gain prevalence as a thought in his mind. It was just granted considering his position. This joy didn't come from the fight itself, but from everything else involved with it. In a sense, this fight was less physical and more ethereal. Damien and the Saint Emperor were those kinds of people. They had almost the exact same divinity, and their power level was equally matched too. The Saint Emperor had more skill, but Damien's raw power and the purity of his laws allowed him to match the man on equal footing. There was no real way for them to settle their conflict if they kept fighting like this. But they did so anyway. They could have solved this with sacred combat. If they chose that method, Damien would have automatically won. After all, Damien's divinity was what the Saint Emperor's divinity tried to imitate. Purely in terms of conceptual league, Damien overpowered his enemy in every aspect. So why didn't he try to initiate sacred combat? Why did neither he nor the Saint Emperor even consider it? That reason was the joy in their fight. As they compared their beliefs and ideals, as they clashed with the parts of themselves that were parallel and those that made them diverge, they felt something they'd never felt before. True combat against an equal in every way. They didn't want to end this so easily and lost that feeling. The only way for this fight to end was for one of them to run out of steam first. Whether that be divine energy, stamina, or something else was still unknown at this point, but it didn't matter. Days went by as they fought. Those days became weeks, and weeks became months. They didn't stall for a single second or even dream of stopping. 24 hours of every day were spent in battle, and time soon became an inconsequential thing for them. It was fun. For the first few months, they focused on elemental law. Damien's proficiency was good, and he was far more versatile, able to use every element available. Meanwhile, the Saint Emperor sacrificed his versatility and focused on raising his skill with the 5 most foundational elements. Which of their methods was better? With versatility, Damien could respond to any situation well. He didn't have as much power, but the power he did possess was enough when the elements were used in conjunction with each other and perfectly fused according to the concept of duality. The Saint Emperor couldn't combine his elements. He lacked the binding force of the void that stabilized them and rid them of their independence. However, he was far better at controlling them. He could use fire in ways that resembled water or earth, and he could manipulate air as if it had the properties of fire or wood. It was a mystical thing to accomplish without any support, and Damien learned a great deal from it. He still believed his method superior, especially since his final aim was to control every aspect of existence. But the Saint Emperor's control allowed him to refine his own and perfect elemental fusion in ways he'd never believed possible. Next came a time spent on samsara. This one was completely Damien's victory. As someone who'd experienced the wheel of samsara personally, he reached a level of comprehension of this law that couldn't be matched by anyone. The Saint Emperor was faced with surprise as he was thoroughly surpassed by someone who'd lived for less than a fraction of the time he had, but also made sense. The samsara he'd comprehended came from the lives and deaths of those who existed and ceased existing during his lifetime. He's watched them for eons and come to the perspective he held. But as someone who never experienced life nor death, he couldn't quite reach a standard of perfection. They only spent a month on this aspect of the fight before the Saint Emperor changed their method to space-time. And surprisingly, while it was Damien's main specialty, they spent over a year on this fight. They flashed through the desolate Earth, moving in and out of the spatial layers. They moved back and forth through time, treating its rivers as nothing more than a means of transportation. Damien was grinning the whole time. The Saint Emperor also focused on space-time more than most. He couldn't just use space in the ways Damien could. He expanded on the concept to a new level. He could use the concept of distance to create entire galaxies in a mere few meters worth of space and use them as attacks. The explosions were capable of exuding as much force as a true exploding galaxy, a mystical phenomenon that even demigods couldn't survive easily. Naturally, Damien was different. He also showcased the height of his laws, severing space-time and shifting its place in reality as he pleased. The Saint Emperor's explosive force was surely powerful, but as Damien altered the layers of space and time to displace its coordinates, it couldn't even reach him, which made it irrelevant. He was learning. Every time they exchanged attacks, he learned more. The elements of existence law that remained tethered, yet separated slowly, started to come together, closing the distance between each other. At the end of the process, he'd reach his goal far earlier than he ever expected to. And though both of them had the ability to, as years passed, neither replenished their mana. It was a matter of honor, or maybe it was just a risk they took to maintain the enjoyment of their fight. After all, they were almost there. Once they compared creation and destruction, the time would come to choose a final winner. Damien gritted his teeth. He was feeling more complex with the passing of time, but he decided to push it down so he could focus. Why was the Saint Emperor doing this? Yes, Damien was supposedly everything to him, but still, the Saint Emperor was someone who wanted to become the main character of his own story. He manipulated the universe so he could create a setting for that story, and he manipulated its people to form a plot that could entertain him. The last step was here. The second he killed Damien and came out on top, he would take his position as the main character and rule existence as its sovereign. So, why was he doing this? Why was he teaching Damien? It was impossible to understand. The only way to get that answer was to win. Damien's eyes hardened. It's been fun, but he sighed to himself. From now on, I'll be serious. Chapter 1308 Saint Emperor. Chapter 1308 Saint Emperor 6. At the end of the day, this was also that type of battle. Damien had the subtle urge to keep the Saint Emperor alive, not due to any misguided sympathy, but from sheer curiosity. This kind of character couldn't easily be created, and he wanted to explore the true depths of this strange man to satisfy his own interest. However, he was a man with responsibilities. He had a duty to end the Saint Emperor and usher in a new era for the universe. And while he did have that slight urge, his desire to finally end this and move on was far greater. Therefore, this was also a battle Damien needed to win no matter what. Creation, destruction, and a final round where they used everything they could to come out on top. The Saint Emperor was acting strangely, but even he didn't want to just die. He wasn't making it easy for Damien to win in the slightest. Until now, he'd used just enough force to match his opponent, but the control he exercised while doing so made it clear he had much more power that he kept hidden within him. The second Damien stopped playing by his rhythm, he would surely bring that power out. That time was now. Damien summoned the forces of creation and destruction on his palms as he looked at the enemy. The ancient battlefield, or rather, this area outside its bounds, was completely wrecked already. The mountains and dense earth were torn to shreds, and the atmosphere through which they clashed was already showing signs of collapsing. There wasn't much time left before the entire area was swallowed by the chaotic void, and until then, they would fight. Phew! Damien took a deep breath. Focus. He put aside everything else. All those useless feelings that were dredged up as he faced the Saint Emperor were thrown away. The Saint Emperor was the reason they came into being. He was doing everything he could to perturb Damien's mental state, but Damien was the one who allowed those emotions to exist. As long as he disallowed their presence, such feelings wouldn't invade his mind anymore. Feeling them was like understanding him. My curiosity made me want to keep them, but if I want to win this battle, understanding him is meaningless. There is no need to sympathize with the enemy. Everybody had their own story. In most cases, the people be fought had their own desires and motivations and couldn't be considered evil one-sidedly. The Saint Emperor was the same. No matter who he was or how similar he was to Damien, no matter what value he held elsewhere, in this moment, here and now, he was an enemy to be killed. That was all Damien needed to know. He closed his eyes for a second and stabilized his mind. When he opened them again, he was already shooting forward. Creation and destruction were his newest attainments, but he felt far more adept at them than others. After all, despite being complex, they were the easiest for him to use. He had a foundation built by the laws that made up these two supreme concepts. So when it came to using them in their true form, he really only needed to focus on their most basic definitions. To create and to destroy. He began with creation. As Iris did, Damien had to learn how to use this law offensively. There was the obvious method of controlling constructs he created, but that was too plain for him. Damien wanted to make an attack style worthy of the law of creation. Iris took the route of energy creation. Not only did she create different forms of energy like universal law, she learned to create her own reality to influence at will. The path Damien chose was different. The best way to describe it was realization. He was a man with quite the imagination, and due to his upbringing in a mortal world like Earth, that imagination was filled with things that didn't exist even in this fantastical world. The path he took in creation was bringing these imaginary concepts to reality. And on top of that, using his legacy as a celestial universe creation was something he wanted to try his hand at. He saw the Saint Emperor do it earlier. All he had to do was mimic it. Focusing his energy on the divine energy in his body, he infused his will into creation law and brought his imagination to reality. Boom! A shadow blanketed the entire battlefield. Oh ho! The Saint Emperor made a sound of interest as he looked up. It was hard to see it in its entirety. It simply did not fit on the plane they were on and was forced to exist beyond it. But its pressure could be felt clearly. Aim! Damien gave the command. A strange sound whirred through the atmosphere, like a heap of matter being collected into a single, minuscule point. Is this your declaration of war? The Saint Emperor asked, the expression in his eyes much colder than before. Damien nodded. This battle must end somehow. There doesn't exist a universe where you and I can coexist. Ah, so be it then. I shall also cease my mercy. The Saint Emperor spoke as if this was a foregone conclusion, something that was bound to happen. And since Damien was no longer holding back, neither would he. The Saint Emperor grinned. Are you going to fire? Damien didn't plan to listen. With his word, the massive structure in the air let loose the energy it concentrated. Boom! A massive beam of divine energy with the thickness of a building struck down from the heavens. It was followed by tens of others of similar size and energy, covering the entire battlefield in a rain of destruction. Boom! 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 The Saint Emperor was essentially illusory. He flashed in and out of the spatial layers, in and out of reality, as he avoided each and every pillar of light. Rise! Damien gave another command, and the earth followed his will. He summoned an earth spirit, or rather, he brought it into being. He gave life to the world itself and used creation to give it form. The spirit of the ancient battlefield that he birthed rose from the ground amidst the raining light and slammed its fists through the air. Boom! The Saint Emperor couldn't avoid it. He was powerful and extremely agile, but avoiding such a concentrated impact without being struck by an energy beam was impossible. Damien made sure of it. The Saint Emperor's body was sent flying, but no blood leaked. The impact was superficial at best. Attack. After all, what Damien created wasn't just a golem. He imbued spirituality into the plane itself. The golem body it used was just a manifestation of its power. In reality, the entire ancient battlefield became Damien's weapon. Bang! 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 The earth flowed like the waves of a tsunami, and from those waves, countless spikes and fists jutted out to attack the Saint Emperor wherever he passed. Very good. The Saint Emperor shouted out happily. You are learning well. However, he spread his arms, taking the incoming wave's energy with his body alone. You have yet to reach my level, Damien Void. Boom! The Saint Emperor's law of creation manifested in reality. This is the answer to everything you have been questioning, he said as he worked. His aura flared out, twisting reality with its pressure. The earth and tsunami and energy beams were blown away as it spread. They were incinerated by its light, as if the stage was completely focusing on the Saint Emperor alone. Experience it, Damien Void. Something appeared in the sky. Experience the weight of your existence. Damien was left speechless once again. This is something like that even possible? Chapter 1309, Saint Emperor. Chapter 1309, Saint Emperor. 7. Creation and destruction were different from other laws. Due to their vastness, they had rudimentary consciousness that allowed them to pick and choose who had the right to wield them. It was impossible to forcefully wield them. No matter how much one tried, one wouldn't be able to achieve results worth the effort. The Saint Emperor, he both met the qualifications for both elements and didn't. His insanity and lack of identity made him heavily unequaled for utilizing their full potential. And as a person, he was neither close to creation nor destruction. However, during his lifetime, he'd spent countless millions of years both aiding with the creation of different societies and their destruction. That was how he lived for the sake of entertainment. The two laws were unbiased. Laws didn't differentiate between good and evil, worthy and unworthy. As long as one had the qualifications, it was entirely possible to use them no matter the morals one lived by. The Saint Emperor didn't begin as someone either 11 would have accepted. When he first achieved them, he forcefully comprehended them and used them without gaining acknowledgement. However, if there was one thing he had more than anyone else, it was time. He intentionally raised both the Nox and the universal forces with his hidden hands for the sake of gaining acknowledgement from creation. He gave new societies life and fostered their growth. He created new religions that rose and fell. He built monuments and man-made wonders, and did countless acts aligned with the art of creation. And naturally, he led them all to their destruction. They were flawed to begin with, created with the purpose of being destroyed. Eventually, the Saint Emperor gained control over the laws he wanted, but their form was twisted beyond belief to match his person. When he summoned creation law against Damien, it wasn't the pure and almost holy law he was used to. It was convoluted, blood-red, and held energy that felt beyond foreign. What the Saint Emperor summoned through creation was something Damien never thought possible. As he said, he created an embodiment of the weight of Damien's existence. No, it was an embodiment of his identity. A massive avatar, roughly 10 kilometers tall, that had the appearance of an illusory Saint Emperor. However, it also held qualities of Damien. It was a mixture of their persons, and unlike the material law Damien utilized, it was wholly involved in the conceptual aspects of creation. Damien Void, pay close attention, the Saint Emperor said. The avatar stepped forward. Experience it, understand it, and overcome it. Boom! That step held great power. It did not affect reality in any way whatsoever. However, Damien felt an ethereal wave of energy push through his body. KHHH. His mind immediately began to collapse. He was assaulted by memories from the Saint Emperor's life and memories from his own, which merged into a single stream of recollection that caused agonizing dissonance in Damien's mind. Boom! The avatar took another step. This time, Damien faced himself. His own legend crashed down on his soul, this time outside of his control. He felt what it was like to face him as a regular being. And truly, he understood why he was so feared by those demigods before he ascended. He understood why they gave him titles like Divine Reaper. Damien's legend was massive. He accomplished so many impossible tasks that if he gave one away to each of his friends, he could raise them all to divine status with his own effort alone and still have enough left for him to maintain his own power. His legend was something a normal person could never experience in their life, especially in such a short period of a few decades. Damien possessed this divinity, so logically speaking, it shouldn't have been able to affect him greatly, but logic didn't apply to the Saint Emperor. He created a mirror of that legend, and when he added his own legend into it, the newly formed creation was far beyond what Damien could handle. His soul screamed in pain, but the authority of immortality made sure it wouldn't shatter. The effect was beneficial. However, it also made his pain far worse. After all, this was his own legend. The pain was amplified to an extent no other attack could ever reach. Damien gritted his teeth and endured it. As the Saint Emperor said, he internalized the pain and tried to comprehend the processes behind this use of creation law. Unlike Iris, Damien never spent the time to become close to creation. He allowed its proficiency to be raised by its connection with destruction and his cosmic rebirth, mainly using it in battle in the most basic way. This was a level above creating energy. This was truly manifesting concepts that had no place in reality, only existing in the mind and soul. It's a level close to Genesis. If the Saint Emperor practiced this a bit more, he would likely gain the ability to truly create life. Boom! The avatar stepped forward once more. It was only a single step away from Damien, and if it reached him, nothing good would come of it. I have to figure this out. The Saint Emperor watched him quietly. He didn't have any intention to continue attacking, as if he was certain Damien would never be able to reach his level before the avatar reached him. Damien used the full height of his comprehension, boosted to an extreme level by his cosmic rebirth. He immediately found an opening. Right, I could already transmute energy to any form. His energy that had no name, one he'd prefer not to call void energy for the sake of his sanity, could transmute into any form of energy in existence. He didn't use divine energy as a base, but turned his energy into it for the sake of utilizing something the universe could properly support. If he used that process to understand how to create energy, then he could also find a way to manifest his thoughts. It's just like what I did before. Damien manifested his imagination, but he used material concepts to do so. If he took away the last step and genuinely brought his imagination into reality, boom, the avatar took its last step. It towered over Damien, raising its arms slowly. Damien watched its hand come down on his head, but instead of dodging or trying to fight it, he stood there and waited for it to strike him. The impact was... he couldn't explain it. His soul shook. His mind was thrown into spiritual chaos. The forces in his body were enveloped by disorder. But at the same time, he began to understand it. This avatar has nothing to do with me. Damien Void had no presence within it. That is not me, but the reflection of me within the Saint Emperor. The confusion brought about by the avatar was caused by its ability to use his legend to manifest something the Saint Emperor shouldn't have had any access to. However, when Damien felt the avatar's true attack, he grasped the truth. This avatar was entirely the Saint Emperor's being. Those words about the weight of his existence were bait, meant to mislead him. The weight of my existence. Damien muttered the phrase. To fight against something like this, no, to comprehend this concept, he had to manifest the true weight of his existence. Boom! A new avatar came into being behind Damien. It was not convoluted like the Saint Emperor's. It was not a strange mixture of forces that didn't make any sense. It did not embody chaos. It was the true manifestation of a legend, the legend of Damien Void. The Saint Emperor smiled. His expression was proud as he gazed at its domineering form. Good, he said, too quietly for Damien to hear. Grow like that, for only then can you survive your next chapter. Chapter 1310, Saint Emperor. Chapter 1310, Saint Emperor. 8. The manifestation of law, an avatar that totally encompassed Damien as an individual and used his divinity and legend as a basis to manifest in the real plane. It was an ability that should have been far beyond his caliber, something true gods were able to create through their main laws. However, he managed to circumvent most of the troubles through the Saint Emperor's pressure and his use of creation. When that entity appeared in the world, it shattered the atmosphere with its presence. The ancient battlefield was thrown into disarray, and the shoddy avatar the Saint Emperor summoned, an imitation of the real thing, was dispersed by the weight of its existence. Damien opened his eyes and gazed at it in wonder before turning back to the Saint Emperor. Shall we move on? The Saint Emperor asked. Damien thought about it for a second before nodding. Very well. However, don't think you'll be able to continue sitting on that throne. Destruction happens to be my specialty. Oh, I hope you can back those words with your actions. I hope you can too. Damien dispersed the manifestation of law. It was a useful ability that could overpower most opponents, but the Saint Emperor wasn't one of them. It was better to accept this piece of tutelage and continue their battle, so the eventual end would come sooner. As the pure manifestation disappeared, Damien's body was wrapped in reddish-black energy. The last clash was one of creation. It didn't have much impact or extremity, since creation was never a law like that. It was calm. Therefore, the clash between its forces, no matter how destructive they might have been, was equally calm. However, destruction was the complete opposite. Bang! Damien shot forward like a bolt of lightning and appeared before the Saint Emperor. Boom! 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 He let loose a flurry of punches before the man could react before stepping back and flicking his wrist. Boom! Pure destruction filled the air. It was a mixture of several destructive laws that couldn't be described any other way. The actual processes were drowned in chaos, and as long as the intent to destroy was present, anything was possible. That was the nature of destruction. A reddish-black cloud of energy rose through the atmosphere and enveloped the Saint Emperor. However, he was more than prepared. Boom! His body mirrored Damien's, turning into a reddish-black flash as he escaped the cloud. He moved his arm in a diagonal motion, and before Damien could react, space itself was cut in half. The vacuum formed by the gash attempted to draw him in. At first, he tried to resist the normal way, but that was impossible. This was the ancient battlefield. Just the space was far stronger here. The chaotic void existing beyond it was far more deadly. Destruction. That was the answer. To sever concepts. To use destruction to its full potential. Damien mimicked the Saint Emperor's motions and cut diagonally through the air. He didn't sever space, nor did he sever energy. He severed the vacuum itself, destroying the concept that supported its existence. Ha, you are indeed skilled. The Saint Emperor applauded him as he approached. He initiated a bout of close-range battle, showing expert skill in hand-to-hand combat. His fists were blurry because of speed. He struck left and sent an uppercut, forcing Damien to dodge before revealing it was a feint to hide the true attack coming from below. Bang! 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 Damien's body was assaulted with blunt impacts. Each one had the power to puncture planets, and when they made contact, arcs of destruction law were passed through his body, running up his systems and attempting to cease their function. Damien grinned. This kind of strategy won't work on me anymore. That was the benefit of the void physique superimposing on his physical body. All of his extraordinary systems, such as the Anunta Matrix and Mana Heart, were ingrained into his vessel. Their physical forms disappeared, but their effects remained. The most the Saint Emperor could destroy was his physical system, his organs, and other fleshy parts. However, to even do that, he had to break through the subspaces that protected those organs first. He'd done it once before, when he attacked Damien in the lower universe. He was able to directly punch through those defenses as if they didn't exist. But they were on the same level now, and Damien learned a lot from that experience. His current internal defenses couldn't be broken so easily. Bang! 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 There was no way for the Saint Emperor to know all of this. He continued to assail Damien with punches and kicks, filling his body with foreign destruction mana. And that was an opportunity for Damien. There was no need to think about how to use destruction. That much was true. However, Damien did put some time into it, because to use it to its fullest potential, one needed to throw away what they knew about reality. Destruction was a law birthed along with creation. If one excluded existence and non-existence, which were only laws by technicality and stood as concepts above the concept of law, destruction was half of the first law to ever exist. It had the potential to alter reality with its power. To use it purely in its most basic form, wasn't it a shame? The question Damien asked himself was simple. What did he want to destroy? The answer was just as simple. Everything that stood in his path. Right now, that was the Saint Emperor. And to destroy the Saint Emperor, he first had to destroy himself. Reddish-black energy filled the air as the two of them clashed. The plane could not hold their presence anymore. That was why they originally came to this place that shouldn't have existed, but even this place couldn't hold them. Tears formed in space and time, in reality, and the chaotic void began to bear its fangs. Damien let loose his energy to counterattack. Boom! A massive gash formed in the space between him and the Saint Emperor and quickly spread for millions of miles in every direction. The two of them retreated to get away from it before acting in tandem, using destruction to eradicate the negative effects of that gash and charge at each other. Boom! Their laws collided. Damien aimed for the very core of the Saint Emperor's identity, the image of himself within the man. However, what did the Saint Emperor aim for? What did he want to destroy? The answer is fate. The Saint Emperor said it directly instead of making Damien ponder it. I want to destroy this twisted fate that made me who I am. The twisted fate that forced reality onto me and disallowed me from experiencing the story I created. I want to absolutely destroy anything and everything. But at the same time, What I want to destroy is completely different, something I'm unable to explain in words. Boom! His destruction law spread, and Damien experienced it. Whatever it was that he wanted to destroy, his desire to do so was so extreme that it influenced Damien, who was actively suppressing his emotions. I don't know what that thing is, but Damien put forth his own determination. This clash would decide it. Which of them was worthy of destroying the object of their desire? This clash would determine it. And the other, it didn't need be said. Damien concentrated his energy. Since the Saint Emperor was showing him something real, something from the very core of his being, something nobody had ever had the opportunity to see before, he decided to do the same. Everything Damien used to run from, everything deeply embedded in his psyche that changed him into a different person, everything negative that he rejected, so he could become absolute, Damien put those feelings and the will to destroy them into his attacks. A battle where they bore their true selves to each other, where they could completely let loose the things they hid from others. That was what this battle had become. And still, despite the passing of years and the end approaching soon, in their hearts, this battle had only just begun. Chapter 1311, Saint Emperor. 1311, Saint Emperor. 9. What did it mean to destroy concept? It was different for everyone, but to Damien, it meant breaking a shackle. He was prone to destruction, but he wasn't a slave to it. He never destroyed anything meaningless. And even when he did cause mass destruction, it was always purposeful. Intent mattered more than the action to him. The things he wanted to see broken were inhibitions. Whether those were physical in the form of enemies or barriers, or ethereal in the form of emotions or bottlenecks. What shackles did he have to break now? Not obvious ones like the Saint Emperor, but ones hidden deep within the recesses of his mind, ones he thought were long exterminated. There were a few answers, but they weren't easy to find. Damien had broken through most of his mental bottlenecks long ago. It could be said that his psyche was perfected to a level it should have never reached in such a short span of time, due to his countless experiences. But some of those feelings lingered. They didn't affect him outwardly or have any real presence in his thought process, but they still lingered. He remembered those times of the past, and no matter how strong he grew, he always held the worry that he'd return to that pathetic person he used to be. He had an amazing support system. His wives grounded him in a way he could never achieve by himself. And because of them, he always had the motivation to continue improving even if everything else abandoned him. However, he sometimes wondered what would happen without them. He always wondered if, in a situation where his support system disappeared, he would become a monster who couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, someone who lived for the purpose of destruction. It was an unreasonable worry. Damien was never someone who caved on his values so easily, even if he was left alone for millennia or eons. Still, he couldn't stop himself from questioning it, because despite his stalwart nature, he did have that nature hidden within him. He had the capabilities to become a monster if he was put in the right circumstances. He couldn't allow that. He was a man with impossible abilities. Even if everything was taken from him, as long as he stayed true to himself and reached the heights of his potential, he could regain it all. So straying from that path and becoming an avatar of destruction was something he both feared and absolutely disallowed himself from doing. The will Damien put into his mana reflected this. It reflected both the monster within him and the determination to make sure it never appeared in reality, to slay it and completely make its power his own. It contained all the doubts he once held and everything he used to overcome them. In short, it contained his will to cut off weakness and become absolute. He swung a sword of destruction that perfectly embodied this desire and clashed against the Saint Emperor who did the same. Boom! The spatial tiers around them grew worse. It was impossible to see any semblance of the ancient battlefield anymore. The duo was thrown into the chaotic void, unable to find ground to stand on anymore. But the rampant destruction law emanating from their collision pushed away any crushing force the space had, creating an oasis for their battle. It was enlightening. When they used creation, they destroyed, and when they used destruction, they created. Their wills were too strong to overpower each other, allowing both creation and destruction to showcase their duality without being overshadowed. Damien pushed his sword forward with all his strength. His determination wasn't something anyone could compare with. That flimsy and weak man he used to be no longer existed. That man grew into someone who would do anything and sacrifice even his own life for the sake of success. But for some reason, he couldn't overpower the Saint Emperor. "What do you want to destroy?" he asked, his voice quiet yet traveling perfectly into the opponent's ears. "Are you curious?" the Saint Emperor asked in return. It was a question he was fond of. There was no way he just wanted to sever fate. Yes, this desire was powerful. It was an almost impossible task for most, so the absolute desire to crush that ruling force and come out on top was indomitable. However, the Saint Emperor wasn't like them. He might not have been able to gain the Void's acknowledgement, but that was by no fault of his own. Even Damien didn't know what conditions made the Void choose him as its apostle. The Saint Emperor was both powerful and influential enough to challenge fate with what he had. As long as he didn't covet the Void, he could have anything he wanted. And no matter how much he tried to portray himself as a lunatic, he wasn't one at all. He wasn't someone who would single-mindedly focus on the Void, knowing it was an impossible goal. After all, when he tried to kill Damien and failed, he didn't fall deeper into lunacy. He didn't continue trying to slaughter Damien as if he was his worst enemy. He engaged in a battle like this, proving the depth of his thought process, something a villain like Immortal Blood Azura wholly lacked. So what was he trying to destroy? And why was his will to destroy it so utterly powerful? Damien had to admit, he was definitely more skilled with wielding destruction, and, as someone chosen by the law since birth, he was able to control it to an extent the Saint Emperor could never dream of. But in terms of will alone, he lost out. Saint Sigmund was just barely overshadowed by what the Saint Emperor infused into his mana. "What do I want to destroy, you ask?" The Saint Emperor continued, pushing his sword forward. The waves of destruction law were already tearing apart the devouring force of the chaotic void. If it continued, even this layer of reality would be ripped to shreds, revealing them to the true void. But the Saint Emperor didn't stop. He didn't care if the void would kill him. His will was too strong for him to give up in the face of something as meager as death. "I have never wanted much. I have never wished for much. Whenever I dream of a future that I have no place in," the Saint Emperor began. "However, I once had a goal." In unison, he and Damien kicked away from each other and pushed back, clashing swords again. They swung, stabbed, and parried in a beautiful dance of blades with no witnesses. Bang, 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 bang. The truths that you learn on Alcatraz, I once learned them as well. As I told you earlier, I spent countless years wondering how to carry myself after learning how pointless my own existence was. His voice carried through the explosions. It didn't have much power behind it, but it was impossible to ignore despite all the sound blanketing the atmosphere and drowning it out. It was infused with the Saint Emperor's undying spirit, the result of his eons of existence. In those years, watching how my fellows reacted to the truth or chose to ignore it, watching how restrictions were put in place so our growing freedom could not inhibit the loyalty instilled in us at birth, a question arose in my mind. Boom! Two laws of destruction blazed in reddish-black splendor, tearing a gash in the chaotic void and revealing the true void beyond. Damien and the Saint Emperor immediately retreated. Instead of taking their battle further, they used creation law in tandem to forcefully mend the damage they'd done to the environment until they were back on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, as if nothing happened. Only then did they pull their swords of destruction out once more to clash. I asked myself, I asked my people, I asked your people, and I asked the universe. The Saint Emperor continued speaking, the will infused in his sword becoming stronger and stronger with every passing second. Why do we exist? Why is our existence wrapped in suffering? Why can't we escape fate? Why must we fight? Why? His words were oddly melancholic, making Damien feel a pang in his chest. The answer did not exist. No matter who I asked, I would only receive answers in the form of excuses. Nobody could tell me why we were forced into such tragic states of existence. So instead of asking others, I looked for the answer within me. Boom! It didn't take long for the ancient battlefield to return to its broken state. Hundreds of millions of kilometers meant nothing in the collision of these two great forces. There was no right answer. There was no rhyme or reason behind it. We were forced to live like this because this is how we were forced to live. It was even more frustrating because the answer was. Chapter 13:12 Saint Emperor. Chapter 13:12 Saint Emperor, 10 boom. Another explosion rang out. At this point, explosions had just become white noise to the two of them. Their battle had been going on for too long for them to pay any mind to the effects of their collisions. After all, neither of them was going to be hurt by these eruptions of mana. Their divine energy was equal in strength, and their laws directly neutralized each other or harmonized and heightened the effect, never truly overpowering one another. Therefore, most of their focus went into their conversation as they continued to fight through it. Damien processed the Saint Emperor's answer slowly. Frankly, I can't accept that. How are you going to say you're trying to destroy suffering after everything you've done? And what happened to your quest for entertainment? Those two goals directly clash with each other, don't they? Damien asked. He felt like the Saint Emperor was singing a completely different tune than he was in the beginning. It wasn't that Damien didn't believe him. He could see deep enough into the Saint Emperor's existence to know he was being wholly truthful. The problem was that he was being truthful before as well. These contradictory aspects were both part of him, and that only made him more confusing. You say it is contradictory, but is it truly? The Saint Emperor questioned back, parrying Damien's sword and slashing at his chest. Damien twisted his body to the side, refusing to lose his momentum. He forcefully swung his sword back down to counter, intentionally snapping his arm in the process. Bang! It is. Despite saying you want to destroy suffering, your quest for entertainment was a large part of the reason it's proliferated to this extent over the years. The Saint Emperor nodded. In a sense, that is true. To put it simply, our generation has no hope. Boom! 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 The two went back and forth countless times, clashing blades thousands of times every fraction of a second. They healed and destroyed the ancient battlefield over and over again, making sure their stage never disappeared before they could finish. As long as those people keep interfering in the lower universe, there is no chance for its people to live a life without suffering. Just as they birthed the Nox race into existence, they have sown great discord within the ranks of a universe, even before I exacerbated the problem for my own amusement. Yes, it is true that I have caused immense suffering to survive the trials of time. I have followed my own selfish desire and manipulated the universe into a state nearing non-existence because I had to live. But, bang, have I also not created this situation? Damien's eyes narrowed. The Saint Emperor was half the reason the universe was now only grand heaven's boundary and not its magnificent form of the past. That was true, but it was also true that because of the Saint Emperor's actions, Damien reached Alcatraz and eliminated the corrupted foreign material and came to the ancient battlefield to slaughter their demigods. Because of the Saint Emperor, the Nox had fallen to a point where they could no longer harm the universe once their rotten parts were cut off. And from there, the universe would finally have a chance to heal. Has that been your goal this entire time? Damien questioned again. Who knows? Perhaps I truly only wish to entertain myself. The Saint Emperor responded with a grin. But you are not so simple of a person. That I am not. Boom. Their collision ruptured the atmosphere again. The 100 million-kilometer-wide gash consumed the ancient battlefield, and rather than plunging it into the chaotic void, it ripped through the chaotic void as well and opened a passage directly to the true void. Once again, Damien and the Saint Emperor worked together to heal it. But Damien's mind was elsewhere. The Saint Emperor's end goal was to bring peace to the lower universe. No, it could be said that he wanted to rid this cosmos of the terror brought about by those who wished it harm. He wanted to end suffering altogether, and to do that, he needed to create a plot that allowed such an ending. However, There was no way for him to do so. There wasn't someone who existed to take the place of the main character in that plot, so he did it himself. There wasn't a world that could support it, so he made one himself. He led countless quintillions of existences, both denizen and Nox, to their deaths without blinking an eye. He ruined universes, ruined families, and destroyed hope for the sake of creating an ideal world. He believed his actions were justified. If the future generations could live on in a world free of suffering, if he could prevent another Saint Emperor from being born and facing the same tragedies he did, he didn't care about what happened to those sacrificed in his pursuit of that goal. That was how much he didn't want to see another version of himself recreated by fate and circumstance. "Do you hate yourself?" Damien asked. "I do," the Saint Emperor answered without hesitation. "I believe I am an integral part of the plot I've created. However, I abhor what I have become. Rather, I abhor what I have been forced to become. I do not wish this fate on anyone else. And for that purpose," Damien muttered, "even if it means ending all life and birthing a new universe, I shall do so without hesitation." The Saint Emperor finished his sentence. The difference in their moral standpoints couldn't be overcome, but Damien also couldn't say anything about the Saint Emperor's motivations. How much did he have to suffer? How far did one have to plunge into the depths of despair to feel such animosity towards their own twisted existence that they'd be willing to end the world itself so future generations wouldn't suffer the same fate? Yes, the Saint Emperor was irredeemable. Yes, he had committed atrocities by his own will. But who could say it was completely his fault? And who could say he was completely wrong? In a game of chess where victory against a masterful opponent seemed impossible, there were still several options to avoid defeat. The first was to crush the opposing pieces to dust, making sure the opponent could no longer play. The second was to flip the board, forcing the opponent to spend a great deal of time reorganizing the pieces before the game could be played again. And the third, the option the Saint Emperor chose, and the only option left when the opponent's pieces, one's own pieces, and even the board itself were working their hardest to make sure one couldn't succeed, was to incinerate the board and all the pieces on it. Later, one could buy a new board and start a new game, but that game would not be influenced by the first in any way. It was extreme to an incomprehensible level. But when one had been playing the game for hundreds of millions of years with no chance of success, it would eventually start feeling more and more reasonable as an option. The Saint Emperor kept trying and kept failing, and thus, the only solution he found was this. And Damien could only grit his teeth without any proper way to deny his choice. Because even he was playing on the board the Saint Emperor created. Even he was fully utilizing the time the Saint Emperor bought by incinerating the board over and over again. But I won't let the board be destroyed again. He was resolved regardless. At this point, we can at most consider the board flipped. Half of our pieces have been taken, but the opponent still has all of theirs. Still, we have a wild card, and that is me. Damien's eyes were firm with a newfound light of determination. So, I will choose the first option. I will save this board and find the opponent. I will reduce his pieces to ash and then sever his hands and rip his throat out so he has no chance of playing ever again. I will not let you destroy this board, because while it may just be a board to you, it is my home, and those pieces are my people. Until the day I, Damien Void, no longer exist, nobody can touch them. The Saint Emperor smiled. That is a worthy mindset to hold. He raised his sword once more. The fight had gone on for almost 4 years now. No matter how large his mana capacity had grown, for years of constant usage without any attempts to replenish, it led to an obvious depletion. He was almost out of energy. "Show me, Damien Void," he said, his back straight, as if the problem of mana never existed at all. "Show me that you are worthy of those words. Show me that I can leave this world in your hands. Otherwise, even if it is the worst possible decision, I will end you here and take your place, so that the world at least stand a chance against the threat from beyond the border." Chapter 13:13 Saint Emperor. Chapter 13:13 Saint Emperor. 11. Fighting with destruction any longer would be pointless. Instead of focusing on a single law, since they'd come to the end of this battle, It was time to stop placing such restrictions on themselves. "I will now use everything in my power," the Saint Emperor said. "Survive until the end, where there's only one fate awaiting you." Damien's eyes narrowed. He was clear on what was happening. He's running out of steam. The Saint Emperor had an enormous mana capacity, enough for him to use it almost continuously for years without reaching its bottom. However, he couldn't match Damien. Damien, who not only had the Animatrix, but also the Void supporting him, wasn't someone who could ever run out of mana. It didn't matter if he never replenished himself. His capacity itself was an infinite source. But the Saint Emperor didn't need to know that. Plus, he can still kill me if he tries. Damien couldn't explain how. He wasn't knowledgeable enough to understand it. But his intuition told him if the Saint Emperor really used everything he had, he could still kill the nigh-immortal Damien. An enemy like that, I can't let my guard down. He prepared himself, silently circulating his mana in preparation for a boom. The Saint Emperor was already upon him. Space and time constricted, and creation formed a space with unique rules that suppressed Damien's laws. Destruction ran rampant as the Saint Emperor landed a punch on Damien's chest, pushing through his body and soul to force him into pain. The Saint Emperor already understood that he couldn't kill Damien with destruction. Instead, he used the law to destroy Damien's senses. His perception was cut off, nearly blinding him, and in that moment, the Saint Emperor continued his attack. Bang! 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 Lightning struck down from the heavens. It was wrapped in flames from the sun, and when it struck the earth, rather than dispersing, it arced along the ground as if the earth itself was a conductor. Damien was barraged with the elemental forces, and his movements were slowed by the laws of ice. As he tried to dodge and avoid everything coming at him, he slammed into the electrically charged earth and experienced the shock of his lifetime. K-H-H-H-H. Damien gritted his teeth and flipped back to his feet, rapidly counterattacking. He was severely inhibited. He could still use his physical senses, but his awareness had been completely disconnected. Without it, he could only rely on physical reactions to respond to stimuli, which was a huge problem. There's a solution to this. Just as the Saint Emperor intuitively used his laws to attack, Damien could do the same to defend. He spread mana into the surroundings, infusing his will into space and time. Those two forces that maintained reality became his eyes and ears. The shadowed environment became clear once more, just in time for the Saint Emperor's approaching fist to come into view. Bang! Damien leaned his body to the side, barely avoiding the attack. In the same movement, he swung his leg around and kicked into the Saint Emperor's side. Boom! The attack was infused with laws of samsara. Taking a page out of Yong An's book, Damien tried to create a field that suppressed the Saint Emperor's connection to the two laws and cut off his regeneration. "You adapted fast," the Saint Emperor praised. "If I couldn't even do this much, we wouldn't be fighting right now." Damien grinned and kicked backward, making distance between them. "He's far superior in the usage of fundamental laws. No matter how fast I learn, I can't close a billion-year gap with just 3 years of battle." Damien wasn't arrogant. As he continued to dodge the Saint Emperor's attacks by a hair's width, it wasn't hard to see the difference between them. The Saint Emperor could wield his laws with such proficiency that they could only be described as beautiful. Space and time could function as life and death. The elements themselves could become creation and destruction. It didn't matter what he used, as long as his intent was there. The laws would become whatever he wanted them to be. Meanwhile, Damien was definitely skilled, but he didn't have that level of comprehension. That was a level one could only reach through strenuous training over an unholy amount of time. I wanted to keep it at this level, but that's impossible. If he wanted to come out on top here, he had to stop using the base components alone. He could only win with existence law. And so, he rapidly switched his strategy. Honor was a fake concept. It could only exist in times of peace. When one's life was on the line, what was honor? What was pride? Damien wanted to match the Saint Emperor's pace for the sake of the connection they'd built through this battle, but victory was more important than anything. His moves changed. Instead of wielding the individual forces like the Saint Emperor did, Damien brought existence itself under his control. He formed illusions that superimposed on reality and became reality through his power to counter the Saint Emperor's domain skills. He took hold of the fabric of reality and toyed with it as if it were just some regular cloth, forcefully changing the rules of this world to his advantage. If he couldn't win through normal means, he would just cheat, because even that was a part of his power. Ha ha! As expected, there is no one else like you, Damien Void. The Saint Emperor roared out gleefully, ignoring the line of blood trailing down his chin. Come at me with everything you have. Boom! Damien obliged. He used the entire weight of existence itself to bear down on the Saint Emperor, forcing him to the ground. He could feel it. The Saint Emperor's divine energy was waning. Its potency wasn't nearly as it was when they started, and if one looked at the amount alone, he was practically on death's door already. When did he become like this? Damien gritted his teeth and continued attacking. The Saint Emperor didn't stop just because of his thoughts, after all. He continued onward. The more he fought, the faster his mana depleted, but the closer he got to the true meaning of existence. It became impossible to track the battle. They moved too fast, and as the forces they controlled became vaguer and vaguer, trusting the battle one saw to be the battle that was ongoing became a fool's dream. Reality became a lie under their control. Fate became a joke, and power became trivial. The Saint Emperor reached the heights of existence where Damien stood, and above the concept itself, they fought for supremacy. There was no light, no sound, and no wondrous imagery. They were fighting a battle only they were privy to, a battle far above the level they should have ever been able to reach. They weren't even fighting each other anymore. They were fighting themselves. Because as they grew closer to the base of existence, their own mana left their control. Damien seized control over the Saint Emperor's mana and attacked him from within, while the Saint Emperor did the same and attacked Damien's mind and body. Damien felt the blood leaking from his pores, and he saw the blood leaking from the Saint Emperor. Bloody tears dripped down his face. It was a beautiful battle. It was a beautiful battle with an opponent he did not wish to die so early. You bastards, stay alive. Stay alive and watch me accomplish everything you dreamed of. He roared as he rushed forward with his light of existence, attacking once more. Me? Stay alive? Ha ha! You delusional brat. The one you should be worried about is yourself. He talked big. If anything, he was good at talking big. But what did it matter if he talked big? He didn't have mana left. Even now, he was fighting with his life force as collateral. There was no way for him to avoid death. There was no way for him to continue fighting. The wounds on Damien's body piled up as he refused to let himself heal, but the Saint Emperor's body withered away even faster. No matter what he did, he couldn't save that man. No matter how terrible of an idea it might have been to save that man, he couldn't get rid of the desire to save him. But his body didn't listen to his desires. His mind roared and thrashed, begging him to stop. His heart beat wildly as it pleaded with him to halt his movements. However, nothing could stop the wheel of fate that the two of them rolled down the hill. The only way for it to stop. Shik, a sword of existence stabbed through the withered Saint Emperor's chest. The only way to stop this twisted fate was to see it through to the end. Tears of blood dripped down Damien's face and onto the Saint Emperor's shoulder as the two stood in silence. The Saint Emperor rested his head on Damien's chest as it became difficult for him to keep his eyes open. It was an honorable battle, child. The Saint Emperor spoke weakly. He hardly had the energy to speak. His existence was being swallowed by the sword in his chest, and his remaining life force was already exhausted after he used it as a medium to control existence itself. As expected, you were the one, he said, forcing out his last words. You were the protagonist of my story, Damien Void. Damien gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists hard enough to dig holes through his palm. Just a little more, he said, forcing the energy of heal and life laws into the Saint Emperor's body. It was impossible to save him. There was no meaning in this action at all, but please, let's just talk a little more before you go. Chapter 1314 Saint Emperor. Chapter 13-14 Saint Emperor 12. It was quiet. The pieces of existence slowly put themselves back together, and the ancient battlefield returned to its dull and dreary appearance. It was beautiful, that scene where reality itself was pieced together like glass shattering in reverse, where mountains rose and valleys grew, where the sky itself found its place in the world, was beautiful. However, nobody was there to see it. There were two figures in the midst of the great restructuring, but neither of them paid it any mind. It was lonely. Damien felt the Saint Emperor's body turning colder in his grasp. Unlike other Nox, he didn't liquefy upon death. The energy of heal kept flowing into his body. Damien was doing everything he could to give the Saint Emperor even one more moment of life. He already knew. It was impossible. "Please," he said, his words reaching no ears but his own, "let's just talk a little more before you go." The Saint Emperor smiled slightly, his expression hidden as he had no way to raise his head. He wanted to speak, to say some words to this child who was acting unlike himself, but he couldn't. No matter what Damien did, he wouldn't live. It was not a matter of fate. He resented fate to his very core, and he had no intention of letting fate take his life. So he chose this place as his grave. He chose to die here, and with that decision, he made absolutely sure he wouldn't live no matter what was done. But how was he supposed to tell Damien? He didn't even have mana left to transmit his thoughts, let alone a mouth that could speak. No, in the first place, there was no need for him to say anything. Damien already knew. He just didn't want to accept it. He was a man who experienced a lot of death. Whether he was the one spreading death or being forced to see it, he'd been around it since he was young. Several seniors he respected, several young people who could have been the future of this universe, and several others who might not have had any real value at all, had died before him. But none of them really had any connection to them. None of them made him feel this way, because while he respected those seniors, he didn't spend enough time with them to truly become close. The only time Damien truly experienced death so viscerally was when Iris shattered her soul. But even then, he had a solution. This time, there was nothing. There was no title, no magical effect, no impossibility that could change the Saint Emperor's fate. So he sat there, trying fruitlessly to breathe life into that man's dying body. The Saint Emperor, well, he didn't feel bad about it. It had been a long time since he was born. In that time, he'd lived so many lives that even he'd forgotten his true name. The name that was given to him, his emperor title, was the only thing he could use to define himself. And what did that give him? Frankly, it gave him nothing. He never expected to die surrounded by people. He knew what kind of life he'd lived. He knew that those who visited his grave would do so to celebrate his passing, to spit on his tombstone. So the fact that there was a man here who mourned him, that was enough for him. It was a warmth he'd never felt before. It was a warmth he didn't know he was capable of feeling. This child, Damien Void, there was a lot he wanted to say to this man. Damien was the successor he'd been eagerly awaiting for so long. The protagonist position he tried to take for himself, he got extremely caught up in its nuances. At some point, he started to believe that the position was truly made for him. However, it never was. The Saint Emperor was just a dreamer. He was there to set up the plot, to create a world that could support it, and to watch as the protagonist was born into it and fulfilled his glorious destiny. His lunacy caught up to him. When he saw the protagonist, he saw him as a source of entertainment. He toyed with his life for the sake of that measly desire, and when the time came, he tried to steal his position. Naturally, he failed. When he arrived on the ancient battlefield and realized nothing had changed, he felt a devastating impact like no other. It made him lose all will to continue living. He sat in the corner of the battlefield and drowned in his own thoughts, trying his best to find a path forward. He killed the protagonist with his own hands, and he didn't have the capabilities to fill the hole he'd left. What would happen in the future? Didn't he ruin everything he spent 1 billion years setting up in a single move? When Damien reappeared on the ancient battlefield, the Saint Emperor realized what it truly meant to be a protagonist. And the light Damien cast over the darkness cleared away his chaotic thoughts. He understood his role. He understood what he had to do. He had to become a catalyst for his hero's growth. He saw the ending of this plot. There was a beautiful ending, a beautifully twisted story that would take place as a result of his actions. That ending would be a battle against fate, a battle against suffering, a battle that would achieve everything he wished to see achieved. But for that ending to take place, he had to die. He had to become fuel for his protagonist, so the outcome he wanted to see would come to fruition. He smiled sadly. It was just a shame that he wouldn't be there to see it. At least his will wouldn't go unknown. At least all these thoughts would reach that man. Everything that represented him, not the Saint Emperor, but his true self hidden underneath all the walls he put up around his heart, would be understood by the one person he wanted to understand it. Those thoughts gave him closure. He could leave this world in peace, and he could close his eyes without regretting the end of his life. It was a long life, it was a torturous life, it was a life better off not living, but it was his life. It was a life he used to do what he wanted to do without being dragged around by the wills of others. It was a shameful life, but he was a shameless man. It was a life he took pride in. Therefore, in the arms of the man who would continue his legacy and make sure he never truly died, he took his last breath. The Saint Emperor existed no longer. However, ere on, a word Damien learned as the Saint Emperor's existence became part of his own. A word that meant freedom in an ancient language that had long been eroded in the rivers of time. A word that was once the name of the man who became the Saint Emperor. Rest well, he said. That world you envisioned. I will create the world you wish to see. Chapitre 1315 Finale 1. Chapter 1315 Finale 1. The Saint Emperor grew in that way. As he based his growth path on the void and tried to reach it through his own power, his entire being turned into something that would be the perfect fuel for Damien. Damien held respect for the man, but that didn't stop him from using Devour. No, it was precisely because of that respect that he chose to devour him. Because the Saint Emperor couldn't die here. If his existence became a part of Damien, he would forever live on. And as Damien would gain everything the Saint Emperor had, he'd finally be able to understand the man without any gaps in his perception. So he used the authority. Unlike the usual scene that took place, the wisps of pitch-black mana manifested by the void gently wrapped around the Saint Emperor's body. As it cocooned him in its embrace, he became a cluster of light particles that drifted into the heavens. It was a beautiful, almost ceremonious death for a man who wouldn't be mourned. In terms of power, the Saint Emperor's comprehension becoming Damien's was extremely beneficial. His fundamental law authorities all rose to 90% completion, and his authority of existence rose a whopping 10% to reach 60%. It was unbelievable, considering the amount of time and effort it took Damien to tether all the fundamental laws and raise the authority of existence to 50%. An instant 10% boost was practically nonsensical. It was a testament to the Saint Emperor's hard work. In his final moments, he reached the level of existence law that should have been impossible for him. Damien's mind expanded as his perception of the world changed, and his body and soul were enhanced an extreme amount by the achievements the Saint Emperor made throughout his life. However, Damien himself paid little attention to his growth. He was focused on the memories and legends that entered his being. He was focused on the Saint Emperor himself, not the benefits the man gave him. And through that focus, Damien learned of the Saint Emperor's final thoughts. He watched and experienced the billion-year journey he took. He witnessed both the benevolence and ruthlessness the Saint Emperor held in his core. He saw it all. That man was a contradictory existence. Nothing about him would make sense to anyone else. Nobody could possibly sympathize with his motivations or actions. He could only be viewed as a villain. But Damien refused to see him that way. Because, at the end of the day, the Saint Emperor's actions, no matter how extreme they were, created the chance the current generation had to stand up to their oppressors. It didn't matter if he was right or wrong, because he achieved results nobody else could. Hugh! Damien took a deep breath. He sat on his knees outside the ancient battlefield, alone in this place where time didn't flow. It would be a while before he could return to normalcy. But he had to come back. He made a promise, and he intended to keep it. So he would remain in this place, outside the flow of time, and reach a state of peace. When he emerged, he would be a different man. He would be the protagonist the Saint Emperor wanted to see. Never again. Damien swore on his heart. Never again will anyone have to suffer a fate like yours. Damien and the Saint Emperor had their battle outside the bounds of the ancient battlefield, in a place that technically didn't exist in reality. Due to that, the time flow was completely different for them than it was for everyone else. Years passed as they fought. They felt every fraction of every second of every year they spent there, but for those on the true ancient battlefield, only half an hour went by. But they all felt the change. Somewhere far away from where the masses were congregated, Tiamat and Iris stood over the dead body of a man who was once known as the Soul Emperor. Tiamat's gamble paid off. She targeted the instilled faith the Soul Emperor considered his true feelings, and when she found the seed of corruption planted in his soul, he stood no chance. Under the collapse of everything he stood for, the Soul Emperor's divinity crumbled. Killing him after that wasn't even a task. It was as easy as stealing candy from a baby. However, Tiamat didn't leave their sacred combat without enduring any scars. Just as she found her target, he did too. Tiamat's powerful divinity was chipped because of the inherent flaw in her reasoning, and though the damage wasn't severe enough to cripple her, it definitely affected her strength to great degrees. Her battle finished almost instantly. It was different from the genuine, differentiated time flow that Damien and the Saint Emperor experienced, but the nuances of sacred combat, which took place in the ethereal world, would culminate into results rapidly. The Soul Emperor fell within 5 minutes. As of now, Iris was helping Tiamat mend her fractured divinity with the help of creation laws. Still, the two of them felt it before anyone else. The entire atmosphere of the ancient battlefield changed. Vibrations rippled through the air, and subtly, one could hear the sound of an ancient bell ringing. That symbolized the end of this war. There was not a single Nox being left in existence on this plane. Their war, the brutal struggle they'd endured for the past several years to secure their futures, had reached its finale. Boom! It was in the very center of the battlefield, above the river of clouded lily pads. They're positioned in such a way that it could be viewed from any part of the battlefield. 2 portals formed. All of the divinities who saw them instinctually knew what they were. The one on the left was dark. It was a swirling heap of blackness with no end. That was the portal back to the lower universe. If one walked through it, they'd be able to return to their peaceful lives as they remained ignorant to the grand sights of the beyond. As for the portal on the right, its center was filled with the same blackness, but its border was lined in gold. That was a portal that contained an aura all of these demigods had felt at least once in the past. It contained the aura of the heavenly world. Walking through it would signify a new beginning, an eternal race for power, and the opening of a new world for them to explore. The choice was theirs to make whether they wished to aim higher or settle for what they had. Countless divinities made their way to the portals, including Iris and Tiamat. There was nothing more to be said, after all. Everything could be solved once they left this place. These divinities worked together until now because they were facing a greater enemy. But in reality, many of them didn't have the best of relationships in the lower universe. With the threat exterminated, there was no need for them to remain friendly. Or at least, that was what they assumed. It took less than 5 minutes for the closest of them to reach the portals. Those in the central area already assumed they'd be able to leave instantly, but the space around the portals was surprisingly chaotic, so it took a decent amount of time to fly to them. However, when they did reach, they found that they weren't the first ones to arrive. There was already a man waiting for them, and he had set up a wall that was impossible for them to cross. After all, they weren't allowed to leave yet. Yes, a culling had taken place prior to make sure only those with the universe's best interests in mind would return. However, he didn't trust others to do his job for him. So when he returned to the ancient battlefield after half a year in the timeless area, he went straight to the portals. It was time for him to see for himself whether these people were worthy of his trust. Chapitre 1316 Finale 2. Chapter 1316 Finale 2. It took half a year for him to readjust his mental state, but Damien returned to the ancient battlefield eventually. He, of course, wanted to see Iris before anything else, but time wasn't on his side. The portals opened before he even arrived back on the battlefield, and if he didn't immediately teleport over, he wouldn't have made it before the first batch arrived. As for Iris and Tiamat, his awareness spanned a large enough distance for him to see their situation as he moved, so he was already assured of their safety. Nevertheless, he came here with one purpose only: to subjugate those who couldn't be killed. The universe was severely lacking in forces at the moment. Of their originally large number of demigods, only a little over 1,500 still remain alive. When one took into account the losses to lower existence forces as well, it was a severe blow that couldn't be easily healed from. Naturally, once the demigods returned victorious, the universe would enter a period of restructuring before it went on to grow. And for the sake of that, there couldn't be any more rot inhibiting them. Nobody could say how long the lower universe would remain safe from external threats. Just because the Nox were gone didn't mean nobody else would try to lay claim to their land. These demigods were the start of the problem. They allowed the rot to fester as they were the ones spreading it personally. As long as they weren't brought under his control, the problems that tore the universe apart from the inside would continue to persist until it was pointless to even dream of it becoming whole again. Damien couldn't allow that. Disregarding any sort of desire for justice or righteous intentions, the lower universe would be his as soon as he got the opportunity to claim it, and he wouldn't allow these kinds of people to pollute his property. However, he also couldn't kill them, because the universe was already lacking divinities as it was. The solution was simple. Damien waited as more and more demigods arrived before him. Some had complaints, but most saw what he did when he came out of cosmic rebirth and shut their mouths when they recognized him. It didn't matter if others complained anyway. Damien already set up a barrier of existence between him and them, making it absolutely impossible for them to break through to the portals. When the crowd reached its full capacity and all the demigods had gathered, Damien acted quickly. He didn't explain himself, nor did he listen to them. He used his new eyes to completely perceive each and every one of their existences. Once again showcasing his indomitable power, he forcefully separated them into two batches. People who were worthy, like Alucard, Tanglingzi, Tiamat, or Iris, were shifted to one side, while others who didn't have as much presence as those for whom Damien deemed unworthy were shifted to the other side. After this was finished, Damien finally said his first words to the crowd of divinities who'd already been subdued by his actions. "I will not tolerate another case like the immortal blood Azura," he said, panning his gaze over them. "From this point forth, our grand heaven's boundary will only experience prosperity. If you wish to cause discord or pursue personal gain by damaging the universe's foundation, I have unfortunate news for you." He looked to the side where the nameless demigods were. There were roughly 500 of them. It was a far smaller number than the other side, which was good, but it was still a number far too large. "I have already seen through your intentions," Damien said to them. "What are you? If you are unfortunate enough to be on this side, then it is by no fault but your own. Perhaps, in your next life, you will learn to not be overly greedy for things that aren't yours." Damien glanced at Alucard and the rest, giving them a slight nod. "I will not kill these people. I'm not stupid enough to damage our overall combat power at a time like this. However, they will no longer move by their own will. I will put their lives in the hands of a few trusted individuals, and they will be used as the greatest labor force you could ever ask for. They will not doubt or complain. They will not rebel or bear grievance. They will be slaves, puppets who will follow the absolute command of anyone I deem worthy of such privilege." Damien didn't plan to personally take part in the reconstruction efforts. He had other things to do, so he gave them an explanation of what he was going to do, so they could both feel the severity of their responsibility and the fear for him that would make sure they never even considered acting against his will. Damien didn't enjoy being a tyrant, but if that was the position he needed to take for the greater good, he would do so without question or guilt. That was a lesson he learned from the Saint Emperor. Sometimes, The villain was just as necessary as the hero. It was time for him to take villainous action. After he finished giving them an explanation of their roles for the future and what his next actions would entail, Damien turned back to the second group and pushed his hand out. They were raging, of course. Their roars of indignance were loud, and their claims that he was committing heresy or betraying the universe were even louder. But what could they do? They were trapped in the box where Damien kept them. They were just barking dogs without any real power. And what was the point of having a dog if it wasn't loyal? Damien harnessed the authority of existence. Using his perception as a base, he imprinted his will on the very cores of their existences. It was a slave seal that could never be disobeyed because it was not a matter of mind, body, or soul, but existence itself. The process was quite easy for him, since he was already far above their level even before devouring 2 Nox Emperors. And once it was over, he looked over at Alucard and the rest. "I'll trust you with this," he asked. Alucard smiled and nodded. "That you can." Damien nodded back and transferred control over the Slave Legion to the hidden Death Valley director. Just like the controls for the teleportation arrays he set up, he made an assortment of keys to control the slave group and gave them to Alucard for him to hand out to the people he trusted. That matter was brought to an end just like that. Without blocking their paths any longer, Damien stepped aside and allowed the demigods to make their choice. Damien didn't treat it as much, because he already had a plan on what he was going to do from now on. He was also the only one with knowledge of the alternate ascension method, so he didn't possess the same worries as they did. But for those that weren't duty-bound like Alucard, this was a choice heavier than any other. It had already been several thousand years since the last of them rejected ascension. After several millennia spent in contentment at the top of the food chain, what would they do? Would they return to that position, to the place that would inevitably become far more prosperous than the grand heavens boundary they knew? Or would they reach for greater horizons, exploring the futures they'd disregarded in their younger days for the sake of such meager power? For most, it was an obvious decision to return. If they were going to ascend, they would have done so from the beginning. But that didn't mean there weren't any interesting choices made. Chapitre 1317 Finale 3. Chapter 1317 Finale 3. Most of the demigods left the obvious way. Alucard and Commander Hua, as well as the forces who followed them, went back to the lower universe after bidding their goodbyes to Damien. They had responsibilities to uphold. Even if they wanted to ascend, they'd cemented themselves in positions they couldn't easily abandon. The pack of slaves Damien subjugated were also taken along with them. Those people still had their consciousness, and they could still feel whatever they wished to feel, which left Damien with several glares of hatred as they left. However, it didn't matter. If they even had thoughts of betraying him or the universe, if they had thoughts of doing anything against the will that he'd instilled in them, they'd lose their consciousness and become true puppets without any identity of their own. Considering that none of them had been degraded to that status yet, the fear in their hearts should have been enough to keep them on the right track for a long period of time. So Damien didn't have to worry. Iris and Tiamat stayed by his side for the moment, and as they watched more and more of the demigods make their choice, they only saw a select few who chose to ascend. They were stuck in their ways. It wasn't normal to change their decisions at this juncture, especially when remembering their reason for refusing ascension in the first place. There were less than 10 who decided to take the chance. They were nameless, nothing more than followers in this war. Perhaps that was the reason they chose to take the risk. If they were going to be in the lowest class of divinities, even in the lower universe, what would change going to the heavenly world? They'd likely find more opportunities to grow, and there was more potential for them to find chances to grow if they changed now. Damien was an outlier that spurred their motivation, and the risk that was once considered far too great became manageable. Now, left in this place, there was only one person who hadn't made their choice. Tang Lingzi, what are you going to do? Damien asked. Tang Lingzi hestita. She'd learned a lot in this war, and she'd almost lost her life. If it wasn't for Iris' interference, she would have died without accomplishing anything. So she took some time to think as Damien and his group cleaned up the battlefield. What was the point of staying in Grand Heaven's boundary? Yes, she had her reasons, but were they enough to make her close her path of ascension again at this juncture? The answer was a massive no. That person whom she was chasing, if she ever wanted to meet them, she couldn't stay the same as she was now. She had to change. She had to grow into someone who could stand on a battlefield like this one and be confident she couldn't be harmed. If she followed her fear, she would stay in the lower universe. Even if she wasn't at the peak of its forces, she could still grow to that level eventually. However, her instincts told her otherwise. If she didn't make the leap now, she would be forever stuck in her woes without a chance of escape. I will be going, she said it firmly, and Damien nodded in approval. I'll see you there then. You're ascending as well? Tang Lingzi asked in surprise. Not yet, but I will soon enough. I still have things to do in the lower universe, you see. Tang Lingzi nodded in understanding. She was almost disappointed for a second. After all, Zara was once her disciple. If Damien said he was ascending now and leaving his people behind, her heart would have become far too chaotic. Because a man of his caliber without consideration for his relationships was dangerous to an extreme level. Damien watched as Tang Lingzi took tentative steps towards the golden portal and finally walked through it before turning to the two women by his side. As you know, I'll take a while before I ascend. What are your plans? You still have a way to ascend later, right? Iris asked. Of course, Damien responded with a grin. Then there's nothing to be said. I will naturally follow you. Iris developed her desire to go to the heavenly world along with her love for Damien. She wasn't content with staying in Grand Heaven's boundary anymore. If Damien was planning to take a long time to ascend, she would have preferred to go ahead of him and set up a foundation before he arrived, but they hadn't spent nearly enough time together. The war was too distracting. Now that it was over and they could have some idle time, she decided she'd rather spend a few years with him than ascend immediately, since they would eventually do so anyway. As for Tiamat, I have no path, she said. Now that my revenge has been accomplished, and so easily at that, I have nothing left to do. Frankly, I am lost. However, I am trusting your words. Didn't you say you would take responsibility for me? Damien smiled. Indeed I did. And don't worry about the revenge. Your targets are still very much alive and awaiting your return. Tiamat's heart skipped a beat. That means, I can't say for certain, but at least a few of those who wronged you should be alive in the heavenly world. And the ones behind them are still alive and well. Instead of getting rid of the weeds alone, wouldn't it be more satisfying to cut the roots as well? Tiamat nodded without a word. Her heart was beating out of her chest. The revenge she wanted to get, it wasn't satisfied at all. She felt a void in her heart when she realized only the sole emperor remained for her to kill. Hearing that there was a possibility for true closure made her feel hopeful in a way she wasn't expecting. And the path forward after she truly achieved her revenge, she was getting a vague idea of it as well. Nevertheless, for now, she was set on following Damien, mainly because of the debt she felt towards him, but also due to his monstrous talent. Staying next to someone like him would always bring benefits. With all of them in agreement, there was nothing left to say here. Together as one, they walked through the black portal. Damien's eyes were alight with flames. This was the end of his saga in Grand Heaven's boundary. He was just going through the motions from this point. Since there wasn't anything important left to do, he was prepared to take a few years to rest and recuperate before setting off on a new journey. After all, aside from all the conflict that needed to be put to an end, there was only one thing he wanted to do. It's been far too long. He hated leaving them behind, but his life seemed to move in ways he never expected. He was dragged around by fate and forced to move on without them. As long as it was possible, he wanted to stay with them as much as possible. And since he was going to take control of his own fate from now on, he would make sure he didn't have to keep worrying them like this. But if I really think about it, as he stepped through the portal, his body shook unervingly. I'm going to get my ass beat, aren't I? He forgot for a second, but he really died a while ago. Thinking about their reactions when he came back alive, well, maybe it would have been better for him to not go back at all. Chapter 13:18 Painting. Chapter 13:18 Painting. 1. The fluctuations of the return portal contained aspects of space and time that revolved in quite the interesting fashion. Since it was a product of the universe itself, and not a practitioner's skill, it was far more complex, yet far more ingrained in nature than anything a living being could produce. That was why Damien didn't feel strange as he stepped into it. As usual, space and time warped around him. With his unique senses as a space-time practitioner, he was able to sense the corridor that was transporting him, as well as the others being transported by it. The smooth breeze of space brushes across Damien's face. He looked around and saw the various spatial phenomena taking place outside the bounds of the corridor and marveled at them. This sight was always something he could appreciate. It was the true strength of space and time, that which existences within it could never reproduce. He calmly observed the environment and felt the life auras of those around him disappearing one by one as they reached their final destination. Only he, Iris, and Tiamat remained, but it was odd. They should have been moving at a constant speed. So, why were they accelerating ahead of him? Why was he slowly decelerating? Why is it taking so long? It was true that he could perceive the journey in real time because of his abilities, but that didn't mean the journey would elongate. The concept of speed should have been constant within the corridor. Those who entered together would exit together, and the gap between the exit times of those who entered first and those who entered last should have been consistent with their entrance times. However, this clearly wasn't the case right now. Is this? Just as Damien tried to rationalize the phenomenon, everything went silent. The space-time phenomena around the corridor vanished, and then the corridor itself escaped his perception. No, it was better to say his perception was completely cut off. He tried to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. Any semblance of the space-time corridor, the ancient battlefield, or even grand heaven's boundary disappeared from his surroundings. All that remained was a familiar blackness. Where am I? He wondered. He never expected something to go wrong at a time like this, but he also didn't panic. He knew his current state couldn't be the work of enemies, since there were no enemies left with enough power to do something like this. Let's think for a second. Damien calmed his mind. He was already used to blackness like this, and since Iris and Tiamat weren't with him, it meant this wasn't a product of the portal either. They must have arrived safely in grand heaven's boundary like the rest. Why was I the only one separated? He tried to move his body and found that he did indeed have the capability. He wasn't separated in consciousness, nor was he in a state where he was completely disconnected from reality. He waded through the darkness cautiously. I feel like I'm moving, but I also feel like I've been stationary this whole time. This kind of feeling. Damien frowned as a memory appeared in his mind. Yeah, this is what it was like back then. The only difference is that this time, I've retained my sense of self. It was back in the space-time river, when he was almost swallowed whole by the concepts he wasn't strong enough to control yet. If it's like that, then shouldn't there be something else here? Damien quickly adapted to his circumstances and started looking for a way out. He was in no mood to struggle more right now. But, strangely, it didn't feel like he was trapped. No, he felt rather at home in this environment. The only thing I can do is search until I find something. He wasn't able to tell exactly where the familiarity came from, even after waiting around like this. He tried to spread his awareness, but he soon found that he lacked that capability. Is my strength inhibited? He raised his arm and tried to manifest divine energy, but that didn't work either. Then, instead, he used his energy in its base state. As expected, the so-called void energy with the capability to transmute into anything could be used without a problem. He had an inkling of what was happening. This darkness was different from the rest. It blocked skills that had to do with finding its identity, and it blocked skills related to reality. Anything else, anything involved with the void, and even existence law, was still usable. Damien stopped moving and truly immersed himself in the surroundings. He stopped thinking, he stopped acting, and he simply became one with it. He allowed everything to leave him besides his identity as Damien Void, and that was when it appeared. A painting. A beautiful multi-layered painting that couldn't be described with words and existed in at least 10-dimensional space. Was it even right to call it a painting? It was massive to the point where size became irrelevant, absolutely dwarfing Damien like a universe compared to an ant. It was ever-changing, and its content couldn't be easily distinguished. To an unlearned viewer, it would look like a chaotic mix of brush strokes made by someone with no intent or purpose whatsoever. The nature of this painting, its existence in 10-dimensional space, would likely shatter the minds of any who tried to understand its contents. Naturally, Damien was excluded from this. He gazed upon it, and instead of feeling confusion, he felt his mind becoming clearer. The individual brush strokes came to life in his eyes, each manifesting into a scene unlike any other on the canvas of blackness. As he focused on a single brushstroke, he saw many things. One stroke could be the life of a man, from birth to death, filled with trials and tribulations as well as moments of cherished happiness. However, when he looked at the stroke next to it, he'd find it unraveling into a complexly structured law, an ethereal force with no material presence in reality. Each and every stroke had its own meaning. While they looked identical at first glance, when they were deciphered, one would find a true myriad of scenes and concepts that shouldn't have been able to exist on the same canvas without conflicting with each other. How could they be equal when they inherently were not? Or, in the eyes of the painter, are they all equal? Damien's fracture perception started to return to normalcy. He started to understand the nature of this painting, and as a result, the identity of this space. That was the trigger. The painting unraveled. Contained within a sphere with no real end or beginning was that painting, and standing outside the sphere in the blackness was Damien. That painting, his eyes narrowed, is reality. He took a deep breath. It was the first sound he heard since arriving here. And that means his heart beat wildly. His mind ran in circles in both excitement and a hint of fear. This place, he understood where he was. He knew why the blackness felt familiar. And as he understood it, his entire being changed. This place is the void. Chapter 1319 Painting. Chapter 1319 Painting 2. As the realization settled in, Damien's mind entered a completely different state of existence. The painting of reality before him unraveled into its true form, and Damien, for the first time, saw what someone like the ancient sovereign saw. The past, present, and future were meaningless. They were merely a single entity with no true distinction between them. The lives of so many people overlapped and intertwined that it seemed impossible to single out any one person from the picture, and the laws that upheld the fabric of reality formed the spherical container in which the painting was housed. It was amazing. Every process and mechanism that allowed reality to function was present before him, and he felt like if he just reached for it a little bit, I can change it. Damien was baffled by his position. He didn't think he could return to the universe like this, but if he had the capability to alter reality even in the slightest, he had to try it out. His perception slowly became accustomed to this new view of space and time. As it did, he focused in on various sights, finally becoming aware of the happenings of the recent past and present. He saw them. He saw Rose, Ryue, and Elena from the point just moments after his death to the current day. He saw how they drowned themselves in the delusion that he was still alive and fought on the front lines to lead the universe to victory against the Nox. He felt their pain viscerally, and he almost couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. It had been decades since they last saw each other. Just how much pain did they have to endure? Rose, Ryue, and Elena rapidly ascended the ranks of the 9 revolutions and reached the supreme level within 5 years. After that, they became the figureheads that led the entire army. With Lucille acting from the back line to support them, they were able to attain victory after victory, corralling the Nox in the universe so they could make sure not a single one survived. That much was consistent no matter what part of the painting Damien looked at. But there's more. There wasn't just the one timeline. He saw a myriad of potential pasts and presents, as well as the potential futures resulting from them. He saw the entire universe shatter. He saw everyone except those with the Void's protection die. He saw how even with their advantages, the universe lost everything. In contrast, there were other timelines where the universe was able to solve everything with minimal causalities and damages, as if the heavens themselves were aiding their rise. Which timeline was true and which was false wasn't easily discernible. No, rather, they were all true to an extent. Besides a few factors that remained constant, each of them branched on their own paths as designated by fate. Damien frowned. As long as he was in the void, all of these timelines were absolutely true, and he couldn't choose which one would be reality when he returned. Then, his eyes hardened. I know what I need to do. Damien tested it on some factors that didn't have any worth, such as the lives of a few street thugs and dead worlds without life. He realized that he had the power to alter their fates, albeit only to an extent. However, I can't directly intervene. He was an outsider looking in. He was nothing more than an observer. Now I understand why the ancient sovereign is the way he is. Damien perused the various timelines to find a starting point. He had to choose one that wouldn't completely ruin the universe's causality, while also not choosing one that was too tragic to save it all. As he looked over them, he allowed his instincts to show him the timeline in which he was currently residing, the one he would have experienced after leaving the ancient battlefield. Found it. Iris and Tiamat were a perfect anchor point. There is only a single timeline where they returned to Grand Heaven's boundary together and had Damien's influence radiating from their bodies. Damien took a moment to look over this timeline. There were countless deaths. Lucifer died. Atticus and Aishia died. Fallen Star Holy Land collapsed. Tefet died. Luxurian was lost. Several members of the Judgment Order fell. Priscilla Adelaire died. Rose became the inheritor of the demon-sealing pantheon, and the universe was forced to sustain several setbacks for the sake of victory. However, they did experience boons as well. These were mainly due to Yong's presence. He seemed to have recruited a great deal of Nox to his side, and along with them, Qing Tan and Huafeng, two people Damien had practically forgotten about by now. When he combined his forces with the Judgment Order and cooperated with them to take down the main players of the Nox side, countless victories were taken with minimal sacrifices. Overall, it was an even war. It was just the right playing field for Damien to start interfering in. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it with his own hands, so, now that I've finally become a divinity, isn't it time to do this properly? He was a bit excited. He'd been wanting to do this for a very long time, and he always had plans to do it differently from most. Looking at the current timeline, he scrolled with his eyes until he found the coordinate he desired. With this much time, it should be possible. All I need now. His senses honed in on a single world amongst the hundreds of thousands that inhabited the divine realm. It was a smaller world without much development in terms of power structure, but it was more than enough of a foundation to eventually grow into something great if it didn't encounter setbacks. In that world, there was a certain family that didn't stand out too much. They were commoners fated to give birth to a stillborn son. They would succeed in having a child roughly a decade later, but the trauma of losing their first son deeply impacted them. They lived a relatively simple life, a normal life with their daughter, and their family line continued in the same ordinary way. However, all of that was soon to change. Damien focused on that day, when their son was supposed to be born. It's time for you to wake up. From the void, he split off a large piece of his soul, sealed its memories, and sent it into reality. It traveled through the fabrics of existence, through space and time, and through every boundary protecting reality from the void, until it reached that child and took its place in his previously soulless body. A breath of life was born into a child that was fated to die upon birth. That child would grow normally for the developing years of his life, but once the memories sealed in his soul were awakened, only then would he show his true potential. Damien smiled as he watched. He could see the entire life of that piece of his soul at once from his position, but he chose to stay focused on the soul fragments present for the sake of novelty, because he wanted to see how it evolved, until the day it could receive its orders and execute the role it was born for. Grow well, my avatar. Chapter 1320 Avatar. Chapter 1320 Avatar 1. It was 5,000 years before the current day when that miraculous occurrence took place. In a nameless corner of the brilliant flame empire, a boy was born against all odds. In that moment when he came out of the womb, he had no breath of life. His body was cold, and his parents cried as they realized the tragic fate they'd been forced to experience. They prayed to any god. They prayed to any being that could possibly save their child, with no other hope in their hearts but the work of a miracle. And to nobody's expectations, a miracle truly appeared. That boy's bluish body regained its rosy hue. As warmth filled his body and a soul inhabited his body, the cries of a new life resounded through the space. That day was their blessing. They vowed to raise that child into a proper man, no matter what happened from that moment forth. The boy was named Alexander, a name that represented the miracle of his birth and his parents' desire to protect. The years passed blissfully for them as they lived their mundane lives. That boy grew up, passing through the years of infancy and childhood like a spring breeze. He had bright red hair like the purest of flames and eyes of the same color. Whenever he graced their small village with his presence, the atmosphere lit up, filling everyone with joy. He was a blessed child, and though their village had no real contact with the brilliant flame empire they were a part of, they didn't encounter much difficulty at all. They were far separated from areas bandits frequented, and they made most of their money through trading. The village bordered a forest, and just like most of the other men who grew up there, the boy became a hunter. By the age of 10, he could hunt grown hogs and boars with his own strength. By the time he turned 15, even bears couldn't withstand his blows. The system seemed to support his growth more than most. The adults in the village usually couldn't make it past third class. They rarely even reached the middle stages of that rank. However, he was able to become a third-class existence before the age of 18 based on nothing but his physical strength. In reality, there was nothing special about his story. He was a boy with talent, but he was rooted in his village and had no plans to leave. His family didn't have enough money to send him to the academy in the capital, and he himself didn't have much thirst for power. Or at least, that was the way he lived for the first 18 years of his life. On the day he reached adulthood, everything changed. That boy closed his eyes, and his mind was filled with dreams of another life. A life where he grew up on a world called Earth, where he acquired a thirst for power through countless years of torturous survival, where he rose higher and higher until he became an existence the entire universe couldn't ignore. In that dream, he was a completely different man. He wasn't resigned to living such a small life, and as he reached a point beyond the boy's every imagination, he found himself in a strange situation. When that boy opened his eyes again, wow, he exclaimed in wonder. He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists curiously. He had mana in his body. It wasn't much since he focused on physical strength until this point, but it was mana nonetheless. I somewhat expected this, but it feels completely different. He was no longer the same boy he once was. As he looked at the world through new eyes, he called out in his head, "Status." There was no status. After all, the system only partially had an influence on his existence. His soul wasn't unique. His soul was just a piece of another, far greater soul. Therefore, he did not have his own personal record in the system. He was a part of someone else's record. Or well, I guess it's my record. Damien, or rather, Alexander smiled to himself. A completely new life. It was interesting. He couldn't feel the presence of his main body at all. Since he was in the void, his existence in space-time was convoluted, and though he technically did exist in this time, he also didn't. That left this piece of his soul as a unique existence in its own way, a scenario that the universe had never seen before. I should establish a memory relay between the two bodies. His main body was definitely seeing how he lived, but he couldn't see what his main body saw, which was a bit inhibiting. And as they were connected, his desire was naturally reproduced instantly. He was the same person as the one standing in a void. I see. So my status as Alexander is baked into my status as Damien. Whenever I grow here, it'll influence my main body's legend rather than this one. But I'll also feel the effects of that growth, since it's technically my own. It was extremely confusing, but it also made perfect sense. Since I'm living as Alexander now, I should do it properly. Let's find out more about this world. The sealed piece of his soul had lived its life thus far in a simple manner, but its talent was a reflection of his main body, so such a life was truly a waste of his talent. Unfortunately, Alexander didn't live in a place where he could learn much. His family and friends were rural folk who didn't concern themselves with the affairs of the greater world. They probably don't even realize how wide the universe is. It really must be nice. Damien smiled as he looked back on the memories of this body before his own memories awakened. It was a nice and quiet life, a peaceful one that wouldn't be disturbed. These people would live and die in a peaceful era before the Nox returned to the universe. They were fated to escape the true tragedy that the universe faced in his time. This kind of life, this is what I want to protect. He felt a connection to his second family. He felt a connection to these villagers, and he felt a connection to this world. He wasn't just a wandering soul possessing another body and overriding its ego. He was truly Alexander. He was born a commoner and had no family name, but he was in touch with his roots and wouldn't ignore them just because he became aware of his true identity. Hugh, it took a bit to center myself, but I think I'm relatively accustomed now. From this point forth, he wouldn't be Damien Void, but Alexander. He would live this life to its fullest. So when the time came for him to execute the duty he was meant for, he would be able to do so without fail. He stood up from his bed and walked to the door, opening it and taking in the fresh air outside. The only unfortunate part is what comes next. He had lived his entire life in this village, but he had to leave, because if he wanted to grow, he couldn't remain stationary. He sighed to himself. A stable family situation isn't something I'm used to. He could imagine the expression on his parents' faces when he told them his plans. I just hope I don't get beat up. Chapter 1321 Avatar. Chapter 1321 Avatar 2. He got beat up. He confronted his parents and told them about his ambitions. And as a result, his father made absolutely sure he understood the weight of his decision. Still, it was a gesture of concern. It was a show of concern, because no matter how unaware they were about the world outside of their village, they were more than aware of how cruel it could be. They didn't want their innocent son to be corrupted by that world. They didn't want him to disappear and never be heard from again. They didn't want him to become a sacrifice for those people who regarded human life as nothing. But Alexander was determined. The look in his eyes was proof enough that his mind wouldn't waver, and with no other choice, they accepted their son's dreams. For the next 3 days, he spent time with them without wasting a single second. He made sure to enjoy every last moment of this comfort, so he could leave his parents in this life without any worries. He even had a little sister who was born roughly a decade after him. She was still a child and didn't truly understand what was happening, but she felt the sadness hanging in the air and instinctually clung to him for his last few days in the village. It was a novel feeling. For a man who didn't know much about familial love like this, the kind that came directly and was so outwardly manifested, this kind of lifestyle was something he appreciated greatly. He loved his main body's mother, and he had respect for Dante Void, but when was he able to experience a life like this? Once Dante left, it was simply impossible for Claire to provide him this experience while supporting them. So Damien took his time. He received their love and gave his in return, cherishing those 3 days until they finally came to an end. And on the 4th day, amidst a grand farewell celebration, he took his leave. The time had come for a new adventure, finally made his advent on this world. He rushed through the environment with a wide smile on his face. This takes me back to the old days. It felt like his days in a Pyron, traveling with no real aim or idea of what was going on, only seeking fun and happiness. I still know nothing about this world. It'd be nice if I could use my main body's awareness, but something like that isn't possible. It could be considered the only real problem with making a separated avatar. Since he was technically in existence of his own, Alexander wouldn't be able to use any of Damien's power until he reached a certain level, which he was nowhere near at the moment. Then again, the journey would be boring if I could do everything so easily. The first thing he needed to do was find out about this world. All he knew was the brilliant Flame Empire, and even then, he had no idea where the capital was. I did hear there was an academy there. If it's anything like a Pyron's Zenith Academy, it'll be a good place for me to gather strength as fast as possible. Even the village knew the kind of power the brilliant Flame Empire had. Most secret realms and dungeons were under the control of the Empire itself, so unless one had a verifiable identity, it was almost impossible to enter them. On top of that, I don't know what affinities this body has. An academy or sect would be the best way to get a real handle on how I should grow this avatar. Damien had a relatively set path he wanted to follow, and all he had to do was follow it. The first step, as mentioned countless times already, was information. Damien stopped by every relatively large town and city he came across for that purpose. He didn't have much money, but beast corpses were a great way to make it anywhere, so he naturally killed a few on his way. And over the course of a few months of traveling like this, he was able to gain a good understanding of the world. So this is the brilliant Flame Empire of Aaron. Luckily, this is a single-continent world, so the problem of having too much to do disappears pretty fast. The Sacred Continent had two great empires, the Brilliant Flame Empire and the Crystal Moon Empire. They split the continent almost perfectly in half with their influence, and they both had great power. The continent itself was quite interesting. It was split into two extreme environments that the two empires were named after. The southern half of the continent was cold and covered in snow, while the northern half was usually mild and had consistently hot weather. Aaron was a decent world in its own right. Its greatest experts were late-stage fourth-class experts, those on the cusp of the 9 revolutions. There are most likely a few weak first or second revolution masters in seclusion as well, but I won't be here long enough to concern myself with them. The Brilliant Flame Empire didn't permit the organization of separate forces like sections. They trained their geniuses in several academies, and after graduation, the people could either choose guilds under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Guild or become soldiers of the Empire. There was also the path of a mercenary or rogue, but most didn't choose this route that wasn't very profitable. Nevertheless, the Imperial Academy in the capital, which was directly managed by the Imperial family and had access to almost every secret realm, dungeon, and prime resource in the world, was Damien's current goal. I shouldn't encounter many problems. The Emperor is relatively sane, so things like class segregation in the Academy aren't too prevalent. Discrimination is pretty much impossible to avoid, but as long as commoners have the opportunity to enter the Academy, I don't have to worry about anything else. Damien smiled to himself. He was quite amused imagining himself getting into altercations with kids who were several decades younger than him. If they really have the ability to piss me off, that's a skill they should be proud of. Nevertheless, he didn't have much else to think about. His current strength was around the same as an entry-level third class, and from the experiments he performed during his journey, his growth potential was far greater than anyone else he'd seen. The journey to the Imperial Academy would take another few months, but he had half a year left before the admissions period began. Since I have time to waste, I might as well explore what my soul was up to before I gained consciousness. He had trained as a hunter along with the men in his village. He had fighting techniques ingrained in his bones, and a unique method of mana utilization that was both primal and somewhat refined at the same time. Damien was interested in all these mundane things because it had been a long, long time since he was able to experience the mundane himself. In a sense, these days at the beginning of his story as Alexander were a vacation for him. And Damien, as a man who learned to cherish vacation days during his time on Earth, had absolutely no plans to waste it. Chapter 1322 Avatar. Chapter 1322 Avatar, 3 Alexander's Days at the Academy, could be considered lackluster. Damien wasn't planning to attract attention to his avatar. There would come a time when it needed to hide away from the universe until the time was right, and for that to be done properly, he couldn't be someone with a great reputation or impact. The timeline was also something to be worried about. Seeing just how many branching timelines existed in the painting of reality, Damien realized the dangers of influencing time before he was completely free of its grasp. Therefore, he made sure to keep a low profile. He didn't have many connections among the students, nor did the teachers particularly favor him. He took part in the secret realm expeditions and dungeon clearings just like any other student. However, the results he got were nothing more than average. That was the facade he put up, though a facade was just that. Anything Damien did solo, he did to the best of his capabilities, achieving results that were impossible for even the instructors. And as he grew more powerful, his connection to his main body grew as well. Slowly but surely, the prowess Damien possessed was reflected in Alexander, exponentially enhancing his growth speed. After spending 4 years abusing the Academy's resources and reaching the middle stages of 3rd class, he took his adventures to the rest of Erin. He explored the volcanic sea beyond the brilliant flame empire and discovered the hidden society below. He killed the magma giant that controlled the massive volcanic ring below the sea and caused it to erupt so frequently, and even formed an accidental relationship with the imperial family when he ended up saving a few of their princes and princesses during one of his expeditions. Once he felt there was nothing left for him in the brilliant flame empire, he went south to the crystalline moon empire and thoroughly reaped the rewards present all over the sacred continent. It was amazing. The hidden moon realm in the southern empire was majestic and contained a power of stars Damien didn't expect to feel in this body. Just as the north had the magma giant, the south had an ice phoenix that was the cause of the drastic weather difference and snowfall that covered the southern half of the continent. However, Damien didn't kill that ice phoenix. Since he had a strong relationship with the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range Ice Phoenix clan, he instead spent 5 years with the beast, earning its trust and teaching it techniques so it could become a protector of the continent that raised this body. And, as if it was fate, he naturally made acquaintances with the Crystalline Moon Imperial family as well. He was truly a princess magnet, but with his attitude, even the emperors were aware their daughters had no chance. It was a great time. He spent roughly 2 decades afterward refining his techniques and protecting the continent from dangers. Both internal and external threats were quelled as the citizens of Erin learned of the existence of the greater universe. But the identity of their hidden protector was a closely guarded secret known to only a select few. Damien enjoyed the time. He wanted to stay in Erin for a while longer and see how much he could accomplish without leaving this world. But as expected, that didn't suit his personality at all. After another decade of pure training, he'd reached a level equivalent to the peak of 3rd class, just short of universe baptism. As for why it took him so long to reach that level, well, the reasons were plentiful. First off, Erin didn't have a high mana concentration to support his training, nor did it have a large beast population to promote growth. Secondly, the talent of people in this era was extremely muted compared to Damien's generation. It was hard to see the speed as fast when so many reached 4th class below the age of 30 in the current era, but one had to remember how old the 9 revolutions masters and demigods of the universe were. Even for those powerful characters, it took thousands of years to reach divinity. Rather, the current generation was the outlier. The war times and unique circumstances surrounding the universe during their era forced the universe to birth talents that were godly in comparison to their predecessors. And finally, the third reason it took Alexander almost 50 years to reach the peak of 3rd class, and the simplest reason, he didn't train in a law. His body didn't have any law affinities, because his soul was not his own. He used all his mana to enhance his muscles and body, so his internal systems were practically godlike in comparison to any other practitioner. However, because he was using mana to exclusively bring his physical state to the level he desired to be, it took a very long time to train. It wasn't a problem. Damien gave himself more than enough leeway. And more than anything, once Alexander could use everything the main body possessed, there was no need for him to have a law specialization of his own. Instead, it was more beneficial for his body to become monstrous. With all that in mind, Damien practiced and did everything he could until his desires became too big to control. It was time to leave Erin and seek greater horizons. He'd been living in his home village ever since he finished exploring the continent, and though the villagers and his parents knew there was a lot he was hiding from them, they accepted him wholeheartedly. To train in this environment was a blessing Damien couldn't be more thankful for. He had to leave, but he wasn't planning to leave this life's parents behind. The only question was how they'd react, whether it be to the idea of thousands of years of life or the truth behind his identity. Therefore, Damien hid the latter for now and decided to have that conversation at a later date, if ever. He focused on the former, and after convincing them to take the elixirs he'd prepared for this very purpose, he left on another journey. He told them he was going to explore the world again, but that was just a lie to calm their hearts. That day, he left the world altogether and began his advent in grand heaven's boundary. He grew more and more powerful and had more and more experiences. He met more and more people until he became someone that quite a few would remember, to his chagrin. Universe baptism was, naturally, not available to him, but his strength continued to soar, and among those at his same level, he was indomitable. Decades became centuries, and change became the norm. Aaron disappeared from the divine realm one day as it was placed in the sanctuary, and Alexander's parents were finally told the truth of his existence. Unexpectedly, they reacted quite well. Maybe it was because Alexander always treated them as real parents, or maybe it was because Alexander lacked a soul from the start and Damien's intervention was precisely what gave him life. No matter what his true identity was, whether he was God or demon, he was the only son they had from start to finish, so they accepted him with open arms and listened to his story in wonder and worry. Damien felt quite relieved when that matter was taken care of, and after making sure Alexander's parents wouldn't die until they wanted to, he went back to his usual activities in the universe, rising and rising. It was a mundane existence, really. It was a far simpler life than what Damien led, and he realized why it was so difficult for regular practitioners to build their legend and progress through the 9 revolutions. After all, even after all this time, he was still only in the late stages of 4th class. And as he continued living this common life, preparing for the future, an unexpected encounter took place. In a nameless secret realm somewhere in the divine realm, Damien met a group of men adventuring together with the same goal as everyone else: power. However, these men, I never expected to see this. Lucille, Lucifer, Alucard, Commander Hua, and some others Damien didn't know. They were young, nothing like the versions of them Damien had grown used to. He smiled as he watched them from afar. Shall I take a little break? He thought to himself. He knew he had a lot to do, but he couldn't help but be curious about the stories of these people who would become great existences in the future. Chapter 1323 Avatar. Chapter 1323 Avatar 4. The group composition was a bit strange. Lucille, Lucifer, and the other two whom Damien didn't recognize were around his level, while Commander Hua and Alucard were already at the supreme level, making one wonder why they were traveling together. It was obvious Commander Hua and Alucard were caretakers for the rest, but the question was why? All of them were of different races, sectors, and influences, so logically speaking, there was no reason for them to be traveling together. However, they were, and that made Damien curious. I'll just follow them for now. He didn't want to attract too much attention as Alexander right now. He was powerful, yes, but this power belonging to someone unknown would be even more suspicious to people like Lucille or Alucard who had high positions. He definitely wanted to know what they were doing in a secret realm like this, but he didn't approach them needlessly. After all, this was a labyrinth. It was a place that constantly changed its shape and structure, filled with traps and beasts with great power, and an amount of treasure that was equivalent to the risk. Even Alexander didn't know what lay at its center. Damien's spatial abilities didn't nearly manifest to the extent that he could ignore the restrictions of this place and perceive its entirety. The treasures I've found from just walking around randomly are already enough to create a small sect for myself. Why didn't a place like this exist in my era? He shrugged. He could probably guess why, but it didn't matter. All the treasures he gained from his expedition, thus far, were sent to the sanctuary, so they were probably being put to proper use. Speaking of, how does that even work? He began to wonder about it when he took Aaron. It was a world in a completely different time and space, and it wasn't something Damien should have ever had access to by logic. He pondered how the sanctuary truly functioned for a bit, But even this doubt was easy to clear from his main body's current position. The sanctuary was built in the void. It was its own existence, separated in every way from the main universe. In fact, the only reason its time flowed at the same rate as the main universe was because it was tethered to Damien and used his soul as a basis. With Damien's main body in the void, outside the bounds of time and space, where was it supposed to root itself? Naturally, it was still Damien's soul. However, his strange circumstance provided the sanctuary with a unique position. It was now tethered to both the current era and the past, while being disconnected from both. This allowed it to be unaffected by the laws of causality that prevented Damien from interfering too much in the past. Maybe it was because Aaron never had much significance in the universe from the start, but the act of binding a world in the past and integrating it into a completely different space-time didn't trigger the negatives Damien was expecting, and ever since then, he'd been testing the limits of his ability to interfere. To put it simply, it matters more about how much value the other party holds than what I do. If he saved an entire world fated for destruction, but none of its people had grand fates, the impact he left on the timeline wasn't enough for it to be considered interference. The butterfly effect definitely existed, but on a universal scale, the butterfly of such a minor event, as long as it was truly a minor event, didn't mean anything. Nevertheless, to interfere with the fates of those like Lucille, who would become integral to the universe in the future, was much more difficult. At most, I have a few tens of chances. I can't use them unnecessarily. Damien had no way of knowing what would happen when he used up all his interference chances, but he didn't want to find out before he didn't need them anymore. With that in mind, he kept following Lucille's group. As he listened to their conversations, he learned more about their purpose, and funnily enough, giving me this level of dirt for free should be criminal. He had a wide grin on his face. Frankly, their personalities weren't much different from what he knew. They were much younger than their current selves, but they were still a few thousand years old at the very least. Though, they were much more open than their wizened selves. Damien, as an observer, learned some, with no better word to describe it, devious information about the few of them that would be of great use in the future. It was fun. Alucard and Commander Hua were practically at the end of their growth potential, so they were still the exact same, but seeing Lucille and Lucifer act freer, like true brothers without the problems of leadership plaguing them, was more than just entertaining. They were also quite talented. Damien realized he hadn't seen any of them really fight, even Alucard, since he was undergoing cosmic rebirth during the great battle beyond the barrier of law. This was a time when they could freely exert their strength when necessary, and he had to say, the urge to fight them is crazy. At the end of the day, Alexander was still him. The experiences Alexander had before his memories awoke were Damien's experiences, experienced by his soul, not by any other. Therefore, even the unaware Alexander possessed traits he did when he was young. He was a battle maniac, an instinct that was still somewhat present, especially since he used his physical strength rather than laws. Whenever a strong opponent appeared, Damien felt the rush of fighting them that he'd been lacking in his main body for a very long time. Because unlike him, the current Alexander didn't have any responsibilities on his shoulders. Even this labyrinth he'd entered for the sake of battle. It was quite notorious in the outside world for its powerful beasts, and for good reason. The most common of them were fourth class, and they only got stronger as one went deeper. Alucard and Lucille's group was approaching a point of no return already. In earthen terms, they were nearing the boss battle. They fought and claimed treasures, laughed and protected each other's backs, and finally, they reached a set of massive stone doors separating this area from the rest of the labyrinth. "This is a first," Lucille said, brushing his fingers across the etchings on the doors. Indeed, the rest of the labyrinth didn't have anything like doors. It was quite annoying, but if this is here, doesn't that mean we are nearing the end? Lucifer continued. The two of them looked to Alucard for answers, and he nodded to satisfy their curiosity. The owner of this labyrinth, or someone associated with him, should be beyond this door. Once you defeat them, you will attain that thing. Once we defeat him, you're not helping. Lucifer asked again. Ha-ha-has. Helping? Lucifer, weren't you planning to rid your clan of their reputation of being dull? Commander Ho replied, laughing boisterously. TCH, it was worth trying. Lucifer clicked his tongue, sulking somewhat as the others joined in and teased him. They conversed for a few more minutes, making guesses as to what they were going to see and what kind of strategies they would use before finally pushing open the door. In the shadows behind them, Damien's eyes sparkled. He wasn't expecting to see one here. Just like his first experience in a secret realm, all the way back on Apeiron, it was chained there, sealed beyond countless layers of debilitating barriers. A Nox. Chapter 1324 Avatar. Chapter 1324 Avatar 5. The group was silent as they stared at it. Unlike the weak lesser Nox Damien and Rose faced back then, this one was a fully grown fourth class that had at least entered the 9 revolutions at some point. I thought we drove them all out, Lucille said icily. We did, but not all of them could be driven away, Alucard answered. The reason our party was put together like this was for the very purpose of hunting this Nox. Why are you still surprised? Lucille frowned. Regardless, this is strange. We had sufficient forces to push them back completely, so why is there one sealed here? It cannot be as simple as he needed to be sealed. There was only a single Nox in a room large enough to be called an amphitheater. He had the same ashen gray skin as the rest, but his body was covered in strange, archaic tattoos, concentric in design as if they were made for ritualistic purposes. We do not have much information on this being. However, it is certain he is not as simple as the ones we faced. He might even have connections to an emperor. An emperor? The exclamation was shared by the entire younger half of the group. Some of them had experienced the war, while others were born near or after its end, but none of them had ever met an emperor. The Nox emperors were elusive figures like that. While their identities were known, they never showed their faces, not even the inhuman emperor who was said to have an incredible thirst for blood. Regardless, all we need to do is kill, right? Funnily enough, that's my specialty. Lucifer brought the atmosphere back to normal. Right, they only came here to kill. They didn't need to know why this Nox was sealed as long as they could kill him before the seal was released. And so, they started moving for that purpose. The 2 men who remained nameless to this moment stayed back to guard the entrance. Commander was stood on the other side of the room to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, and with Alucard's help, Lucille and Lucifer were able to get through the barriers and approach the Nox being directly. Alexander watched their process with scrutinizing eyes. At the end of the day, he was an avatar, not an individual. He acted autonomously outside the main body's direct control most of the time, but he was still Damien. He had Damien's soul, he had Damien's memories, and he acted on Damien's orders. So even in this era, there really wasn't anyone who had more experience with a Nox than he did, especially after his main body absorbed the memories of countless lords and 2 emperors. The problem was that even he didn't know anything about the tattoos on this Nox's skin. The Nox were never a ritualistic people. No matter how I think about it, tattoos like that shouldn't be on the body of a Nox, at least not by their own volition. It was strange no matter how he thought about it, especially considering the environment. This labyrinth, this room, the prospective existence of an owner that isn't this Nox. Alexander's expression hardened. It's not that the Nox is sealed here. It's that he was being used as a test subject. It was a trap. Boom. As if it was waiting for that realization, a bloody explosion erupted from the Nox being and blanketed everything around it. Hyuk! Gah! Lucifer and Lucille retreated rapidly under Alucard's protection and put their guards up, but they were already taken by surprise. A claw ripped through the dust cloud and slashed Lucifer's chest. A foot slammed into the ground, crushing it and sending a shock wave through the room that threw everyone back several steps at the very least. Finally, the Nox being's roar was booming to the extent of shattering glass. His eyes were red like blood as absolute hatred radiated from every bone in his body. It had been several thousand years. He had been trapped here and tortured ruthlessly for all that time, and even in the current day, the experiments hadn't ended. Damnumans. That man, the one who captured him, was a maniac. He never even made his goals clear. All he did was act as the perfect picture of brutality. He gained ecstasy from every moment of every day. However, he didn't seem like one of those who fought against them. Rather, he seemed like a traitor who had turned to their side. An absolute psychopath like him was the perfect picture of a Nox despite being a human. And after enduring it for so long, how could this Nox being not feel seething rage towards anything and everything? He didn't care about circumstances. He didn't care about the war or his people. All he wanted to do was kill. And now, the perfect targets had come to him. All of you become my sustenance, so when he returns, I can return unto him what was done to me. Alucard stared at the being with narrowed eyes. This power wasn't like a Nox. The mana radiating from that being's body wasn't the same inky black substance that the rest of his race used. And his power, they cannot handle him. Alucard stepped up personally to fight, and as his movements attracted the Nox's attention, Commander Hua moved as well. Bang! He attacked with a massive hammer disproportionate to the size of his body, slamming it down on the Nox's back. However, there was no movement. The Nox didn't collapse or even seem to register the pain. Instead, he merely turned around to look at the one who struck him. Too many pests. His mana raged, forcing Commander Hua to distance himself. Unfortunately, that was the wrong decision. In that single instant of freedom, the Nox being split his body into 6 clones. Each of them had the same aura as he did and similar power. And without hesitation or any sense of reason in their eyes, they split and charged at each member of the party. Boom! 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 The battle began fiercely. As Commander Hua and Alucard were forced to deal with 2 Nox copies each, the remaining 2 rushed at the weaker members and dominated combat against them. Regardless of the power people like Lucifer or Lucille had, they weren't strong enough to cross the gap between a regular 4th class and the extreme peak. It was difficult for them to even keep their lives. They fought together as the other 2 did the same, and as they did their best to survive and hold off until one of their supremes could come to their aid. Boom! Aakak! An explosion rang out from behind them, followed by a guttural scream. One of the 2 others was missing the entire lower half of his body, while the other was clutching the stump that remained in the place where his arm once was. The mission already went wrong. The Nox was supposed to be sealed, and, more than anything else, this was supposed to be a learning experience for the younger experts who would one day stand at the head of the universe. But looking at the current situation, those same younger experts weren't going to live past today. Alucard and Commander Hua wouldn't be able to defeat their enemies fast enough to save them all. No, perhaps even Lucille or Lucifer would be crippled terribly. Alexander, who was watching from afar, frowned to himself. So, in the end, do I need to step in? Definitely didn't want to stand out, but his presence in this moment would definitely be less impactful on the timeline than the deaths or crippling of those 2 great figures. Chapter 1325, Avatar. It was partially Alexander's fault. In the original timeline, Alexander didn't exist at all. In this labyrinth, those 2 unnamed men were meant to die, and while Lucille and Lucifer would experience loss and injury, they weren't supposed to get anywhere near a fatal wound. This was because Alucard and Commander Hua had more than enough time to save the 2 of them after killing the clones that attacked them. The 2 who died would have died regardless. They couldn't hold out for more than a minute against their opponent, so no matter who tried to save them, their fate was set in stone. Even in a situation where Alexander stepped in and killed the enemy, they would have died in the near future due to some unavoidable circumstance or another. Some people's fates were set in stone like that. Those kinds of fates were precisely what the Saint Emperor fought to change, but not even Damien's main body had the power to do so yet. Still, in the original timeline, they should have lasted at least long enough for Lucille and Lucifer to find an opening to exploit and make distance, giving them a means of survival. However, Alexander came to the labyrinth. He hid his presence from them, but the so-called owner of the labyrinth, who had full control over its every faculty, was more than aware of his presence. He was an unknown variable, and to account for it, when the group arrived at the final room, He forcefully injected substances into the Nox being's body to raise his strength to an unprecedented level, making it so not just the younger experts, but also Alucard and Commander Hoa had trouble dealing with him. This wasn't a trial that could be overcome with just the help of fate. Therefore, Alexander didn't waste any time jumping in and providing aid. Boom! 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 Lucifer and Lucille were holding out surprisingly well. Their combination of light and darkness was similar to when Ryue and Elena combined yin and yang. The effects of their conjoined attack were far better than anything they could produce on their own. They were handling the singular clone in front of them well enough to survive, but the problem was that another one was approaching from behind. Damn it! Lucifer yelled in frustration as he constructed a barrier behind them. How long can you hold? Not long. We're screwed, Lucio responded simply. However, he still fought to his greatest capacity. Whatever. If we die fighting. They weren't kids with weak mentalities. Their characters might have been much less mysterious than they were in the current era, but they were bona fide experts in their own right. So they fought. Believing in the barrier Lucifer set up, they put all their attention on the clone before them, hoping to kill it before its twin arrived from the rear. Unbeknownst to them, said clone would never arrive at all. A barrier? Isn't that better for me? Alexander grinned from the shadows as he realized his actions would be somewhat covered. Before the second clone could make its move towards new targets once it finished the two unnamed men, he jumped out, his fist charged with extreme power as he punched out. Boom! Shockwaves spread throughout the room. The floor cracked under the pressure of his feet as he pivoted and pushed even more force into his flying fist. The Nox clone was struck directly on the jaw. His head snapped to the side with a crack as his bones were shattered and the rest of his body was forced to follow. It's troublesome. This guy has a crazy regenerative ability. Alexander watched it happen in real time. The tattoos on the clone's body lit up, and the bloody red aura he possessed dug into his skin to heal him. It's a good thing he split. If this is the regeneration of a clone, the true body would have been an absolute nightmare to kill. Nevertheless, for Alexander, healing abilities were the least threatening thing in the world. After all, he'd been practicing to negate exactly that. Damien saw the future from the void. He knew what stood at the end of Alexander's growth path. And to prepare for the day he could directly shatter divinity, he first practiced shattering similar concepts like regeneration, or rather, immortality itself. Since it was an authority he himself possessed, he could study the concepts with his main body and transmit the knowledge to his avatar to help with comprehension. The lack of space and time in the void made this incredibly convenient. Bastard, you think you've won, don't you? Alexander said arrogantly. The Nox clone was currently grinning with a haughty expression, as if begging Alexander to hit him again and see what happened. Naturally, Alexander obliged. Allow me to show you something more terrifying than the guy who gave you these abilities. He grabbed the Nox clone by both sides of his head and injected mana into his skull. Through that mana, he showed the clone a vision. It was an incomprehensible sight. Light's novel, that sight. Perhaps only Damien and maybe the deceased Saint Emperor were the only ones who could look at it and keep their minds intact. The clone had no idea what he'd seen, but even trying to rationalize it a little bit was too much. His mind shattered into a million pieces, and the sentience he possessed was torn to shreds. Now then, I think you deserve a little beating. A mindless Nox was far easier to deal with than an intelligent one. With Alexander's fists, this kind of creature didn't stand any chance, no matter what its strength level was. Bang, 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 bang. Fist after fist, kick after kick, struck that Nox being from every side. His body was thrown around like a rag doll, as every single one of his bones was broken from head to toe. The tattoos on his body flared up as they tried to heal him. However, Alexander's mana property suppressed that power and disallowed its existence. Regeneration was not possible under his jurisdiction. Boom! How does that feel? Alexander grinned as he slammed the Nox clone's broken body into the ground. Well, I guess you wouldn't be able to answer regardless, so it's pointless to ask. He raised his leg into the air and stomped down ferociously. Boom! His foot crushed the Nox being's head and splattered black ink across the ground. The remaining force dug into the labyrinth itself and further cracked the already broken floor into dust. Boom! 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 With a few more punches, the Nox being's body was completely obliterated. That's the only problem with prioritizing physical abilities. When it came to the Nox, he had to do a lot more work than a normal person to prevent their complete regeneration. Maybe I should train a lot too. Considering this body's origins, maybe fire would be good. He shrugged and looked around. Ah, right, there was that situation. Alucard and Commander were right about finished with their clones. However, Lucifer and Lucille were on their last leg. How annoying. If the two Supremes were just a second faster, they would have been able to equalize the situation, but that wasn't reality. So Alexander, beyond any desire of his own, would have to truly show his presence. Benderic continued forward uninhibited by their attacks, as its tattoos healed every wound they left on its body, and as its blade-like fingers swept towards Lucifer, Lucille jumped in the way. Lucille! Lucifer yelled anxiously. Gah! Lucille roared in pain as his skin was torn. He was thrown back into his friend by the force, but even that was lucky. If the claw touched Lucifer, who'd already taken a wound, he would have died. And if it was even an inch deeper into Lucille's chest, he would have died as well. Alexander sighed. The timing was too coincidental, but he couldn't help it. He stepped into the ground and pushed off. His body turned into a rocket, and his fist was propelled with absolute speed. Before the Nox clone could reach the duo again, a flaming red man was in front of them. I really didn't want to interfere, so you better give me a proper reward for saving you. With words that sounded more like those of a common street thug than a hero, he let loose the force in his arm. And the Nox, well, it didn't need to be said what happened to him. Chapter 1326, Avatar. Boom! As Alexander said before, the timing was perfect. Perfectly against everything he wanted. He stepped in and slammed into the Nox, throwing him back towards Alucard and Commander Hua. At the same time, those two men finished off the Nox clones they were facing and turned around to rush towards the younger group to save them. However, what they found was a Nox clone conveniently flying at their faces for them to kill. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 The origin of those sounds didn't need to be mentioned. Once the two of them understood the situation, they saved the questioning for later and directly destroyed the Nox clone with their combined strength, not giving it a single opportunity to counterattack. And that was how the battle ended. The four original members of the party regrouped, while Alexander stayed with his back leaned against the entrance wall. It was clear they needed to mourn the loss of those two men who died, and while he wanted to use this moment to run away, Damien was clear on the personalities of these four. The second he put on a mysterious facade, they'd use their information networks to dig up every tidbit recorded about him throughout the universe. If people of their status took actions like that, those watching them would also become aware of Alexander's presence, and it would blow up into something beyond his control. So he waited for them to finish dealing with personal matters and greet him. Eventually, they did, with Alucard at the head. First and foremost, I am Alucard, an instructor from Hidden Death Valley. We sincerely thank you for your aid in this matter. Alucard stepped up and gave a formal bow of respect toward a man he considered at his same level, suppressing his curiosity for now. Alexander looked at each of them before turning his eyes back to Alucard. In their eyes, he was scrutinizing them arrogantly, but in his mind, wow, instructor, huh? Did this guy grow into his position insanely fast? Or is he lying to me right now? According to what he knew, Alucard had been the leader of Hidden Death Valley for far longer than what he claimed, but that was beside the point. Oh, wait, maybe he's here as an avatar. Logically, it made much more sense. All right, you can call me Alexander, and it's not a problem. I was just passing by. Bender Alexander? I apologize if I come off as rude, but I haven't heard your name before. Are you perhaps from a different domain? As expected, Alucard was suspicious of his origins and strength. The fact that he didn't show any reaction to the words Hidden Death Valley was also quite suspicious, since the reputation of their academy more than just preceded them. Considering your status, even if I was from a different domain, you would know me, no? Alexander said with a slight smile. I understand your reason for probing me, but it isn't what you're thinking. I just prefer to keep my name hidden. Maybe you've heard the name Long Chun. As always, Damien used the name of his trusty friend who he hadn't seen for so long as cover. He couldn't avoid the dimensional leaderboard. If he wanted to get stronger faster, its mystic realms and challenge gates were the perfect opportunity. 99% of people didn't do this. For one, the dimensional leaderboard was a way to get one's name recognized on a universal scale, which in most cases would give way to many paths that would otherwise be impossible to someone without status or reputation. Secondly, there was no way to verify if one's accomplishments were truly theirs if they were registered under a false name, since the dimensional leaderboard didn't possess any sort of account system. Light's novel to come to fame with a Title I created personally and be forced to endure the shame of that act, once won, was known wasn't something anyone was willing to do. One could imagine if Damien had to introduce himself to every new person as Heaven's Wrath or Demon God, because that was how he presented himself when he was unknown to understand just an inkling of that. Embarrassment. For Alexander, however, it was a matter of convenience. He didn't use something embarrassing like a title, but instead chose a pseudonym he could pass off as his own name. This way, while he steadily climbed the rankings at a pace that didn't make him stand out, he had a way to back his identity in the case of a situation like this one. Such was the benefit of being able to see the future. Nevertheless, once Long Chun was mentioned, Alucard understood Alexander's intent and immediately checked the dimensional leaderboard ranking, reacting in surprise the next moment. To think there was someone of your caliber who went unnoticed for this long. He exclaimed. It was intentional, so it's not that surprising, Alexander responded in a dull tone. Regardless, it is a ranking in the top 1,000. If it wasn't for you being over the age restriction, I'm sure several people would have been searching for this Long Chun by now. Alexander smiled. Yes, that was the perfect plan he came up with. He steadily raided mystic realms and reaped rewards, but right before he reached a point where eyes would be directed at him, he went over the age of 500. His name was etched into the legacy board, but it was barely visible amidst the countless names around the same position. I truly hope we can become friends. However, it seems you do not feel the same, Alucard continued with a wry smile. Indeed, I've been trying my best to hide myself, you know. If it wasn't for this extraneous situation, you wouldn't have seen a hint of me for a couple thousand more years. That is oddly specific. Consider it a hint. A hint at, if I told you that, it wouldn't be a hint anymore, would it? As the two conversed, Lucille and Lucifer kept their eyes peeled, as if they were trying to discover every little piece of information about this strange man that they could. In reality, they were older than their strength gave them credit for. They'd been alive since the previous Great War, and had even participated in it. However, because of suspicions about the Nox's potential return, they purposefully suppressed their strength and chose not to increase their levels. Because if the Nox truly came back, there needed to be strong people who could still fight on the front lines, unlike the demigods who were forced to sit still and watch as chaos ensued. It was incredibly fascinating for them to find an existence like Alexander who they couldn't read, and Damien knew that as well. To drive their curiosity just a bit more, to give them some motivation to become the figures he expected them to become, he intentionally veiled his aura in just the right amount of mystery. Yet again, he was acting for the sake of his amusement. But his conversation with Alucard still continued productively. He managed to gain their favor, as well as a promise that his identity wouldn't be revealed or investigated. And afterward, he agreed to join them on the rest of their expedition. After all, while the Nox being was destroyed, his presence hinted at a far grander scheme, not just concerning the owner of the labyrinth, but also a potential experimental Nox force being created within the universe's bounds. No matter what, it needed to be found and destroyed. Even Damien agreed on this much, though he wasn't that concerned, because while this was a problem in the current era, it wasn't prevalent at all in the future. Or was it? Chapter 1327 Avatar. When he thought about it, he did see something similar when his main body first viewed the painting of reality. The actions of the Bloodlock clan. Immortal Blood Azura was gone by that point, but he'd corrupted and enslaved a majority of Blood Azura Holy Land before the Force Summoning, so the plan was carried out without his presence. The countless innocents that were sacrificed to form an artificial Nox army were eventually released, and while the universe was somewhat prepared for it due to the information they received from Alicia Bloodlock, they severely underestimated its scale. There were billions of them at the very least. If one took the unsuccessful transformations into account, hundreds of billions were sacrificed for their creation. Those artificial Nox caused great problems, and they were only dealt with by the conjoined effort of several dozens of universal influences, as well as a great deal of time. The process of their defeat was irrelevant, since Alexander would eventually interfere in the future to minimize the damage they caused. But the research itself, wouldn't it have begun with something like this? First, they needed to thoroughly understand the anatomy, physical qualities, ethereal qualities, and traits of the Nox. The next step was to do countless experiments to transfer those qualities to humans, such as what was being done in the human domain in Eden, and once they found some success in their formula, they could take it out of the concept phase and use it like they did in Blood Azura Holy Land. If this was the first step of that process, if the notes of this researcher and many others just happened to survive through the extermination that was currently being carried out and were found by others who wished to succeed their cause, wouldn't obliterating those findings now crush the plan before it even started? That was Damien's thought as he watched Alexander travel with the Alucard group to find and kill the owner of the labyrinth. It was quite the interesting journey, and Alexander played a decently large role in the subjugation, which awarded him more favor from those in the group. However, I can't do much. The consequences were too severe. The butterfly effect of something like that wouldn't just slightly change the future, but completely alter its trajectory. Even Damien's journey would be inhibited, and if he altered events that gave him his current strength, it would harm the big picture. It was a strange feeling, an unsettling one. He had to sacrifice countless trillions of lives, or more, for the sake of saving a greater number in the future. It gave him an understanding of what the Saint Emperor went through. Because no matter how righteous he felt at this moment, no matter how much he wanted to take just the slightest action and save all those lives in the process, he couldn't. It wasn't just planning for an ideal future. It was a matter of responsibility. Damien had an oath to uphold, an oath that he would bring an end to the suffering future generations would have to endure, until he could wholly guarantee that this goal wouldn't be jeopardized by his actions. He couldn't do anything that could affect it. So despite knowing that their subjugation didn't eradicate the root of the problem, he didn't say anything. He bid farewell to the group after taking their communication talismans as a show of respect and left to move towards the ending that surpassed any one person. Should I calm my interference? It was a good idea. Unless he saw an event that would totally alter the course of the future he was planning for, Damien wouldn't move. At least, for the most part. There was one more thing he wanted to do before that, though. Secretly, in the Veil of the Shadows, he traveled the universe for one purpose. And that, well, it was a selfish one. I thought I could overlook it, but as I thought, it's annoying. Light's novel, he didn't really care if she knew what he was doing, since he didn't do it for recognition in the first place. He just wanted to blow off some steam by beating up those bastards who didn't know their place. Several years were spent on that task. Alexander targeted specifically those who were plotting against her to promote their lustful intentions and made sure they'd never speak a word about him or even have thoughts about Iris in the future. The rest, the ones who thought they were above using lowly schemes to grab her attention, were all demigods already, so he didn't have the capacity to go after them, which was both fortunate and unfortunate at the same time. But it was fine. His steps felt light as he finished up his minor revenge on those unsuspecting victims, and without any sort of heavy heart whatsoever, he hid himself away from the universe, somewhere in a secluded corner of the divine realm on a dead star nobody cared about. Bender Alexander spent the next several thousand years like this. He only occasionally left the confines of his star when the main body saw a reality-altering change in the timeline, and he helped those who needed to grow properly for the future's benefit. He did accumulate something of a reputation due to his acts, but besides the time when he met Alucard and the rest, he never revealed his name, whether it be his true name or his alias. Therefore, it was more the reputation of a mysterious hidden expert than the reputation of Alexander, Damien Void's avatar. Still, he had nearly 4,000 years to himself after he stopped being active in the universe. He had to find a way to spend this time, because even as Damien, he'd never experienced thousands of years with his own body. The experience of over 1 billion years of memories engraved in his soul, however, definitely helped. His perception of time became blurred. Every few hundred years only felt like 3 or 4 years to him. And as he sunk into a period of constant training, his perception blurred even further. He gained control over fire laws and engraved the affinity into his soul fragment. He practiced the immortality-breaking technique, as he called it, to perfection, and using his main body as support, studied his own convoluted divinity until he found a way to shatter it. It was an insane training method. What kind of sane person would ever think of experimenting on breaking their own divinity? But for Damien, it was the best course of action. His divinity held a structure none could compete with. If he could break his own, didn't that mean nobody else could stand a chance? That was the basis of his research, but he never actually found a way to shatter his own divinity. Or rather, he didn't have access to that method yet. Perhaps once he truly controlled the void, it would be possible, but at that point, would the concept of divinity even matter? Nevertheless, he grew and grew and grew. He reached a point where even divinity was just a concept he had full understanding of, and subtly, while his avatar grew in the past, his main body got closer to existence in the void. Alexander was now capable of exerting strength far above any supreme despite not being a demigod. It was still unknown if an avatar could pass that boundary without its own ego, but Damien still wanted to try. Having 2 divine bodies would be an absolute cheat code when he went to the heavenly world. But for now, it was rather inconvenient to make Alexander a demigod, so he held off on trying. Alexander's moment had come. The war was in full swing, and the man known as Damien Void had finally entered existence. His journey continued without any knowledge that there was a second version of himself hiding away in a distant world, and eventually, he had to go to No Return Pass, leaving the universe without its fated hero to make sure things didn't go horribly wrong. The Judgment Order started their expedition in the blood-drenched wilderness, and as they activated the summoning circle in hopes of getting aid from a demigod, like Commander, it's time. Alexander opened his eyes in a different world. He harnessed the laws of space through the main body's abilities, and made his first appearance with a bang. 5,000 years had passed. It was now his turn to save the universe. Chapter 1328 Avatar. Chapter 1328 Avatar. 9. It was a shame. Yes, it was an event where the Judgment Order was supposed to practically collapse, leaving no more than 4 members alive. And yes, Alexander's interference made sure a majority of them lived. However, he couldn't save everyone. The laws of causality didn't allow him to create a perfect timeline, because such a timeline would be nothing more than a dull existence without any semblance of reality. Therefore, Alexander couldn't intervene as he pleased. He had to wait for that signal, that moment when Rose activated the array and summoned a helper. The person who was originally meant to take that place wasn't reliable in the slightest. He was a member of the angel race named Devoured, someone who didn't have much presence in the universe. He was a coward, and while he did manage to defeat Hans, he didn't do anything to the Hound Lord, which led to many more casualties within the universe before the ancient battlefield opened. Devoured also forcefully demanded compensation for his work, which, in that atmosphere, drove a wedge between the Judgment Order and the Heavenly Clan, another detrimental move. When considering that he was also barely able to save them and killed several of them for the collateral damage of the fight, his presence was truly a misfortune more than anything else. So it was good that Alexander intervened, even if he couldn't save Shui Yu and the others. The second he caught wind of that specific spatial turbulence, he used the main body's abilities to connect himself to the portal. His body manifested an ion, Looking around, he smiled as he saw the faces he hadn't seen in so long, but he was also well aware that, in their eyes, he wasn't Damien Void. He could easily see the anxiety on Rose's face. It wasn't hard to imagine what she was thinking. "No, it's not that," he said, answering her doubts while trying his best to hide the tender emotions in his voice. "I just took control for a bit. I don't know who your original target was, but I'm better than them anyway. After all, that potential future no longer existed." "Who?" Hans finally reacted to his voice, snapping the judgment order out of their dazes. "Who am I?" Alexander repeated. The formation's light swirled madly and concentrated in the very center of the base camp, where the Nox's summoning formation was located. "Didn't she just tell you?" His shadow started to reveal itself to the crowd. He grinned wildly, his gaze settled on Hans. It was necessary, because if he didn't have an expression like this, he wouldn't be able to hide the absolute rage in his eyes. Regardless of whether he knew the details of the situation beforehand or not, he really couldn't stomach seeing his people being treated like this. "I'm death." He pressed his foot into the ground and shot forward with all his power. He controlled his force, so the man didn't die immediately, but even that was far greater than anything a mere Hans could understand or fight against. Boom! A terrifying rumbling resounded from several tens of kilometers away. A dust cloud swept into the air. "I know you have a lot of questions, but I can't really answer them, so—" Alexander looked over towards where Hans had been thrown before turning back to the judgment order. The majority of them were missing limbs. That majority was far outnumbered by the corpses on the ground, and the blood painting all of their bodies. His eyes turned cold. "I'm going to make that guy experience everything he did to you." Bang! He was aiming to wrap things up as fast as possible, but he was absolutely going to make this Nox being suffer. He reached Hans in a matter of nanoseconds, and within the next few of the same increment, he punched out hundreds and thousands of times, targeting every bone, muscle, and ligament in the Nox's body and crushing each and every one of them into dust. I should give him to them, shouldn't I? Revenge was great no matter how it was served, but it was far more satisfying to achieve it with one's own hands. Within a minute, something crashed in the area before the judgment order. When the dust cleared, that thing's identity became clear. Bang! Well, not so much anymore. Alexander landed on top of Hans' crumpled body with so much force the impact dug a crater several hundred kilometers into the ground. He and Hans disappeared into the darkness of that hole, but the sounds of their battle resounded so clearly it was a miracle they weren't projecting the sound. Boom! 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 AR! Bang! Stop! Bang! This! Bang! Now! Boom! A black blur shot high into iron sky, a red one following soon after. Bang! Hans' body was slammed into the ground again, and Alexander once again followed. However, this time, he didn't make such a powerful move. He landed next to Hans and pushed his arm out. Bang! 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 All four of Hans' extremities were torn from his body. It was an injury even Nox regeneration couldn't heal. He practiced just for this moment, you know? So, Alexander looked around the Judgment Order group. Didn't you want revenge? They were immediately spurred into action by his words. As Alexander and a few of the others watched on, the majority of the Judgment Order went to torture Hans and give him the slowest, cruelest death imaginable. "It's not over yet," Rose said, snapping Alexander out of his thoughts. "We came here for him." Her eyes went to the tent at the very back of the camp, the only area left standing after the previous clash. That guy," he said. "Don't you think there's a reason he never left his tent?" He didn't grin due to the severity of the situation, but the amusement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. "Come here." He beckoned with his finger, and a figure came flying out of the tent. "Introduce yourself." He held a man by his throat. The man had the head of a dog and the strong bronze body of a pharaoh. The aura of divinity could be sensed obviously from him, but why did he look so weak? "What are you?" The Hound Lord, whose reputation preceded him in terrifying the masses, asked in an almost whimpering tone. "Who am I?" Alexander said again, taking full control over the opportunity to look cool. "Never mind. If I do that, the second they find out Alexander is my avatar, it'll be over for me. I don't feel like repeating myself, but you get the point. Just shut up and die. You can't. Oh, but I can. Alexander gripped his fist, a motion mirroring Hans from a few moments ago. Crash. The sound that echoed through the camp was not an expected one. It was like glass shattering. After 400 years of training, not just regeneration or immortality, but the very essence of divinity could be shredded by his power. This is quite the useful skill, Alexander said nonchalantly. Ah, you must be curious. Well, it's nothing much. I just shattered his divinity. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from trying to act cool. Hans was not dead, but he might as well have been. His death was only a matter of when the Judgment Order was finished enacting their revenge. As for the Hound Lord, his body wrinkled and shrunk. He looked like someone who hadn't had a proper meal in decades. Alexander had done his job splendidly, and the time to make a stunning exit had come. The Judgment Order still had plenty of doubts against him, and while seeing his wives question him so suspiciously was definitely painful, it couldn't be helped. He couldn't reveal his identity just yet, so as they tried to understand his intentions, he could only say one thing. Well, let's just say the Judgment Order's biggest fan sends their regards. He grinned, and before anyone could ask another question, he vanished. There was still much more to do. Chapter 1329 Avatar. Chapter 1329 Avatar 10. As the war continued, Alexander continued to show himself at the most critical moments. He appeared on Beast Emperor Star to save the Judgment Order once again, used his power over existence to heal Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor's divinities, and much more. He couldn't just concern himself with the Judgment Order. He saved Fallen Star Holy Land, and saved Atticus and Aisha in the same event. He went to the center of the Divine Realm and aided in the defense of Luxurian, taking care of most of the major threats that caused it to fall. He saved the Judgment Order 3 more times, and while none of their main players were in trouble, he did manage to save a large number of their lower-level members. In the process, he found out something interesting. There was a man named Beast among them. He always wore a mask, and while he gained the trust of his teammates over time, he was still someone none of them knew the identity of. But when Alexander saved him, it was a situation where that mask was torn off. What lay underneath? It was a mutilated and almost disgusting face that had endured countless tortures and horrors. Yet, it was still a face Damien recognized, a face from the deepest recesses of his mind. It was Ethan, the first friend he made on Apiron. After reading his memories, he saw just how tragic Ethan's life was after Damien left. His thirst for power led him to leave Apiron behind and seek greater horizons. And while he was growing properly for almost a decade, he ran into great misfortune and was kidnapped by an evil sect. There, he endured treatment worse than a slave, treatment that could only be compared to how the Nox handled Hassan for far too many years before the sect was eradicated by an enemy force. When he escaped from that circumstance, he was forced to travel the universe alone, slowly regaining his humanity as the war got fiercer. And when the Judgment Order was created as a sanctuary for members of the younger generation, he joined without hesitation, feeling even more at home when he saw those familiar faces among them. It was a tragic story, but luckily, he had found his way home. It would only get better from here, especially now that Damien knew his identity. Naturally, Damien healed the scars and wounds on Ethan's face before sending him to safety, and as he awaited the day they'd meet again face to face, he returned to his duties. He participated in the subjugation of the artificial Nox Force Blood Azura, Holy Land created, and the eradication of the Holy Land itself, which followed, freed Qing Tan and Huofeng from their imprisonment, and led them to Yong'an, and continued helping the universe continue on the right path. Even Tefet's death was prevented, and he and Bai Yuxuan were returned to the sanctuary to heal. However, Damien wasn't a god. He couldn't save everyone. Lucifer still died, just as Luciel sacrificed himself to protect him all those years back on the labyrinth. Lucifer stood in front of him this time and took the attack that would have killed him. He lost his life for the sake of someone he considered far better than him. And while Damien wanted to change that fate, he found that even Alexander's interference couldn't do anything about it. It was the same with Priscilla Adelaire. According to the truths learned during her last moments, she and Rose were indeed of the same bloodline, and the demon-sealing pantheon was always meant to be passed onto the blood successor. It was just assumed that there were no blood successors left in this world. For the sake of the continuation of the pantheon and the event fate deemed monumental for Rose's growth, Alexander's interference was banned. Quite literally as well. As if to prevent his interference in any way, shape, or form, fate forced the events of the artificial Nox extermination to occur at the same time as that event, and he couldn't take his attention away from that rate, since it was far more integral in the grand scheme of things. Pontius still died, and, while nobody else was paying attention to them, another person died in the war. His name was Thaddeus Church. He was the Plague Lord's son, but he was different from his father. After traveling the universe with Aaliyah for over a decade, he found himself feeling things he didn't even know existed. He loved that woman, an impossible love between enemies that couldn't be allowed to exist. And fate seemed to oppose them as well. They were constantly targeted by the Nox due to Thaddeus' betrayal, and during one of those attacks, he was forced to sacrifice himself for the sake of the woman he loved. It was a tragic story, a story of a love that could never be realized. It was a story that was mirrored in countless relationships all across the universe, and while it went unnoticed by most, it would always be remembered by the only person who mattered. War was not a good thing. It was an obvious fact, but it had to be mentioned. In a place where honor and achievements were praised and war was seen as a place to gain these things quickly, it often went unnoticed how much suffering was hidden behind the rose-tinted goggles warriors viewed the concept through. The common people went through hell, and on an individual scale, suffering was far more prevalent than honor. One could talk about lives saved or righteousness, but it could never outweigh the tragedy. Damien also knew that. It was the burden he bore, and he didn't shy away from it. Even though nobody else saw Thaddeus' death, he did. He led Aaliyah to the judgment order so she could hopefully find warmth to keep her sane. He watched the common people suffering from his place beyond reality. He watched the warriors who struggled and survived with all their strength to protect their families behind them. And he watched all the sights nobody else would ever see, so those who suffered would at least be remembered by one person. Just as he told the ancient sovereign in days past, this was the duty of an observer, to record their stories, so no matter how insignificant their existences seemed, they would never truly fade. He didn't interfere too much using Alexander. He showed himself where he was necessary, but he didn't try to change things that shouldn't be changed. Therefore, as the universal war was guided to the most realistic conclusion, he was left with only 3 things left to do, the first of which being a meeting with an old friend. He went to the abyss for that purpose. He followed the guidance of his main body, who could see all of reality from an outside perspective, and reached a place no man had ever been able to reach without an invitation. There he met that man. He didn't even have to explain himself. The second Alexander appeared in the vicinity. He was greeted by the one he came to see. Yeoman stood there with a wide smile on his face and proclaimed as if he'd been waiting for this moment. "I knew you didn't die." Chapter 1330 Avatar. Chapter 1330 Avatar. 11. You knew? Alexander's eyes widened in surprise. It was less about Yeon's belief that he was alive, since most of his other associates felt the same. But how did he know Alexander was Damien? "How could I not know? Did you forget where we are?" "That." Damien smiled. The abyss was definitely a fantastical force. If Yeon could read the nature of his soul fragment within Alexander's body, it meant he'd reached an unreal level. "It seems you've gotten much stronger since the last time we met." "That is natural. However, my growth cannot compare to yours in the slightest." "Was death so beneficial?" "Surprisingly, yes, but I prefer we don't joke about it." Damien responded wryly. He was glad his friend could still act this sarcastic about a serious topic like that, but still, he didn't want to remember it more than he had to. Putting that aside, Yeongan continued, noticing Alexander's awkward expression. "You must have a reason for visiting me this time, no?" "Of course." He didn't want to make personal visits, but there was a time and place for that. The war would be over soon enough, and when that happened, He could take all the time in the world to relax and spend time with the people he forgot to cherish. I know you've already made contact with the Judgment Order, but I'm not here to talk about that this time. Yeoman's eyes widened. That was unexpected. He didn't know what else Damien could possibly be talking about, but the Saint Emperor is dead. His heart skipped a beat. What did you just say? I said the Saint Emperor is dead. I killed him. Why? I know it's confusing, but it's the truth. Damien didn't explain anything about the battle. By the current timeline, it hadn't happened yet, but because the ancient battlefield was disconnected from the lower universe, he could still talk about it. The causality wouldn't be touched by something like that, since his actions here couldn't impact the ancient battlefield. Yeoman naturally had a load of questions about the event, but Damien did his best to avoid the ones he could while answering the ones he couldn't. He had gained respect for the Saint Emperor because he understood the Saint Emperor's actions. However, Yeoman was his friend. Yeoman was someone whose life was ruined by the Saint Emperor. He was raised as a sacrifice so Damien could grow, so the plot could progress. And while the Saint Emperor might have had a just cause for doing so, his actions weren't just in the slightest. Yeoman's family had been destroyed, and his life was a torturous hell from childhood until the moment he faced Damien for the second time. So no matter how Damien felt about the Saint Emperor, he couldn't let it be known. The Saint Emperor had to be remembered as a villain. That was the only way his desires could be realized. It made Damien feel uncomfortable. He had all of the Saint Emperor's memories, so he was well aware of how the man felt while he took actions like he did with Yeoman, but what did that matter? No matter what he said, no matter how he tried to justify it, there was no way to redeem the Saint Emperor in the eyes of Yeoman and the rest who suffered by his hand. That conversation was difficult to have with all these complicated emotions filling his mind, but Damien eventually got to the end of it. And when he did, he was finally able to get to the main point. Do you remember that day you told me about the curse your race suffers from? He said. Yeoman nodded. He remembered very well, and he was still suffering under its influence now. I can remove it. Those were Damien's words. I can remove that curse and grant you freedom. So please use that freedom for me. I will take you and your people to the heavenly world with me, and together we can fight against the true cause of your race's misfortune. This was his goal. The Nox were an enemy force for the most part, but at this point, Yeoman had gathered every one of them who was willing to change their ways. His followers were people who could be redeemed, and Damien was absolutely willing to aid them in said redemption. Yeoman was naturally surprised by his suggestion, but Damien was his savior. Damien was the one who offered him a chance at redemption in the first place. And it could be said that everything he had now stemmed from this man. So was there even a question? He held his hand out with a smile, as if it was a foregone conclusion. I'm looking forward to our future cooperation. Damien looked down at that hand with the same smile as he shook it. As am I. Damien spent a decent amount of time with Yeoman. The two of them talked about many things, and Damien had a chance to explain what happened to him after the events of Alcatraz. His story was mystifying, practically a thing of imagination, but the fact that it was all true made it even more unbelievable. Even Yeoman, who had developed a practically fanatic faith in Damien's strength after everything that happened, was baffled as their conversation continued. Are you not going to meet them? Yeoman eventually addressed the elephant in the room, but Damien shook his head. Not in this body. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back when I see them, and I'd rather have that reunion face to face. It was a matter of selfishness more than anything else, but it was also for safety. Causality was a complicated concept that couldn't be understood easily. Damien didn't know how his presence, his true presence, in their lives right now would affect them. And more than anything else, because of how pivotal they were in the war effort, he couldn't influence their actions in a direction outside what they were naturally experiencing. Yeoman somewhat understood it. Well, he understood as much as he needed to. So, basically, you're going to use me to tell them. I'm glad you catch on quickly. This is going to be really annoying. You know they won't trust me easily, right? He wasn't wrong. His wives would already be skeptical since Yeoman was a Nox. But they would be even more skeptical if he started saying things like, Damien is alive, without any sort of proof or evidence. Too many Nox had tried to manipulate the universe's people for them to trust their race easily, even if they were the good kind like Young and How about this, he said. His face turned redder than his hair. Something only the girls would know, something that should have never seen the light of day ever again. Damien definitely hesitated to say it, but it was the only way to show them he was truly back, even if he couldn't see them personally. Because the only way for Young to know was if either they told him personally or if Damien told him himself. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to speak. Next time you see them, tell them this. As Damien said what he wanted to say, Young-An's eyes widened into saucers. He had a feeling. He definitely just heard something he was never supposed to hear. Chapter 1331, Final Battle. Chapter 1331, Final Battle. 1. Time passed swiftly. As the universe gradually gained the ability to stand on its own feet, Alexander's presence within it diminished. The war continued to rage on. Large and small battles destroyed parts of the infernal realm, but the Nox were being continuously pushed back. The war zone was shifting into Hephaestus, and as the Dwarven domain had already been largely destroyed by the Nox's efforts to plunder world cores, the actual damage caused by the war itself was mostly lessened. Though, since the reason was that Hephaestus was already ruined, it wasn't necessarily something to be proud of. Nevertheless, things were going well for Grand Heaven's boundary now that the Nox demigods were gone. Despite the great damage that it took in the past few decades that left it a shell of its previous self, it was more than enough for the people who stayed alive. The common population who couldn't fight was being protected within the borders of the human domain and the divine realm, and the warriors and soldiers felt a suffocating feeling in their hearts as they realized that the end was approaching. The total number of Nox had been cut down severely by the countless battles in the past. They were now holed up in the Old Heaven's army headquarters and the areas around it, playing more defensively than ever before. Now was the time to strike. Now was the time to end the war. The demigods had been gone for roughly a decade now, which meant the results of their battle would become clear soon. So before they returned, things in the universe needed to be settled. Otherwise, in the case where the Nox side won, the chances of victory would completely evaporate. Currently, a meeting was going on. It was a meeting like any other, and those present with a say in it were the same characters who'd been leading the war for the past decade. Rose, Ryue, and Elena, who'd risen to the peak of supremes and represented the pride of the younger generation, stood at the head. Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor, two advisors who were already respected within the older generation and the only two demigods still in the lower universe, had positions with the same weight as their identities. The core members of the Judgment Order, like Su Ren and Long Chun, strategists like Lucille, Alicia Bloodlock, and several other well-known individuals also sat at the main table, including Young, who was an unexpected face to most. Along with them, there were several military advisors and generals in the room to spectate and pass their decisions along at the fastest speed possible. These were the universe's most trusted people, those who would not betray them no matter what. Because even in this time, when a universe wasn't losing so badly, people still turned traitor for one reason or another. The topic of this meeting was the final counterattack. They were making plans on how to move their forces to completely corral and kill the Nox left in the universe. With Young and support, understanding their movements was simple. With the brains of those like Rose and Lucille, creating strategies was also easy, and with the wisdom and experience of those like Tianyang, any flaws in the plan could be directly picked apart and fixed. After warring for so long, the synergy between these people had grown to an unprecedented level, so such meetings were really more for the sake of appearance than anything else. Their confidence had to be made known to the lower-level troops, after all. The meeting proceeded extremely smoothly. Before some of the spectators even realized it had started, it was over. And despite the speed, nobody could say they rushed things. Their plans were far too concrete for such a statement to be true. As the various forces left to carry out their duties to prepare for the scheduled battle, Yeoman stood up with some slight hesitation in his heart. I won't get killed, right? Thinking about the conversation he had with Alexander a bit ago, he figured things would be fine, but he was still scared. Damien could see Rose, Ryue, and Elena the way he did because they were his wives. However, to anyone else, they were far too fearsome to just approach. The feats they accomplished in this war were magisterial. They, as part of the younger generation, most of whom were still just a part of the universe's forces and not key figures like they were expected to be, had become so integral to the war effort that anyone in existence, whether it be the strongest experts or the most common farmers, knew their names. Their legends were adored by all. They were the role models that children growing up in this era aspired to be, and to people who'd fought side by side with them. There were people who absolutely couldn't be offended, because when they got serious, they were terrifying. Nevertheless, Yeoman made a promise to his friend, so he had to do something. He approached them before they left the meeting room and asked them for a moment of their time, waiting for those unrelated to vacate the premises before he spoke again. With just the four of them in the room, Rose took the opportunity to speak first. Was there something? If it isn't important, you know what will happen. Yeoman smiled wryly. I understand why you don't trust me, but please try to hear me out on this one. Their relationship was rocky. Yes, he was of great help, and yes, he was Damien's friend, at least according to him, but the three women couldn't easily drop their guards with anyone. This included most of the Judgment Order. Their attitudes were completely understandable, so despite the grievances in his heart, Yeoman naturally didn't question them on it. But this time, well, if they continued to hold their prejudice, he'd die before he was able to give them the good news. Still, he steeled himself and looked into their eyes. I will make a mana oath first. I, Yeoman, swear that everything I say from this point forth is absolutely true. If I lie, may the heavens strike me down. He started with assurance, even though Damien already told him it wouldn't work. As Damien was in the void, something like a mana oath wouldn't be able to sense his presence. So if Yeoman spoke wrong, it would still strike him down despite him speaking the truth. But he did it anyway as a show of faith. After taking a deep breath, he continued on to the main point. Damien Void is still alive. Vumum. Yeoman's eyes bulged. The air in the room cooled down to sub-zero temperatures in an instant, and something invisible was grabbing his neck with such force that it felt like his trachea was going to be crushed. What did you say? Ryue spoke first. All three of their eyes were absolutely cold. Damien's name was a taboo. Everyone knew it. The second it was mentioned, the moods of these three women would become horrifying. They had yet to accept his death, but after a decade of fighting without seeing a hint of him, they couldn't help but fear the worst. In order to push that fear down and maintain hope, they did not allow themselves to think about the matter of his life or death, because if they did, their mentalities would break down. They treated themselves like widows, because it was the only way to survive. But Yeoman, and this Nox being, suddenly came and said he was alive? What was his goal? Why now? No matter what, it was better to kill him first. They couldn't allow themselves to be shaken at this time. Yeoman could see all those thoughts in their eyes. He could feel their cold, killing intent encroaching on his soul. This kind of fear, he hadn't felt it since the last time he saw the Saint Emperor. Wait, I can't explain. He squeezed the word out in a panic. He had to save his life somehow. Rose glanced at Ryue for a moment, and the force-crushing Yeoman's neck lessened enough for him to speak. Ha ha ha. If you cannot give a satisfying answer, you will die here. Yeoman nodded, catching his breath. I have evidence. I was told as long as I say it, you will not question me anymore. He knew what he had to say, but will this really work? Under their scrutinizing gazes, his face turned a shade of red one wouldn't expect possible with the Nox's natural skin tone. I have no choice. He steeled himself again. Even if it wasn't his dark history, it would become his dark history the moment he said it. It didn't matter. He had to save his life. So, as he gathered up every little bit of courage in his body, he yelled out confidently, "But my eye, the pain in my right eye. Everyone, leave me before the demons sealed in my right eye, and the dark demonic flames sealed in my right arm, become uncontainable. I, Damien Void, am the ancient god of the world. I am indomitable." The silence was incredibly loud, and Yeoman wanted to die. Actually, it would be better if they just killed him now. He was fine with that. But contrary to his expectation, "You may leave now," Rose spoke up. Naturally, Yeoman ran away with his tail between his legs as fast as possible to get away from the embarrassment he wished he didn't have to remember. He ran away so fast that he didn't catch the hints of tears forming in the eyes of those three women. Chapter 1332, Final Battle. Chapter 1332, Final Battle. 2. Damien was a spiritual god in the eyes of those who called Grand Heaven's boundary their home. His deeds have been widely publicized, and the fact that he was the reason their universe was able to gain proper footing in this war was known to all. Nobody viewed him as anything less than a god. Any slander about him would lead to an immediate beating or even execution in some places. It was a fanatic belief that would be harmful in most cases, but was absolutely necessary for keeping the universe's people hopeful in the current times. Therefore, the perception of Damien right now was a little twisted. His life prior to the first dungeon was buried. His story, in the eyes of most, began in a Pyron. No, that was irrelevant. Even putting that aside, there were only 4 people who knew: Claire Watson, Rose, Ruyue, and Elena. Only they knew of his dark history. Only they knew of the time he spent as a child before mana even existed, the time that even he himself still to this day considered his weakness. Damien's dark history. To hear it from the mouth of someone like Young and meant one of 2 things. Either the 3 of them spilled the truth, or Damien himself told him. And the 3 of them were very clear on what they had and hadn't done. They stood in that meeting room alone. Rose had already distorted reality, so they were essentially existing in a separate plane that no other being could detect or peer into. Did that just happen? Elena spoke first, her voice quivering. It did, Rose replied. Ruyue was silent. Ha. They didn't know what to think. No, their minds were completely blank. But in their hearts, they understood. Tears streamed down their faces without them even realizing it. They were shell-shocked. But it was true. That bastard, Elena stuttered. He's still alive. Rose said the words they'd all been avoiding ever since that day when Ryue's soul connection broke. It took several minutes before they could even move. They hugged each other and cried. The feelings in their hearts were indescribable. How could one define what it felt like to realize someone one thought was dead for so long was still alive and well? Sadness, joy, ecstasy, pure and unadulterated liberation, euphoria, excitement, agitation, and more than anything else, a sense of relief that made them feel like all of their worries disappeared. The knot in their hearts, the knot in their souls, that didn't allow them to truly be themselves for so long was gone. That knot not only affected their mentalities, but even their strength. The main reason they hadn't been able to ascend to divinity was precisely due to this knot. They were fighting this war for survival, and they were fighting this war for revenge. But frankly, they didn't know what they'd do when it ended, because the light in their lives was already gone. He was not here anymore, so they didn't have anything to strive for. Some people moved on after their partners died. Some people found happiness again because even their loved ones would want that for them. However, they weren't like those people. Their emotions of love were gone from the moment Damien left. They would not be happy again without him, and if it wasn't for each other's presence, they would have collapsed long ago. But he was alive. Damien was alive. Since Young and delivered the news, he was likely in a situation where he couldn't see them directly, but that didn't matter at all, because he was alive, and that was all they could ever hope for. They stood in that meeting room for hours celebrating amongst themselves. He's alive. That phrase, which had already been repeated so many times, was still repeating over and over again in their heads. They couldn't help themselves but to celebrate. They couldn't help themselves but to smile. This feeling of liberation brought by his ethereal presence wasn't something they could easily calm down. But one thing was certain. In this final battle, they would perform far better than ever before in anticipation of his return, and Rose calmed herself first. There was something more important than even the final battle right now. We need to tell Zara, as fast as possible, They needed to tell her before she could do anything reckless again. Ever since that day, their lives had changed. That battle was a turning point in many lives, but none of them were quite like theirs. That day, they achieved the impossible, and as a result, they reached a state neither of them expected. They became one, and they learned the truth of their existence. At first, it was difficult. Living together as one, trying to unify their thoughts, it was a difficult thing to do. However, they eventually managed because just as much as they diverged, they came together. They were equal and opposite. Their names were Zara and Aaliyah, and together, they represented the perfect harmony between yin and yang. When Beast Emperor Star was brought to the divine realm, Zara and Aaliyah were left in a space outside reality for a very long time. Even when they returned, only Rose, Ryue, and Elena were made aware of their continued existence in their new state. They became a secret trump card for the Grand Heavens Boundary armies, and their contributions were no less than the 3 women who stood at the head of those armies. But their state was definitely strange. Ryue was the biggest help to them. Lily and May, the twins who inhabited the same body due to their special constitution, were in a state similar to theirs. When Zara and Aaliyah merged, they didn't engulf each other at all. They controlled their new body together, and they could either split control and work together or take individual control of their physical vessel, as they decided. Their situation was similar to the twin spirit body that Lily and May possessed, but the cause and meaning behind their dual consciousness were completely different, and the way it functioned was also not nearly the same. However, the similarities allowed them to adapt far faster, and they learned to balance their egos far better because of Lily and May's help. They were doing well. However, tragedy struck them as it did everyone else. They, who were now jointly connected to Damien through the companion contract Zara signed in the past, felt his death more viscerally than anyone else. And Zara broke down. She hid herself in the depths of their joint consciousness, and Aaliyah was forced to take the reins for several years as she submerged herself in darkness. And when she came back, it was like she'd lost all hope. She went on a rampage. She forcefully took over their body and recklessly challenged the Nox time after time. It was only when Rose and the girls finally managed to get back in touch with her that she somewhat calmed down. Still, she hadn't been able to cope with Damien's death as well as everyone else. She, who had been ethereally connected to him for the majority of her life, felt a void in her soul that couldn't be ignored. So even the girls couldn't control her all the time. She was now about to be in another reckless situation. Before the final war started and she lost the chance to do something like this again, she was going to rush the Nox again. She did not want to leave this war alive. Not if she couldn't live with Damien. Chapter 1333, Final Battle. Chapter 1333, Final Battle 3. Aaliyah couldn't do anything. When they merged, their memories merged as well. Just as Zara experienced her life, she was instilled with the same feelings for Damien that Zara had, so she could understand her sister's feelings. However, she couldn't support her actions. It was troubling sharing the same body with someone who couldn't get their thoughts in order, and Zara's overwhelming emotions made it hard to seize back control. Plus, there was another problem. They were now one being. If Zara was caged away for her own safety and saw her mental state deteriorate further, those effects would rebound and injure them both. So how could Aaliyah help her sister? It was impossible. She had to vent these emotions somehow, and there was nobody who could set her on the right path. Or at least that was how it was. Until that day. It was only a week before the final war was supposed to start. The meeting between the high executives had just come to an end, and within the same day, Rose found their location through the vast information network she'd set up over time. When the 3 women visited at once, Aaliyah already knew something special was happening. But when they shared the news they'd just learned and assured its veracity, her excitement peaked. Zara's mind was engulfed in darkness. If one looked into it, they'd find a sea of blackness, in which Zara sat in fetal position, hiding away from the world. What controlled her was her desire to kill and her desire to die. But those words cut through the darkness. Damien is alive. Those words that she'd been praying to hear for years finally graced her ears, and even the slight hope that it was true brought her into the light. She heard the whole story from the girls. She kept contact with them and disappeared because she didn't want to be near warmth. If she felt warmth, she was afraid she'd forget her rage. However, the girls never lost track of her. They had always been silently watching over her to make sure her recklessness never truly led her to death. Now that the time had come to share the good news, they came instantly and made sure Zara would be back in her right mind. And for the first time in almost 5 years, Zara and Aaliyah returned to their original harmony. The girls filled them in on the plans made earlier that day, and understanding Zara's state because they experienced it before they came here, they left her alone. Zara and Aaliyah took this time to find a secluded place so they could finally talk again. It was silent at first. Aaliyah didn't know how to start the conversation. She didn't know what to say to her sister now. She could feel the overflowing happiness coming from her other half. And while she felt happiness as well, her personal feelings towards Damien weren't the same as Zara's. Aaliyah had a time when she was obsessed with him. There was a scent coming from him that made him undeniably attractive, and if he even touched her, her body would react strangely. But that scent wasn't a matter of her own emotions. Rather, it was a rebound from Damien's connection with Zara. Once that truth was revealed, she started to feel a bit uncomfortable about him. It wasn't anything he did, since he always tried his best to reject her without abandoning her. She was just embarrassed when she thought about how she acted in the past. So when she thought about Damien, he felt more estranged than he was to most others. She was glad he survived, and she thought it was a shame when he died, but because she couldn't empathize with Zara's connection to him, she didn't know how to start a conversation about him. However, there was no need for her to do so. "I am sorry." Zara spoke first. "I was too rash. I can't do anything but apologize." She wasn't necessarily sorry for her actions. She would have done so regardless. But she was definitely apologetic for dragging Aaliyah into her mess. "It's fine." Aaliyah thought she'd be angry, but she surprisingly wasn't. Rather, she was happy for her sister. She was just relieved that her mental state wasn't so negative anymore. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked. Zara hesitated for a moment. "I didn't know what emotions were before I met him." She had to share this story, even though Aaliyah already knew it. "I was just a cub, terrified and distrusting of the world. Because of him, I was able to obtain freedom, become strong, and grow into an actual person. It would have been impossible if not for him. When I saw him build relationships with other people, I felt strange. When I came to learn that that emotion was jealousy, I became curious about why I felt that way, and slowly I began to understand emotions. The one called love more than anything else. That feeling, I don't think I'll ever be able to feel it for anyone but him. Not even me. It's different." Aaliyah smiled internally. She understood well. Zara wasn't talking about romantic love. No, with the relationship they'd had since young, if Zara felt romantic feelings towards Damien, it would be rather strange and uncomfortable. He was her support system. He was like a father, a brother, and even a mother to her. She never knew what family truly meant until she met him. Even the wolf pack that raised her before the first dungeon's wyvern started covering her was just a group she stayed with. When she met Damien, her entire life changed. At some point, he became her entire reason for existence. She tried several times to change that. It wasn't just once or twice. She always wanted to learn to live for herself, because that was what Damien wanted for her too. He always pushed her to strive for happiness without him, so that she could always live happily even in the instance where he wasn't there. But what was the problem? No matter what she did, she always found that she couldn't find happiness unless he was at least somewhat involved in her life. The world was a scary place. It was a cold place. When he went to No Return Pass in the abyss, Zara lived, so he would be proud of her when he was back. When he died, what was there to look forward to? It was unhealthy in a sense, but that was her happiness. That was how she wanted to live. Even Aaliyah's presence didn't change that. She was finally able to find herself again when she learned of his survival. "Ah, this girl." Aaliyah sighed in acceptance. There was really nothing she could do. At this point, there's only one solution. That bastard better not die no matter what. If nothing else, then for my sister's sake. For now, There was no point stressing about it. Zara was able to put her story out into the world, and she was able to get those feelings off of her chest. She cried, she celebrated, and she regained her sense of self. So she was finally ready. They said the final battle will be in 2 weeks, right? She said. Upon getting Aaliyah's confirmation, she made a decision for the both of them, one that Aaliyah was fully accepting of. Let's participate properly this time. Instead of charging recklessly, we'll do something he can look forward to when he comes back. As Damien expected, telling them through a third party was the best choice. Each and every one of them was invigorated by the news, and in preparation for the future to come where they could reunite, they did their best while prioritizing their lives. The day of the final battle was approaching, and as the involved parties gathered, the air in Grand Heaven's boundary was suffocating. This was it. Not just the last stand of the universe or the Nox, but the end of this cycle that had destroyed universe after universe for billions of years. Chapter 1334, Final Battle. Chapter 1334, Final Battle. 4 forces were gathering. The stage of the final battle was naturally on Hephaestus. With such a large number of troops moving back and forth to plan, it was impossible to hide the fact that a large-scale war was going to take place soon. Rose and the rest planned for this. The day they made their plans, they used the long-distance teleportation array system to set up a perimeter around Hephaestus so the Nox couldn't escape beforehand. It was one of their best cards to this day. The Nox had tried several times to gain access to it. If they were able to, they'd gain an advantage that even the universe's current advantage couldn't overcome. However, the arrays were just made that well. No matter what they did, it was impossible for them to even activate them. Whether it be a Nox or a traitor, none of them could be verified by the array systems, and even when they hid amongst crowds of regular people, they'd be ousted and captured instantly. There were a few times when they managed to bypass this seemingly impregnable defense. Around 4 years ago, using a disruption in the spatial layers to trick the array system, a large number of Nox troops succeeded in entering and almost took the universe by storm. Countless troops were distributed as fast as possible to guard the most important array locations in case the Nox emerged there, and the Grand Heaven's boundary forces were on high alert for several hours at a level of tenseness they hadn't reached in months at that time. The result? The Nox never even exited the spatial layers. Damien specifically made the arrays to disallow anyone who wasn't permitted from reaching their destination. If the array was activated forcefully or through any means other than natural activation, its innate defense systems would activate to identify who had illegally used them. The spatial corridor connecting the arrays would widen, and the rate of teleportation would be slowed to what was essentially a stop. Information on the intruders would be transmitted to Lucille, who had the head token that gave him priority control over the arrays, and he would be able to judge whether to allow the transmission to continue or to take preventative measures. When the Nox were the ones using the portal, there was really no need to think about it. He activated the highest level of protection, and the spatial corridor directly shattered into bits, forcing the Nox to endure spatial storms and chaotic waves of unstable space-time until their bodies were evaporated from existence. Nobody would have thought Damien could create such a mystical array system. It was truly impregnable, and for each flaw, a separate defense system was in place to correct it. The universe managed to stay protected that way and maintain the advantage they held with control of the array system. And even in the current situation, it allowed them to form a cage and decide the location and flow of the final battle, without the Nox being able to stop them at all. It was already here. The universe's forces stood on standby throughout Hephaestus, and the various commanders in charge of them were almost done giving their heroic speeches to raise the army spirits. The only advantage the Nox had now was numbers. But the universe made up for their smaller number with elite soldiers who could fight against crowds individually if the need arose. And when the various plans made by the highest authorities were also taken into account, there's no way we can lose. Rose looked to her sides. Elena and Ryua, Zara and Aaliyah, Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor, the members of the Judgment Order. Everyone was here, and everyone was ready. She smiled. Shall we go then? A small communicator appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she gave the signal. Lucio received it from the back lines. Hung! A horn blew with such force that its roar resounded through the entirety of Hephaestus. That marked the beginning. All forces moved to accomplish their given tasks, and the final war began. The scale was massive. There were still billions of Nox remaining despite all the work that had been done to quell their numbers. This was only the number that actively participated in the war. When Damien was on Alcatraz, he eradicated several quintillions of lesser Nox. Yet, there were still trillions who remained in various parts of the abyss and the boundaries of the universe. Those were lesser Nox who'd already been conscripted for the sake of the war and kept away for when they were needed, and they became pests the universe had to take care of. Considering how much time had passed, they did a great job quelling said pests. Their numbers were far less than before, but they were still extreme. Plus, that was just the lesser Nox. Those higher Nox became warier with every passing day. They moved carefully, and rather than prioritizing their duties, they began to prioritize life. Even if they failed everything else, they made sure they'd survive. However, they'd now been put in a situation where survival was impossible if they didn't win the war. Under the command of their supremes, they steeled their wills and developed a sort of blazing insanity. If they didn't kill, they would die. That was the mentality they entered the war with. That was a mentality that made combat far harder for the universe's forces than it would have normally been. Still, the universe had its own cards. Those supremes couldn't actively interfere in the battles their weaker counterparts were fighting. Whether it be supremes, executioners, or high commanders, the universe made absolutely certain they would be too busy keeping themselves alive to help their race win this war. Rose, Ryua, Elena, and the rest split up. Each of them was an army of their own, so they were going to make sure all the supremes were dead by the end of the battle. For that to work, they had to deal with quite the number on their own. At the moment, any one of them could be seen with at least 10 supremes in their vicinity, trapped there through one method or another. In Rose's case, it was something similar to a personal reality. She couldn't control creation, but that didn't matter, because her power of illusion had become something fantastical. Illusion and reality. There was no need for her to differentiate between them. Reality was her illusion, and thus, anything she wished possible was possible. 12 Supremes surrounded her in a tight formation, warily watching her every move. The reputation she'd built in the past decade wasn't a joke. They had a great numbers advantage and a relative strength advantage from an objective standpoint, but they didn't believe either of those things true. Rose Adelaire, who was both the hidden leader of the current Grand Heaven's boundary and the successor of the Demon Sealing Pantheon, was not someone they could handle. Yet they had no choice, for the fabric of reality itself was forcing them to stay within her range. Rose smiled as she saw the fear on their faces. Originally, my will to fight was a bit cold, so I would have dragged this out somehow, but her eyes sharpened into daggers. She raised her hand into the air, summoning her mana into the atmosphere. I have something far more important to do after this, so I'd appreciate if all of you just died without a fuss. Chapter 1335, Final Battle. Chapter 1335, Final Battle, 5. Rose Adelaire. Among Damien's wives, her origin was the least impressive. She was a princess of a great empire on a Pyrrhon, sure, but that was the extent of it. The number of people in similar positions to her across the universe was in the millions, if not more. Her affinities also weren't anything to brag about. A wind affinity and an illusion affinity, while the latter was definitely rare, it wasn't all that special, at least not in the way it was usually perceived. Because at the end of the day, illusions were just illusions. Higher caliber experts could see through them all with their perception abilities, no matter what kind of strength was poured into them. Elena was from Earth, but her origins were mysterious and connected to a race long extinct from Grand Heaven's boundary. As for Ryua, while she also had common origins in the grand scheme of things, she was blessed with an absolute affinity that destined her for greatness. In comparison, Rose was nothing. It was the same with her personality. She was always reserved and understanding. She never seemed to have strong opinions of her own, And even when she did, she never truly acted assertive enough for people to take her seriously. Some people called her bland. Some said she was just a shell of a person acting as if she had everything. But how could they know? How could they know the kinds of thoughts in her heart? If they were talking about the version of her who existed as a princess in a Pyron, they would be correct. That version of her was confused, and even after meeting Damien, it took a long time for that confusion to clear up. Everyone seemed to have a role, and she desperately tried to find hers. Because of that, she allowed people to walk over her, and she maintained her position for the sake of balance in all things. She only later realized that was the wrong path. Whether it be in her mindset or her abilities, stability wasn't right for her. She had to embrace chaos. The Rose Adelaire that people couldn't see was a monster. She was someone with such a calculated mind that even old experts like Lucille would find themselves losing ground against her. And on the battlefield, she knew exactly how to end battles by forcing the enemies to endure the things they wanted to face the least. Rose originally had a common destiny. She was meant to live in a Pyron for the rest of her life, not really achieving much more than that planet's expectations. However, she changed that destiny with her own hands. She took hold of her illusion affinity and found a path to make it far greater than it should have ever been, using properties similar to Ryuazine, and she learned to read the future and absolutely understand the hearts of others by spending time observing them. She took in everything around her and made it her own, and somehow, by her own efforts, she rose to a position indispensable to the universe. She was someone others adored, and she was someone others wished to be. But that didn't matter to her. She never did it for the sake of anyone else. She did it because she wanted to find her place. Not a role that she put herself in, and not some kind of position in other people's hearts, but the place that made her feel like she was at home in her own skin. The answer she found through that pursuit was one present before her almost her entire life. Illusory throne. She summoned it. The same throne she'd sat on since her days as a young girl who just wanted to experience adventure. However, the weight of that throne couldn't be easily compared to anything else anymore. This was her seat. She was to be the empress of reality, someone who could control all things at her whim. Yes, it was an unrealistic dream, but did that matter? In the first place, if one wanted to stand by Damien's side, one had to have the ambitions to make those unrealistic aspirations into a reality. Rose couldn't stop smiling. She was in a good mood ever since she found out about Damien's survival. But something about today made her feel even more joyous than before. In the past, even a single one of these Supremes would have been enough to make her feel terror. They would have looked at her like a piece of trash as they killed her with no consideration for her thoughts in the slightest. But now they were standing around her and cowering in fear despite their numbers. It was amusing and it was fulfilling. It was a sight that validated the effort she put in until now and made her fully commit to the effort she'd need to put in throughout the countless days to come. A battle like this held profound meaning for the universe, but to her, it was just another stepping stone. And as if she needed to prove her right to have such domineering thoughts, she acted quickly to eradicate the enemy. There was no difference between reality and illusion. Reality itself was just an illusion brought about by a mixture of perception and law. The true face of reality was nothing more than a bubble amidst the infinite beyond that nobody could understand. Such a bubble, why did it need to be viewed as something grand? In her eyes, the fabric of reality was just something to be weaved, something to be worn, and something to be manipulated. The Nox Supremes around her tried to attack. They weren't idiots who'd stand still and allow her to maintain an advantage over them. However, even if they tried to attack, what could they do? Reality itself was against them. They were already trapped in the Empress web. Their own attacks became their enemies. Anything they sent would be multiplied and sent back without delay. The mana within their bodies refused to follow their commands, and the environment would constrict and contract to defy any expectations they had for it. It was hard to describe such a fighting style in words, but it was a magnificent scene to witness. Because Rose did nothing. She merely sat in the middle of that domain and watched them struggle from her imperial throne. Yet, despite her inaction, The enemies who outnumbered her 12-1 and were supposed to have strength matching hers could not even approach her. This was the position of an empress, the position she desired and worked towards for so long. And though she didn't know it, her power, the power over reality she'd established through illusions, was extremely reminiscent of Damien's power over existence. Scarily so. A woman who was never fated to accomplish anything accomplished more than anything those around her could even dream of. This was what it meant to fight against fate. She didn't even know of Damien's new mission, but she was the one who was closest to walking the first steps on that path. Perhaps that was why. No matter how much time passed or how they changed and grew, Rose was always at the top of the hierarchy between wives. She was always the first wife who could represent the three of them with confidence. And right now, she was the Grand Commander who oversaw this entire war. I finished earlier than expected. 12 Supremes couldn't last more than 10 minutes against her. Since she now found herself with a surplus of time, should I go help? Or... She smiled as an idea came to mind. Yeah, let's do that instead. She hadn't had fun in a very long time, so didn't she deserve a bit right now? She was going to do something extremely amusing. So amusing that even Damien, who was watching from beyond existence, was chuckling uncontrollably as he watched it happen. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1336, Final Battle. Chapter 1336, Final Battle. 6. When did it become like this? It felt like it was only days ago when everything seemed for naught. Back then, the Nox themselves were such a terrifying threat that they made everyone feel hopeless, and figures like Supremes were creatures who could kill anyone with a single slap. Yet those Supremes now, it wasn't just for Rose. Ryue faced the 10 Supremes that assaulted her and felt the same exact emotion. Just like her sister wife, she suddenly began to notice how easy this battle had become. Her power over Een was already on the cusp of divinity. No, rather, it was already past that point. The only reason she and the others hadn't ascended was because of their mental barriers. With those barriers now removed and their spirits freer than ever, it felt like everything had become insignificant. Een was a mysterious power. It encompassed half of the universe's energies, all those on the negative side. This didn't inherently make those energies evil, but that was their nature. Whether they were positive or negative in perception was dependent wholly on how they presented themselves to the world. In Ryue's hands, the concepts of Een showed their duality well. Those like ice were cold yet pure, filled with ruthlessness and an air of morality. However, those powers like death were just as cold but far more vile, cruel with the intent to subjugate any enemy. These concepts worked amazingly in tandem, and Ryue's control was far greater than anyone could imagine. 10 Nox Supremes charged her from every direction, unlike how Rose's opponents moved. They tried their best to give Ryue no chances to attack, so they could kill her before they died. However, their efforts were futile. The main power of Een was not in the laws that manifested under its umbrella, but rather its natural existence. Een was malleable, flexible, and an energy that usurped most other energies. Ryue's fighting style changed as she grew through the stages of the 9 revolutions. As she realized the strengths of Een, she stopped using other laws to showcase its power, realizing how inefficient that method was. Rather, she used the enemy's attacks against them. Any mana that made it to her vicinity was rebounded by a gentle flow. That mana would multiply in force through the most natural of motions and fire back at its owner to inflict damage. She was the perfect monster of parrying. The most terrifying part about facing Ryue was exactly that. One couldn't trust their own strength to support them when she was the opponent. However, she didn't just throw away her personal attack power to learn how to manipulate that of others. Instead, she changed her style. Ice and death were still incredibly important to her arsenal, and with Lily and May growing alongside her, her control over the 2 laws was natural to the point of her being more of a spirit than a human. She also learned more about the power of negative energy. That power was able to banish other energies from existence and control their equal and opposite forces to counter them. This was an incredibly useful skill to have in battle, especially as the power level of the average practitioner rose and their laws became more complex. Using a combination of all these powers made Ryue an impregnable fortress. She could stand still in the midst of a million enemies and manipulate the field of space around her with such precision that it felt like a million soldiers were fighting by her side. So when 10 Supremes attacked, naturally, they were attacked back by 10 Supremes. The battle was a short one, taking no more than half an hour to conclude. By the end, all those Nox were in shreds with bodies that couldn't be recognized. They were torn apart to the point where Ryu didn't even have to kill them a second time to prevent their natural regeneration. Her steps felt lighter than ever. Unlike her sisters, she wasn't one to show much emotion. She'd spent the last decade quietly, speaking no more than a few sentences and only when it was necessary. It was a part of her personality, but it was also a method for her to cope with Damien's disappearance. The soul connection was hers. The other girls felt it because of their engagement rings, but they didn't understand what it was like to have a piece of their soul entrenched in his heart like that. Even when Damien was too far away for her to be able to feel much through the connection, she was able to understand his state at all times, and because of that, she was always enveloped in a warm blanket that even she sometimes forgot about. After having that blanket for years, to feel it disappear so suddenly was as if she was a mortal thrown into the void of space and forced to survive without any sort of protection. That haunting feeling absolutely killed her spirit. Even now, while knowing Damien was alive somewhere, the fact that she couldn't feel his presence viscerally was painful. Nevertheless, her feelings now didn't need to be explained much. While the three of them differed in many ways, their love for Damien was the same, as were their positive feelings in the past few weeks. If Rose was a grand commander who ruled from the shadows, Ryue was a grand general who led troops into battle from the front lines. As she observed the battlefield after killing her enemies, she judged the best use of her time. There was no need to help the strong allies because they were all holding up fine on their own, and the lesser forces, well, they were doing mostly fine on their own. This war was set up in a way where losing was impossible. In a sense, Ryue didn't have to do anything. Since she'd finished her assigned task successfully, she could sit back and wait for the war to end if she really wanted to. But that wasn't her creed. Elena was the most righteous among them, and Ryue was the most indifferent. The lives of others didn't hold any weight in her heart if she didn't care about them. Still, the ones she cared about were good people. They wouldn't want to see more death than necessary. So if she could save even one more life while ending this war faster, she would do it. Ryue went straight to the lesser armies to aid them. She didn't do too much because this was also an opportunity for those people to grow and feel their efforts validated, but she made sure they didn't die needlessly like what would have happened without a strong presence helping on the battlefield. Meanwhile, most of the other battles were coming to an end as well. Tianyang, the Golden Dragon Emperor, Su Run, Long Chun, and the rest finished killing the Supremes they were standing against within an hour, and as they moved towards other battlefields to provide their aid, it seemed like there was nothing more to say. After so many grueling years of warfare, after so many needless sacrifices and heroic victories, they reached this point where the once unfathomable enemy was nothing more than prey for them to hunt. Victory already belonged to the universe. Chapter 1337, Final Battle. Chapter 1337, Final Battle. 7 of Damien's Wives. Perhaps Elena had the most muted reaction, surprisingly enough. It wasn't that she didn't feel happy about the news, but she was probably the one who held the most faith that he was still alive. She never let go of even a shred of that hope. Perhaps it was because of her closeness with life laws, but she always felt something off about Damien's death. Yes, their soul connection with him broke, as did Zara's companion contract, but there were too many clues that Damien still existed somewhere in some form. Because without the hints of Damien that were spread throughout the universe, Grand Heaven's boundary would have fallen already. Her sisters also knew this, and she made sure to assure them constantly about it. But what could they do? 10 years was a long time. The most glaring difference between Elena and the other two was time. Unlike them, who lived the majority of their lives in a single time flow without much change, she had lived through several time distortions while she journeyed the universe on her own. She understood just how short 10 years could be, and she understood that 10 years for them didn't mean 10 years elsewhere. Also, the Valkyrie's secret realm, where she learned about their race and gained the ability to access Valhalla, was completely disconnected from the outside world. As long as she was there, the people in the outside world would think she was dead, just like what happened to Damien. It was a bit different, obviously, but Elena didn't know that, nor did she need to. At its base, her beliefs held enough truth for the real truth to be inconsequential. Still, there was no way to explain this to someone who hadn't experienced it in a way that sounded reasonable. At most, it would come off as a pathetic excuse, and it might even make Elena look like she was losing her mind. She did try a few times, but it didn't stick. Rose and Ryue were still viewing time from the perception of someone with a finite lifespan, while their lifespans were barely qualified to be titled as such anymore. That didn't say anything about Rose or Ryue, though. It wasn't like their loyalty or faith was any less than hers. It was just the difference in their experience that set them apart. So when she saw how happy the two of them were, when they learned the hopeful reality that stood before them, she was happy too. Not only did her sisters find a path out of the darkness, but she could be absolutely certain about her assumptions and move with the same confidence she had when inferring them. Transcended death was that kind of law. When Elena viewed her thoughts as the absolute truth regardless of right or wrong, when she held the power to turn those thoughts into truth, even if they were false to begin with, transcended death would grow. The peak of life laws that Elena saw was something like that. It wasn't just to command life, but to force life's presence into places where it couldn't logically exist. But the peak of life wasn't it a bit lackluster compared to what the others were doing? Elena had that thought once. She realized that life was merely something that existed within a cage of other concepts, and wondered if pursuing its peak would truly bring her to the heights she wanted to see. She pondered over it, dug deep into her laws, and tried to find a way to overcome the limitations of life. And she found the answer she desired. She found a way to bring life beyond the boundaries of the fundamental laws. Even without creation, even without death, even without any sort of support, she would create life. That life would become the root of everything, and thus it would become the origin of all concepts. It was as if she stepped on a path towards the void, and while she hadn't realized it yet, she had discovered something mystical in her pursuit of power. The void was a concept, but it was also an entity. Despite its existence beyond existence, putting it in a position where sentience should have been barred for it, the void was able to converse with people and make decisions of its own volition. How is such a thing possible? Wasn't it somehow connected to the laws of life, which gave living beings the sentience that allowed them to grow? It was an extremely mysterious path. It wasn't one anybody had even considered in the past, let alone walked. With that path supporting her, she naturally grew to great heights that matched her sisters and obtained potential above what her laws could have originally presented her. Life was an interesting law in many ways, and while Elena would have been extremely useful on the battlefield, Rose gave her another job. Once the war horn was blown, she, along with Zara and Aaliyah, left the universe entirely and sought out the abyss. After meeting with Young, Un, and his most elite experts, Elena and the Zara-Leah pair combined their power to search the entire abyss for signs of life. Their mission was far more non-confrontational than the ongoing war. They were to find any remnants of the Nox left in the abyss. If they were willing to join Young, and they would be subjugated and spared, and if they weren't, didn't need to be said. There was only one fate waiting for them. Going to the abyss originally entailed countless dangers and treacherous experiences, but that wasn't the case anymore. While the three women focused on their jobs, Yeoman could use his power over the abyss to act as a guide. Its dangers meant nothing to him. His sense of direction was perfect in this chaotic environment, and he had a degree of control over it that nobody else could compare to. If they encountered some sort of extreme time dilation or dead zone, he could directly dispel it and bring the abyss back to order. He could also mobilize those chaotic traits to attack or displace them to utilize for other purposes, but these abilities weren't useful for the current task. Though, the time dilations were somewhat helpful this time. The universe's war wouldn't last long. It would at most rage on for a few days before a conclusion was reached. Those few days in the universe had to amount to several years in the abyss if Elena and the rest wanted to finish their task in time. So they did precisely that. They used the abyss traits to their advantage and traveled its entirety. Elena was able to sense the signs of life from countless hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The Zaralia pair could support her with their balance of laws and also act as an attack force. And Youngton could do the heavy lifting when it came to recruitment. Their team makeup was perfect, even a bit over the top for their current goals, but worked in their favor. Whether the Nox were Supremes or the most common classless beings, they could be dealt with all the same. Both in the universe and outside of it, moves were being made to bring everything to an end. It was overall positive. Nobody could deny that the universe had the upper hand now. However, that didn't mean the Nox were willing to just die. At least, not without taking massive heaps of the universe with them. Chapter 1338, Final Battle. Chapter 1338, Final Battle. 8. In fact, the Nox understood that they were going to lose. Perhaps those lower-level Nox, without extremely developed intelligence, still held thoughts of bravado, but all those at the head of the army, who took over after the demigods left, were well aware of their current situation. When Hephaestus was blocked off and escape became an impossible ask, they decided to let go of any will for survival they had and do the utmost damage to the enemy before they died. If they were going to be killed regardless, wasn't it better to bring more people down with them instead of dying alone? With this in mind, the Nox made two main moves while they were being slaughtered by the universe's forces. Firstly, they used arrays they set up beforehand to destroy each and every world left in Hephaestus. Secondly, they turned their own bodies into explosives so that every time one of them died, they would take at least 10 enemy troops with them. For the people at the peak of the universe like Rose and the rest, this was an easy battle, but for the lower ranks, it was an absolute death zone. Bloody and guts filled the starry sky no matter where one looked. The screams of Nox and humans could no longer be differentiated through the ringing in their ears, and if one took even a single moment to look at anything but the enemy in front of them, they'd die. It was spine-chilling. Or maybe that feeling came from elsewhere. When Ryue appeared on the greater battlefields, she was able to save most of the soldiers suffering from tragic fates against the Nox. The explosions caused by the enemy deaths were also quelled by her, which definitely helped with reducing the death toll. However, the environment wasn't safe. Hephaestus was already ruined, but it was now a land of death without any habitable areas. Some of the impact even leaked into the infernal realm and caused natural disasters on the most periphery worlds, though it wasn't to the extent of destroying them. The war raged on and on and on. Regardless of whether they were feeling weary, joyous, or sorrowful, the forces of Grand Heaven's boundary fought to their last breath, doing everything in their power. Because as the enemy's numbers decreased, they saw the end. These were the last of them. When they finished these Nox off, the Nox would never return to the universe. And that, to these people who had been forced to constantly endure the assaults of the invading race, was the most effective motivator in all of existence. At this point, the universe could be considered a combination of only 3 sectors. The human domain that was still being protected like an impregnable fortress by Damien's mechanisms. The infernal realm, which was half destroyed, but still more than able to heal from its current state. And the divine realm, the main hub of the universe's activity. As long as those 3 realms were preserved, as long as hope remained, Grand Heaven's boundary could return. That was what they thought. But, unfortunately, there was one factor they failed to consider. It's dying. Nobody really wondered where Alexander was during such an important battle. He had practically cemented himself as someone who would only appear in the absolute worst-case scenario. So rather, people were praying dearly that he didn't show up no matter what. But If one did try to see what he was doing while everyone else was fighting for the universe's survival, one would find him in a familiar location. Death Emperor Star. The world was practically abandoned at the moment. Besides the weakest of the students, who were sent to Luxurian for protection, the remainder went to the battlefield to contribute to the universe. Therefore, whether it was hidden Death Valley or the Death Emperor Star the Academy resided on, they were empty of life. So why was Alexander here? Naturally, it was to fulfill the fate of his main body. Damien's path was set for a very long time. Even before he was born, Dante had filled the universe with lucky encounters that he would eventually discover. Those were meant to be the basis of his growth, so he could ascend to the divine realm as smoothly as possible. But when was it? Damien became a person who couldn't be controlled by something like that. Rather than paying attention to things like legacies and secret realms, he focused all his attention on practical situations and grew stronger and faster than anyone could ever predict. It was great for him, and it made Dante proud, but it did leave many legacies rotting away in various corners of the universe. Alexander was currently claiming them all and taking them into the sanctuary. He started in the sea god's realm, the place known as Aquazil, where he met Tefit and the others and participated in the Prominence War. He'd promised to bring them to the sanctuary at a later date, and he kept that promise now. However, instead of just taking a few clans, he took the entire realm into the sanctuary and gave it its own space to exist, a far better future for them. He then went on to explore every other inheritance left on Death Emperor Star. There were so many that it was impossible to believe they were all created by Dante. They each worshipped a different entity on the same level as the sea god, and each of those beings had different specialties that Damien would have been able to master if he visited them earlier. Now that he had existence under his control, they were inconsequential, but he couldn't help but marvel at their numerity. It made him wonder, how did Dante do it? These mythical figures had existed at very different times in history, ranging from hundreds of millions of years ago to very recently 10,000 years in the past. There were even traces that some of those gods were active just centuries before Damien's birth. Yet, they were all alter egos of Dante. He couldn't make sense of it, and his father became an even more mystical figure than ever before in his mind. The desire to uncover the secrets his father was hiding sprouted in his heart, and as he spent months in an altered time flow to claim each and every legacy without missing anything, he realized something more concerning than anything he was trying to do. The universe is dying. The truth he'd learned from the second primal sovereign all those years ago. He thought they'd avoided this tragic fate already. He thought that, with the Nox being eradicated like this, the universe would be able to return to its peak if it was just nurtured properly and given time. But I was wrong. In fact, he already understood how flimsy that hope was. He was viewing the past, present, and future from the void, even at this very moment. He wanted to hold it for as long as possible, but it seemed there was no other path for the universe. It's good that I've finished this. He had just now finished sweeping up everything Death Emperor Star had to offer, and with the war set to rage on for a few more days, he had to begin without delay. He looked out into the wider universe that he called home for so long with a forlorn smile. Let's wrap things up for real this time. Chapter 1339 Reunion. Chapter 1339 Reunion 1. The war wound down on its own. The Nox population got smaller and smaller, until finally, under the hands of no man, but a mere common soldier among the many within the ranks of the army, the last Nox fell. Celebrations ran wild across the entire universe. For almost a month, Grand Heaven's boundary was enveloped in the joyous atmosphere of victory. And as the people celebrated, those in higher positions took care of the aftermath of the war to make sure they could bring everything to a proper conclusion. However, all of them were in the dark about a fact that only one man knew. It's already too late. The universe will die no matter what we do. That was the discovery Damien made by looking at every potential future presented to him in the void. He created countless new potential futures as he tried to see if his interference could change the outcome, but he still found himself bound by fate. He had yet to escape the shackles that deluded the Saint Emperor's mind. It was an extremely unfortunate fate, but if there was nothing that could be done about it, he had to work to 1243, save the universe in another way. Nothing that could be done about it. He had to work to save the universe in another way. His voyage began there. He first met with the universe's highest authorities, including Lucille and Alucard, who held control over its worlds, and told them his plan. Through this conversation, they also realized his identity, but now wasn't the time for that conversation. Hearing it from him, they understood it was an absolute truth that couldn't be denied, because Damien Void was that kind of person, so he gained the authority to act as he pleased. They also agreed with his plan to save as many as possible, and though they'd have to leave behind their current home, in a sense, they weren't leaving it behind at all. Alexander started moving from there. He went to Hephaestus and tried to find any world core or intact world remaining, binding the few tens that he found and sending them into the sanctuary. Following that, he visited the infernal realm and did the same. There were only around 60,000 worlds left there, but that was fine. Damien was glad at least that many survived. The human domain was visited third. A large portion of Grand Heaven's boundaries common populace was sent to the sanctuary when he took the remaining worlds therein. And finally, this is the only part that'll be a bit troublesome. The divine realm didn't just contain the majority of the common populace, but also all of the universe's experts. He knew Lucille and the rest had already worked to convince those people when he was busy with the other sectors, but he was still a bit hesitant. Nevertheless, he did what he needed to do. Starting from the Dawn world he landed on when he first entered the divine realm, to Beast Emperor Star, which was now residing on the border, all the way to Sky, Castle Luxurian, and Death Emperor Star, which were far deeper into the realm, he took everything into the sanctuary. He met many people as Alexander during these travels, but he mostly avoided questions about his identity. Even those who didn't know would come to know soon enough anyway. But when he took Luxurian, he met the people he wanted to see most in this world. Rose, Ryue, and Elena were waiting there for him. Having been filled in on what was happening by Lucille, they easily understood his identity. They stood there when he appeared as if they'd been waiting for him. And as he stood frozen, Rose smiled. "We'll talk later." That was all she said. The three of them used their rings to reach the sanctuary on their own, leaving him stunned by himself. "Ha!" There was no rage in Rose's voice. Rather, it was an endearing tone he had been waiting to hear ever since the last time he saw them. However, that scared him even more, because his heart skipped a beat. Really, no matter how old he got, he couldn't control his emotions when it came to them. He almost wanted to leave the void right then and there and enter the sanctuary, to embrace them, but he had to finish his work first. It was a strange feeling like he'd eaten far too much sugar. His heart was beating like a supercar engine as it tried to race out his chest, and determination to finish everything else as fast as possible filled his body. The people of Grand Heaven's boundary didn't quite understand why they were being transported or where they were going, but they didn't have much of a choice but to listen. It was a bit strange doing all of this without having to give 85 pages of justification first, but Damien didn't mind at all. Rather, this level of trust and power made his life far easier. And when the entirety of Grand Heaven's boundary was taken into the sanctuary, Damien went to the abyss. There was only one stop left, one place he had to visit before he left this lower universe behind altogether. But perhaps this was the most important visit of them all. He went to the abyss. Even this place was empty. Yong-un and the rest were in the sanctuary, and the fractured universal cores remaining here had all been used to boost the sanctuary's universal core. So why did Damien come here? To this dull and desolate place that represented the encroaching darkness swallowing the light. What was there to do? In fact, even Damien didn't know. He came here without a plan, because his current strength still wasn't enough for him to easily find the person he wanted to meet. Still, he came because he knew that person would come to him. And he was right. After wandering for just a short period, it appeared before him. A rickety shack that looked like the most insignificant dwelling in the world, and the old man who quietly sat on its porch. Damien walked up and sat on the chair that was waiting for him there, as if it was natural. This is my newest creation. I haven't had much time, but I think this one is quite an improvement when compared to the rest. Let me introduce you to number 111, The Sorrows of Farewell. It didn't even feel like he was in Alexander's body anymore. As he took the spirit wine out and poured 2 glasses for himself and the old man, he felt his hands shaking slightly. But he didn't make it known. "You have grown much since the last time we met," the old man said with a smile as he took a sip of the wine. "And this is quite spectacular." He closed his eyes and savored the taste. "Did you have anything to ask?" "No." Damien shook his head. "I just wanted to visit." "I see. It seems you have learned something troublesome." "Troublesome is a bit harsh." The old man smiled. "You are right. I cannot say I am not pleased with your attitude. However, there is nothing to be done." Damien sighed. "Yeah, I realized that too, and that's all the more reason to visit." He didn't know what to say, and it didn't look like the old man had anything to say either. But he still wanted to be here. The two of them enjoyed their spirit wine together, and without anything else to do, Damien told the old man about his journey since the last time they met. After all, while the old man knew about most of it, even he couldn't see the more recent events. He told the story knowing it meant nothing, and the old man listened with a soft smile as if he were listening to his grandson talk about his dreams. The atmosphere around them was a bit odd, filled with both positive and negative feelings. Because they both knew, no matter how causally they treated it, this would be their last conversation. The old man was dying, and Damien had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 1340 Reunion. Chapter 1340 Reunion 2. The old man meant more to Damien than even he realized. After all, the guidance this old man gave him during his time in the abyss, and the semi-frequent visits the old man made over the decade Damien spent traveling, were both integral in different ways. The visits allowed him to keep his sanity. He wouldn't have gone insane in the abyss by himself, but his mentality would have taken a hit. The company he gained through the old man's presence, when he was in a place more dreary than anywhere else, was something he appreciated heavily. The advice allowed him to reach his current heights. If it wasn't for the old man, he wouldn't have been able to understand the secrets of tethering so quickly. Yes, he would have still died on Alcatraz regardless, but what about what came after? Would he have been able to gain anything from his stay in non-existence? Would he have been able to rapidly make progress on the ancient battlefield and carve a place for himself there? Sure, Damien Void wasn't someone who could be inhibited by many things, but the speed at which he accomplished what he accomplished and reached his current stage of divinity was deeply related to this old man. They had been conversing for a while now, but their conversation lulled when they got past the small talk. Damien was grateful to this old man for a lot of things. So if he could, he wanted to do something for him. The problem was that the old man refused, and fate itself didn't allow him to hold a say in this matter. He poured them another glass of spirit wine and sat there, looking into the abyss and swishing the drink in his cup. The two of them sat in silence for a long time. They had a mutual understanding of each other's position. Damien realized this old man's identity only after he found himself in the void. Once he had that knowledge, he couldn't just stay still. He had to talk to the old man at least one more time, because he would be gone soon. Regardless of what Damien wished to happen, the old man would not last much longer. The mood fell in a way he couldn't explain. "Your steps are light," the old man suddenly said, but even then, Damien understood his meaning. What can you do? When you live a life like mine, walking wherever the wind guides you, your steps naturally become light, he replied with a sigh. The old man looked into his eyes as if trying to peer into his soul. "But are your steps truly as light as you claim they are?" Damien's face stiffened. His grip on the wine bottle trembled lightly before returning to normal. As if nothing happened, he calmly poured himself another glass while answering the old man. "Old man, I have no idea what you're talking about. Does there exist anything in this universe that can add weight to my steps? Perhaps not this one." The old man responded with a mysterious smile on his face. "To be free and unrestrained, isn't this the ultimate dream of every man? It is a mystical fantasy anyone can imagine. However, there is a reason it is known as a mere dream. To truly achieve such a lifestyle means having to struggle through tribulations unlike any other. The old man took a sip of his wine, his gaze returning to the scene of the swirling abyss before him. If you wish to carry a burden, it is no longer a burden. If you live as you please while accepting the struggles that come along with it, aren't you already free and unrestrained? What can restrain you if your beliefs are strong enough to oppose any force? Young man, I have seen your struggle, and even if nobody else will, I shall acknowledge your effort. Your next destination is nothing like the scene you become used to. People will no longer look at you in reverence and fear. You will once again become a speck of dust among many. If you wish to endure that atmosphere once more, then do so after making sure you leave no regrets. Damien sighed. His gaze shifted to where the old man was looking at the scene of the universe he called home, decaying while its people remained unawares. Damien's gaze was placid. He wanted to think his emotions towards this place had dulled. His women, his friends, his family, even the universe's remaining worlds, all of them had become part of the sanctuary already. If so, what was there left for him to mourn? But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself, he simply couldn't, especially with his current standing. Seeing the universe core's decrepit state was painful, and even more painful was the realization that he couldn't stop its decay. You're a really troublesome old man. Has anyone ever told you that? He spoke exasperatedly. Quahaha. You say that as if there was ever another person who could talk to me. And perhaps you're the only person I've ever been able to speak so freely to. The old man's laughter stopped as Damien turned to look at him. Are you certain this is how you want to end things? Do you not feel unresigned? Damien asked. The old man smiled wryly. His eyes clouded over as if he had sunk himself in reminiscence. The fact that I can feel unresigned is enough to justify my ending. My existence is already against the universe's will, however ironic that may be. Is there a better way to end this bleak life than this? Damien bit his lip as complicated emotions filled his heart. Even if you can accept it, I cannot. What's the point of telling me to leave without any regrets if you already know that such a feat is impossible? But the old man shook his head in response. That is not your regret. Even if things proceed according to natural order, you will not regret it. Only feel that it was a shame. Your steps are light, but the weight of the world rests on your shoulders. What harm is there in adding a single pebble on top of that? Even if you yourself do not feel the need to do it, please take it as this old man's last wish and at least try. Damien sighed again. This old man had a talent for making him sigh. Old man, until the end you were a pain. There was no response. Damien didn't have to look over to know that the old man was no longer sitting at the table across from him. He was silent, his expression unchanging, as he watched the universal core dull, its spirituality leaving it. He didn't want to show weakness here. The old man wouldn't want him to mourn. Until the end, Damien choked on his words. His fist slammed into the table, turning it into fine powder in an instant. Very well, because it is your will, I shall follow. In remembrance of the final wish of an old friend, I'll follow your words. But, old man, Damien let his voice fade out, not bothering to finish his words. The old man could no longer hear him anyway. Damien turned away from the growing abyss, encroaching on what was once Grand Heaven's boundary. His eyes carved the image of this small and rickety, yet warm and comforting cabin into his memory for the final time. And then his figure vanished. The old cabin crumbled, following its owner even in death. The only vestiges left of the old man's existence were the memories in Damien's mind. Chapter 1341 Reunion. Chapter 1341 Reunion 3. Damien treated the universe like a grandson did his grandfather. He dealt with a lot of trash in Grand Heaven's boundary. He experienced trials and tribulations, bullshit brought upon him by people who didn't deserve to live, but he never blamed the universe for the actions of its people. Because Grand Heaven's boundary never did anything wrong. The universe was a grand thing. It housed everyone without discrimination and allowed them the opportunity to become bigger than themselves. It was a beautiful place filled with wonders and mysteries that one couldn't help but want to explore. The universe was an inspiration, and Damien loved it. Yet, the universe was no longer existent. Grand Heaven's boundary was now a part of the sanctuary and would eventually become one of many universes that filled its space. The universal core was now nothing more than an isolated entity with no universe to support, and Damien was left alone. That old man's identity. He was, with no better way to describe it, the universal will. He was the universal core's consciousness, but he had no real power, because the universal core was never meant to develop a will of its own. It was never meant to have feelings and emotions. Riva was a fragment of a universal core, and her mother was also an entity like this, a taboo that shouldn't have existed. With no power of his own, yet forced by his own existence to be omniscient, the old man retreated to the abyss and acted as an observer, doing nothing but watching as his own people brought him to destruction. That old man was the one Damien viewed like a grandfather. And the fact that the old man viewed him like a grandson made him feel an unknown tightness in his chest. Perhaps nobody would ever be able to understand the relationship between them. The universe wasn't meant to choose sides or favor anyone, but it favored him and reciprocated the emotions he held towards it. It helped him become the man he was today, both directly and indirectly. And now that its will, the old man, had vanished into non-existence, Damien was left feeling hollow. But he had to move on, and he had to carry out the old man's last will. He wanted to be sacrificed, to aid the sanctuary, which would become the new Grand Heaven's boundary. He wanted to dedicate his existence. For that purpose, Damien absorbed the universal core that was left in the abyss. That universal core wouldn't just be devoured by the sanctuary like the rest. Rather, Damien made sure the two cores would combine and become one entity on mutual terms, so that if a new consciousness was born in the future, it would honor its forefather and properly inherit the old man's legacy. The Sorrows of Farewell. He called it the 111th entry in his series of liquors, but it was really a unique product made exclusively for himself and the old man. He wanted to send him off properly. That was the only purpose of his visit. And now that it was over, he needed to make his final preparations. There wasn't much time left, after all. Alexander went to the sanctuary, and this was Damien's first time seeing it in its newest form. Calling the sanctuary a sub-universe was inadequate at this point. No, after absorbing Grand Heaven's boundary, it became a new universe in its own right. And with a universal core supporting its growth ever since he first absorbed it back in the abyss, it now had the functionality to create its own worlds and facilitate its own improvement. Damien didn't need to directly intervene anymore. There were only 5 sectors at the moment, but it was getting bigger with every passing day. Thevel was the center of the universe, and Avalon, which was just a few million kilometers beyond its orbit, took the position of Sky Castle Luxurian. From those 2 points, the entire universe was managed. Under Lynn Carter and Elvira's conjoined rule, no matter how much distance separated worlds and sectors, they all worked in tandem. Yes, there was conflict. Conflict was unavoidable with such a huge population. However, the conflict never reached a breaking point where the universe itself would be harmed, as per Damien's will. He had been moving so fast that he almost forgot about it. He was viewing everything from a void, and with reality slipping past him, it was hard for him to realize the extent of what he'd done. Tom also moved like he was reading a book. Countless years were condensed into just a few words, and even though Alexander spent over a year swallowing Grand Heaven's boundary, Damien didn't really feel the effort. Only when he saw it like this did he feel amazement at his own actions. He was really doing the impossible. He had really become divine. It was unreal. Did he change? Did he become someone else? Or was this a natural progression he was meant to experience after ascending? He didn't know, but he felt different. He was like a real god. He almost couldn't accept it. Nevertheless, he had to, because from this point forth, he would need that kind of attitude to stay with him. But the real question is, he put all the negativity and agitation aside. How do I do this? He had done this too many times for it to be comfortable, but the situation now was a bit unique. I can't really go as Alexander, but my main body is also in a bit of a situation. He couldn't leave the void. He tried to do it once he finished everything he needed to do in the lower universe. But he found that it was impossible. He was too far disconnected from it all. If he tried to go back now, his body would be torn apart by the displacement. Still, I want to meet them before I move on. I can't just take everyone to the heavenly world without explaining anything. He thought deeply to find a way, and as expected, there was only one. I guess I need another avatar. Instead of a living avatar like Alexander, he needed a regular one that was just a reflection of his qualities. He needed a second Damien. The process was similar, yet different. He tore off another portion of his soul and sent it to the sanctuary around Alexander's location. That piece of his soul sat without a vessel for a moment before absorbing all the mana in its vicinity. That mana was used to create a vessel around the soul. It didn't have a beating heart or any sort of physical systems, but it was a vessel created specifically to be an avatar, so it was more than enough. Unlike Alexander, this one was built through Damien's legends and divinity, so it held his appearance and could only use abilities specific to him. Its strength was at the supreme level from the beginning and couldn't be improved or degraded at all. When it was fully formed, it had the same appearance as Damien himself, and as Damien took control of it and felt the differences between it and Alexander, he smiled. As expected, it's a lot worse than a living avatar, but with this, I'm ready. It had been delayed enough. He was finally prepared to reunite with everyone he left behind. Chapter 1342 Reunion. Chapter 1342 Reunion. For what was Damien expecting when he saw his women again? At first, he thought he'd get beat up. The main reason was that he left without telling them anything. But the situation was different. He didn't just leave, he actually died. It wasn't something he was able to control, and besides, they were adults now. An exaggerated reaction like that just wouldn't happen. When he met them again and realized they knew he was Alexander, he once again thought he'd get nagged, but he was wrong again. Their expressions said nothing about admonishments, and their behavior was as if they'd come to an agreement about something he was left in the dark about. So what brought about Damien's hesitation if there were no visible consequences that would come to him? Maybe it was himself? Maybe it had something to do with them after all? The answer was neither. It was fear, because he happened to form a relationship with another woman during the time he was away. But again, that was beside the point. Introducing them to Iris was a trial he'd undergo once their reunion ended. When they understood the situation, there was no way they'd react negatively. Then, what really happened when Damien met his wives again? They were all together, as they usually were, sitting in a cottage huddled in the large mountain range that existed on Thevel's main continent. That was a house made specifically for them, a place for them to spend their time when they wanted to get away from the world and relax. It was a family home. Damien appeared outside the door and paced back and forth for a while as he tried to figure out how he wanted to approach them. But he didn't really get the chance to act first. The door swung open, and he came face to face with the three of them. And he got beat up. Well, maybe that was the wrong wording. He got tackled to the ground in an instant as the three women rushed forward and embraced him with all their strength, as if to do everything in their power to prevent him from leaving again. They snuggled themselves into his warmth, and though he was using an avatar body, that body was currently housing the majority of his soul. He wanted to do this reunion properly, and for that purpose, he only left the bare minimum amount of his soul in his main body to sustain it in the void and transferred the rest into the avatar after it was created. This kind of soul manipulation was impossible for any other divinity, but wasn't the soul a piece of existence? Damien only needed to spend some time understanding its nuances to do something like transferring it between bodies he owned. Nevertheless, he was here at this remote location that nobody else knew with his whole body and spirit. He wasn't just a piece of himself, but the true Damien void, even if his body wasn't necessarily human. So he felt their warmth, he felt their emotions, and he felt their tears. Their emotions had already been clearly displayed when they were fighting the final battle. They didn't care about pretenses. They didn't care that they were too old to be acting like this. The husband they thought was long gone had returned, and any grievance they were holding in their hearts disappeared when his presence returned. What was the point of being angry? In the first place, did Damien choose to leave them? Even before he died, when he went to the abyss and challenged Alcatraz on his own, what was the reason he did so? It was because nobody else could make that journey with him. He was the only one strong enough to do it. How could they be mad at him for making a decision to protect them from harm? It didn't matter how strong they were. He was facing enemies they couldn't even imagine, especially back then. Rather than anger, what they felt was pure relief that he was safe. They were just happy that he was back. And Damien felt the same. This was what he fought for. His lonely struggle. This was the motivator that allowed him to endure it without a word of complaint. They were his everything. They were his support system, and they were his anchors. But more than anything else, they were the ones who'd accompanied him on his journey from the start. With them, he could be himself. He didn't have to put up pretenses, and their presence seemed to melt away all his worries and inhibitions. Whenever he imagined the peak, that place where he would inevitably stand in the future, he could never imagine himself without them. He was proud to call them his wives, and he was proud that they called him their husband. He loved them, and they loved him. Even if he lost everything right now, even if he was forced to return to being immortal, he would be fine living out the rest of his life like that, as long as they were beside him. That was why he fought so hard. Because if even a mortal lifespan that would come to an end after a mere 80 to 100 years with them seemed so blissful, wouldn't eternity with them be an absolute paradise? He buried his love for them deep in his soul, so he wouldn't be inhibited on the battlefield, because the thought of being separated from them by a barrier of time and space was soul-wrenching. However, now that he was back, he allowed all those emotions to flow freely. They flowed out and mixed with the emotions of these three women, who were thinking something almost exactly the same as him. Just as they were his everything, he was their everything. After experiencing a decade of what life was like without him, they never wanted to let him go again. Their motivation to truly stand by his side was greater than ever, but that was a matter for the future. Right now, they didn't care about anything like power or the future. Only this moment mattered. They remained on the ground, the four of them embracing each other for several minutes without any movement. They didn't need words. With the connection between them, a connection that surpassed space and time, surpassed words and actions, and surpassed even the barrier of souls that kept them as separate entities, they perfectly understood what each other were thinking and feeling in this moment. The four of them relished in those feelings. They relished in each other's longing and affection, letting out everything they'd wanted to say to each other in the time they were separated with their feelings alone. Tears began to form in Damien's eyes. He was usually quite stoic these days, but he couldn't help it. He almost wanted to stand up right here, right now, and ask them to be the mothers of his children. But that could be set aside for another time. Right now, he could only say two words, his voice cracking as he held back his tears and smiled. I'm back. He was back, and he didn't plan on leaving again anytime soon. Chapter 1343 Reunion. Chapter 1343 Reunion 5. Damien was in a justifiably selfish mood. He didn't know how long he could wait before his main body would be forced out of the void, and to extend the time he could spend with his wives as much as possible, he intentionally distorted the sanctuary's time flow to be far, far slower than reality. Not like it meant anything. The lower universe was just an empty abyss now, so there was no real-time flow to use as an anchor anyway. His main body was also in a place where the concept of time didn't exist. While he'd spent over 5,000 years in grand heaven's boundary as Alexander, he couldn't say how long it had been since he entered the void, because he truly didn't know. It was a strange situation where he couldn't anchor himself to any flow of time no matter how hard he tried, so determining his stay in the void in terms of time was just not something he could do. In the first place, it wasn't applicable to him. With no such concept as time, he could perceive countless billions of years if he really wanted to, and the time he spent in the void could still equate to less than a second. Basically, it was the perfect opportunity. He didn't need a rush. Compared to the previous Grand Heaven's Boundaries time flow, the time flow of the sanctuary was roughly 10 times faster right now, and the time flow within a mountain range was double even that. He could spend more than enough time in relaxation with his wives and people before the time came to leave. That was his only plan. He put aside training, and he put aside introspection. The only thing he focused on was his wives, because his time was the only thing he'd always failed to provide them with. Years passed. He stayed in the isolated mountain range with Rose, Ryue, and Elena. The only ones who knew their location were Elvira and Lynn, who visited occasionally for various matters, but other than those visits, the four of them spent their time indulging themselves in each other's presence. It wasn't something grand. They lived like mortals, in fact. They went to sleep when night came, woke up in the morning, took turns cooking for each other, relaxed, went on dates, and utterly abused their newfound freedom to enjoy the most mundane parts of life. Rose was finally able to put down her burdens. Elena was finally able to entertain her truest laid-back self. Ryue was finally able to open up, and Damien was finally able to release the weight of the world from his shoulders for a few moments. They spent their days in pure bliss. Even their interactions were so mundanely affectionate that there was no need to describe them. They let a decade pass like that, 5 years in the rest of the sanctuary and half a year in the outside world. That was when a certain event took place. Well, in the original timeline, this was around the time the war was supposed to end. It took far longer to reduce the Nox to a number that could be exterminated and carry out the extermination without Alexander's presence. And that was also when the demigods were meant to return to the universe, with their victory simultaneously motivating the lower existences who were still fighting and applying pressure to the Nox. The war was quickly brought to an end. But now, there was no ongoing war. The demigods would have originally found themselves dropped somewhere in the abyss to figure things out for themselves. But Damien wasn't so heartless. He even turned a portion of them into a free labor force back then. So he couldn't just let them go to waste. He interfered from the void and connected the return portal from the ancient battlefield to the sanctuary. While the majority of the demigods were left to those like Lucille, who'd practically become Lynn's right-hand man in the past 5 years, Elvira, and Lynn herself, there were two that Damien brought to his abode to introduce his wives. The first was Tiamat. Since she would be a close subordinate of his in the future, he wanted her to get acquainted with them. He would likely have her spend more time with them than him anyway. So it was beneficial for them to get along. And the second, well, that was the more important of the two. Damien never planned to just sprint Iris' existence on his wives. Over the course of their past decade of peace, he slowly eased them into the fact that he had another woman, and to make sure nothing bad happened when they met, he made sure they knew all about Iris beforehand. This included her struggles and position in the universe, the adventures they'd had together before they fell for each other, and even the circumstances behind their union. Rose, Ryue, and Elena were definitely a bit irked by the fact that he picked up another wife when he left, since they thought he'd gotten over that habit a long time ago. But they didn't unnecessarily discriminate against Iris. After all, not only was she a respectable individual, but she also risked her life more than once to save Damien when he was still too weak to live alone on the ancient battlefield. They thought if anyone was going to become their fourth sister, it had to be her. Though Iris wasn't aware of their acceptance, so when she showed up, she was quite awkward. I am Irisia Luminous. You can call me Iris. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please take care of me. Her sentences were choppy, and the silly half-bow she gave as she tried to be polite made it even more amusing. Compared to the perception of this woman Rose, and the rest developed after learning that she was the prismatic sun holy master and one of the strongest demigods in the universe. The true Irisia Luminous was a gentle woman who was clearly new to love. Rather than berating her, they happily accepted her into their ranks. And our husband clearly has a type, eh? Elena teased, glancing over at Damien. I have no idea what you're talking about. Damien instantly responded, hiding the sweat trickling down his face. Are you sure about that? But wasn't Ryue also like that when you met her? Rose added, not only me, but the two of you as well. Now that we know, we can make sure to prevent him from meeting these kinds of women in the future. For is already enough, Ryue finished. MHM. That's right. I couldn't have said it better. Then, if our dear husband would excuse us. Rose smiled deviously. We have something important to do before anything else. Ryue and Elena supported her eagerly, and as if they'd planned it beforehand, they whisked Iris away with them to a location unknown and left Damien alone with his thoughts. He scratched his head with an awkward smile. They're probably going to tell her some things I really wish they wouldn't tell her, huh? However, after a few moments, his smile became pure. Well, it's not like it's a bad thing. She would have learned them in the future anyway, and if it helps them get closer, I don't mind sacrificing myself a little. Also, Damien's smile went through its third transformation. You must be thinking something unsavory right now. Ah. He jumped a bit and turned around. Oh, right? I forgot you were here. He smiled awkwardly as he addressed Tiamat. Yes, I very much appreciate this kind of treatment. Sir, I'll take responsibility for you. Are you being sarcastic right now? Am I? I don't know, but I'll have to ask you to refrain. I'll really die if they hear you, you know. And why is that? She tried to hide it, but Damien clearly saw her lips twitching as she hid the sly smile, threatening to light up her face. Dangerous. Damien realized it instantly. Tiamat was a threat he never expected. You? Oh, I think someone is calling for me. I'll leave you alone now. You don't know anybody here. Tiamat flinched but quickly recovered, looking out into the distance with an obviously forced calm expression on her face. Ah, what was that? I see, she suddenly muttered. Turning back to Damien, she continued, I apologize, but it seems my aid is required elsewhere. Without giving Damien another chance to strike back with facts and deal her another dose of unadulterated embarrassment, she vanished. This time, Damien was really left alone, and the ever-transforming smile on his face returned to its purest state. Ha-ha! He couldn't help but laugh. This feeling, it really is good to be home. Chapter 1344 Reunion. Chapter 1344 Reunion. 6. Iris and the girls got along spectacularly. While Iris had a reserved and passive personality in terms of relationship matters, but that was only because she was naive in that sense. She was able to hold her own, and when her pride was challenged, she was able to push back with the same intensity. She also wasn't someone who expected things from other people. She was with Damien purely because of Damien, not his talents or potential. She didn't have any desire to be pulled up the power ladder by him. Rather, she was planning to do so herself before she even fell for him. This was a trait the girls admired greatly. Independence was important, especially for someone like Damien. They had to be their own people first, because if they simply allowed themselves to be known as Damien Void's wives, they would never truly be able to support him as they wanted to. Plus, Iris' love was pure and genuine. It came from her soul and couldn't be shaken by external or internal factors. That was the most important thing. The Void Daughter title gave them unparalleled talent already, and something like mentality could be trained if need be. So as long as Iris had a genuine sense of love and loyalty, what else needed to be said? She was kind, understanding, and didn't try to exert power over the group because of her strength or status. Rather, she willingly put herself in the position of Damien's fourth wife, because just as the girls understood why he came to love her, she understood that they had known him far longer than she had, and their connection with him wasn't something she could compete with yet. It was just a matter of time, so she didn't fret over it, but she also respected these three women. Since mutual respect was already established, and Iris had a wealth of experience that could contribute to their group, it didn't take long for their conversations to move outside of Damien and evolve into something greater. Nevertheless, they spent a lot of time without him to create synergy between themselves, and Damien used that time to visit the other people who were waiting for him in the sanctuary. First, he went and saw Alucard, Lucille, Commander Hua, Tianyang, the Golden Dragon Emperor, and the rest of their group. They drank and conversed about the old days, but their conversation was generally cordial. Afterward, he went and saw Lynn and Elvira to see how the sanctuary was being managed. It was good to see how everything was connected. Unlike Grand Heaven's boundary, where many forces split ownership of the universe and remained relatively divided, all the main forces of the sanctuary were of one mind, because they both understood their position and wanted the best for the universe. Those who wanted to harm the greater good were punished severely. Blasphemous or traitorous thoughts weren't allowed, but freedom also wasn't restricted. Negatives were just as important as positives for growth. Lynn wasn't someone driven by emotion, so she was clear on this. Unless a certain line was crossed, she, as the authoritative power, didn't step in. The people had to be able to take care of themselves, just as the experts did. If the common populace only existed to be protected, wasn't that too demeaning to them? In the sanctuary, everyone had a chance to become someone. The Void Library was open to everyone regardless of status, as long as they could pass a set of trials. There was a plethora of secret realms and hidden locations full of fortuitous encounters, and the newly introduced legacy realms, those which Dante left for Damien, were incredible for those who wanted rapid and stable growth. The environment of the sanctuary as a whole motivated people to grow and gain the ability to stand up for themselves. It was a great place, and its development had nothing to do with Damien. That made him proud. They didn't need to be coddled or anything of the sort, yet they were still able to become what they were now. What more could he ask for from his personal universe? He had no desire to be a spiritual god or a figure that was revered by all. There was quite literally no benefit in holding a title like that in a universe he could control in every way. It could at most give him some self-satisfaction. And what was the use of that? At the end of the day, the sanctuary was doing fine without him and would continue doing so in the future. His only job was to foster their development by giving them opportunities and allowing them to choose how they made use of them. He didn't stay for long. Lynn was doing a good job by herself, and he didn't want to spend too much time with Elvira right now, lest the atmosphere between them cause problems. Instead, he made his way to the rest of his visits. He saw Long Chun and Su Run, drinking and laughing with them. He saw the members of the Judgment Order and gave them encouragement, met with the people whom he'd encountered throughout his journey, and generally made his presence known to those he wanted to see. The only place he had left to go, the place he visited every time he came to the sanctuary, and the place he hadn't been to in so long, it was a house belonging to a certain woman. Xuea? Damien always thought of her as that little girl she used to be. She was his precious little sister. It was genuinely insane to see her grow into a woman in her own right, but it happened. Schwerer was past the age of adolescence and had a life of her own nowadays. She wasn't someone who was hung up on Damien at all times, though her admiration and respect for him never changed. Schwerer was regarded as the sanctuary's greatest young genius. She had status, she had power, and she had an endless desire for growth and happiness that couldn't be fazed by anyone or anything. And Damien was proud. He was so extremely proud that he couldn't describe the feeling. This was what he wanted to see from the start. When he met her in the trial world, she was scared and alone. She'd lost everything, yet she was strong enough to continue living despite all the circumstances that tried to end her. When he took her in, he just wanted her to be happy. When he made the sanctuary, he originally did it with the sole intention of giving her a place to peacefully stay. The years passed so fast. So much happened that it was hard to keep track of just how much time passed. But Damien was over the age of 70 now, and Schwerer, whom he'd taken him back then, was already in her 30s. His visit to her was just as warm as any other, but the dynamic was a bit different than usual. Damien didn't really know how to act towards the adult Schwerer, since he couldn't really treat her as a child anymore. But Schwerer happily created an atmosphere for the two of them, and noticing how her brother-slash-father figure awkwardly tried to accommodate her, seeing how he never changed no matter how much time passed, she didn't have any complaints. She could see the pride in his eyes. She smiled, not mentioning it at all as they conversed. Really, he gets embarrassed at the stupidest things. She knew him better than he'd ever realize, perhaps for the better. And as he brought her back to the cabin where he was living with his wives, along with the others he considered family like Tian Yang and James Adelaire, the same thought kept repeating in his head. It really was good to be home. Chapter 1345, New Beginning. Chapter 1345, New Beginning. One, Damien didn't have much left to do in the sanctuary. At least, not when it came to tasks that must be accomplished. Of course, he wanted to spend more time with his wives, and he could do so with his avatar, but there was one more important meeting that needed to be had. He gathered all the important players in the universe, whether it was those he knew or those who rose to power while only knowing Damien Void as a sort of spiritual leader of their homeland. They were all summoned to Avalon for one purpose. Damien stood before them, their number in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. They all deserved to know. He told his wives before, and he told Lynn and the rest as well, but these people were also important to the sanctuary, so he wasn't going to exclude them needlessly. It was their first time seeing the exalted man who created the sanctuary. No matter how they felt about him, all of them held a trace of awe and reverence in their hearts for a figure who could accomplish what he had. And looking back at them, Damien smiled. "Let me tell you a story," he said. It was the story about a boy, and a story that led to the current moment they were all experiencing. And at its end lay a single destination. Eyes went wide, and mouths dropped to the floor, because the news he shared with them, news that was absolutely pivotal for the development of the sanctuary, really was something beyond their imagination. Someone like him, someone who could casually say such words. What else could he be if not a god? At the same time, and at a time beyond time, Damien's main body stood in the void, overlooking all things. Whether it be the lower universe, which was now a true abyss, or the sanctuary, which was blooming further with every passing second, he could see it all. But he didn't need to watch the sanctuary. He was already experiencing it firsthand. The abyss was more interesting. There was quite literally nothing there anymore. All the separated Nox settlements were gone, swallowed by the chaotic laws. Without the Nox to maintain them, they had no protection against their environment. As for the only true world within the abyss, Alcatraz, Damien naturally wouldn't leave such a prime location alone. Alcatraz was now unpopulated, and after Damien used Alexander to clean up all the residual Nox vestiges remaining there, he found that the world was actually a paradise in hiding. It had the potential to become a grand place with a variety of beautiful environments. Underneath the corrupted soil and beyond the corrupted world core was a foundation with immense potential to house life. Damien naturally couldn't leave it to rot after seeing this. So he took it into the sanctuary and gave Elvira specific orders to have the elves purify it over time and bring out said potential. But still, there's really nothing left. It was hard to imagine. He was the only one who could see this sight, aside from the ancient sovereign, of course, and he could hardly fathom the fact that everything he knew was reduced to this. I guess that's the cycle all things follow. Everything comes from the void, and everything will eventually return to the void. Even now, the abyss was slowly being devoured by the void beyond it. There was no use for an abyss without anything left to inhabit it. Or rather, was even this a natural process, where after all universes were destroyed, the void would reclaim its territory to birth a new world? It was an interesting phenomenon, to say the least, but Damien didn't peer into the future to see it happen. He didn't know how long he'd been in the void, and he didn't know how long he had left, but there were a few more things he wanted to do before he had to go. Promises from the past, curious questions that went unanswered. He had the ability to look through the entirety of the universe's history. He already answered many of the questions he had about the ancient universes that were destroyed by the Nox, and most of his remaining questions were answered through the Saint Emperor's memories as well, but there were a few things he wanted to check. For instance, someone who'd been buried by the rivers of time. Bayuxuan had a son. Their relationship began through a promise Damien made to find his son, but once Damien got stronger and the mana oath lost the ability to hold him, he didn't really have anything reminding him to keep it. Throughout the years, he always kept the token of the White Dragon King in his subspace without moving it, but it never reacted as it was supposed to, so he eventually forgot about it. For Damien, it was just forgetting, but for Bayuxuan, it was definitely a massive blow. He probably already accepted that his son was dead, but Damien didn't want to leave it at that. He couldn't change the past. He couldn't bind worlds that were fated to be destroyed through the universe's wars. And he couldn't save everyone who was meant to die, unless they had the Void's interference protecting them. Like people he was close to, or Aaron, where Alexander was born, they couldn't be saved. So he knew Bayuxuan's son, whom he had no connection with, couldn't be saved either. Still, he searched space and time to find any trace of a man with Bai Yuxuan's bloodline. He looked far and wide through the entire plane, knowing Bai Yuxuan's history in the wider universes, and eventually found what he was looking for. A sad smile formed on his face. At least it was a good death. Bai Yuxuan's son lived a quiet and happy life in a secluded corner of the divine realm. It was the life of a mortal who didn't experience the fears or beauties of the universe. But it was a fulfilling life that ended with him surrounded by many people as he left the world. That scene was the best closure a father could have. I hope the rest isn't so depressing. It still saddened Damien that he couldn't create a miracle here, but he had to move on regardless. He wasn't at the point where anything was possible yet, but he would be there eventually. And for that purpose, he couldn't be resigned to his current level. He searched far and wide, high and low, from the greatest macrocosms to the tiniest microcosms in all existence, and found all the knowledge that could complete his understanding of the lower universe. He made sure to reach a state where there were no lingering doubts in his heart, and he could take away the lingering doubts in the hearts of his people. Whether it be the elf race, who he was currently fostering the rebirth of, the cloud giants, who were now left as the last remnants of their species, or anyone else, he wanted to make sure they could leave for the heavenly world without regrets. Because if the answers couldn't be found in the sanctuary, they could only be found here, in the place only Damien could see. He learned of many secrets hidden from him, including the presence of the woman named Erin, his adoptive sister from the heavenly world who'd mysteriously disappeared before his return to Grand Heaven's boundary. And when the time came, the painting of reality disappeared from his sight, replaced by a reflection of his being. "We finally meet," that version of himself said. "It is a pleasure to finally speak to you face to face, my reflection." Chapter 1346 New Beginning. Chapter 1346 New Beginning 2. Damien raised his brow. "Who are you?" The answer was very obvious, but he asked because he was curious. That being said, it was their first meeting, but hadn't he met it once before? It was a bit confusing, so he wanted clarification. The other version of him smiled, as if understanding his troubles, and responded, "Just as you are, I am a reflection of that entity. However, unlike you, who has the potential to rise above it, I am merely a messenger who delivers its will." "Then, is this my first time meeting you, this reflection, or is this my first time meeting that entity?" The reflection's smile widened mysteriously. Its eyes turned into crescents, as if Damien said something extremely amusing. "I wonder which is the truth. Do you wish to know? Would I have asked otherwise?" "Yes, you would have." Damien tilted his head curiously. "I would have. Would you not?" "No, I would have." Their conversation was confusing, but it made sense to them. As they discussed the musings of fate, the existence of inevitability, and the true height of the void, to view all things from a position of authority through those simple and meaningless words, Damien came to understand a few things. The one he saw when he had his stint in non-existence was probably not this reflection, but it probably wasn't any other reflection either. The question of whether it was the void or not was something he wasn't prepared to ask himself, because if not the void, then who else? The real question was why this reflection appeared before him now. Is there any reason not to? You understand why I am here, so why are you questioning it? Damien sighed. It was really annoying facing someone who could read his every thought, even the ones he wasn't consciously aware of. But the reflection was correct. He was well aware of how important this next step of his journey would be, so it was understandable why he'd have a conversation with the void now. Plus, if there wasn't a reason like this, why would he have been summoned here at all? "You must have many questions," the reflection said. "I thought I would, but I'm surprisingly clear-headed right now," Damien responded. "Nevertheless, there are things you wish to know, and I have been sent to give you those answers." "All of them?" "Of course not." "Ha. It was always like that, wasn't it?" According to these supreme beings, some answers became meaningless if one didn't find them oneself. And it wasn't like they were wrong. That was why enlightenment existed in the first place. One could look at the sky for 16 hours a day if they wished to, and one could be told how beautiful the sky was until they got tired of it. But until the thought that the sky is beautiful appeared in their mind by their own will, would they truly feel that beauty? Would they connect that beauty with the beauty of life, or feel thankful that they were alive in this world? Of course, the situation would vary from person to person, but that was exactly why such realizations were to be reached through one's own will and experiences. So what could Damien, who had the chance to ask why question, ask right now? I'm assuming any questions about the heavenly world will go unanswered. Correct. The reflection said, smiling and replying to Damien's unvoiced thoughts. Yup, that's expected. Just like I had to explore grand heaven's boundary on my own, I have to explore the heavenly world on my own so I can get the most out of the experience. Then, what am I meant to ask? Not what should he ask, but what was he meant to ask? The thought came to his head so naturally that he almost didn't question it, but he was glad he did. Aha, so it was like that. There was clearly a question the void wanted him to ask, and this was a test to see if he could understand its intentions. He was supposed to be the man who conquered it in the future. If he wanted to overcome the limits of an apostle or a reflection and truly become the void sovereign, he needed to be able to pass this test. That was the least he could do to justify his ambitions. The first question that popped into his head was a simple, "What are you?" But he already knew the answer to that. At least superficially, he knew what the void was, so using his chance on that would be a waste. The next was also simple. Why me? Why was he chosen out of the myriad existences who populated the worlds of this cosmos? That was a question he didn't have any answers to. He would definitely benefit by knowing the answer, but was it enough? Why would the void prod him to ask such a basic question? It was too selfish to be the answer. He was stumped for a while. After those two questions, the ones that came next were worse and worse, as if they had no meaning at all. In the end, he came to a conclusion. I have nothing to ask that's befitting of a chance like this. He didn't know the answer, and he wasn't ashamed to admit that. I will not ask a meaningless question here, and it is your choice whether or not you want to share the answer you were given. The reflection raised its brow in interest. And what if I choose to keep silent? Damien shrugged. Then I'll find the answer on my own. Since when did he need to rely on someone else? The void enabled him to reach his current heights, but it was just a foundation. His comprehensions, his ability to reach the authority of existence in such a short span of time, was entirely a product of his own effort. He knew this was the opportunity of a lifetime. The void quite literally birthed everything. There wasn't a single being or object in the world that the void didn't know about. All of the happenings guided by fate and individuality were products of its efforts, and thus, all thoughts and actions were crystal clear to it. Damien could ask what a random farmer on a specific farm in a specific town in a specific country on a specific day was thinking at a specific time while doing a specific action, and the void could answer him with total accuracy. So even if he stood here right now and asked for the meaning of existence, he could get the answer easily. He just didn't want to find out this way. He wanted to perceive these absolute truths with his own power, because only then would he be able to stand above omniscience. Seeing his thought process, the reflection smiled an indiscernible smile that Damien couldn't see. After all, he was acting as expected. Correct. That was the right answer. Someone who was born to dominate couldn't settle for outside aid on a problem that could be solved with their own strength and potential. That was what the void wanted. It wanted someone who could undermine its authority instead of submitting to it like the rest. Not just through blind ambition, but with absolute confidence in one's own power. Damien was fully living up to the expectations placed on him. No, he was outshining them greatly. And the void, how could it not be satisfied? Chapter 1347 New Beginning. Chapter 1347 New Beginning. 3. The void's reflection had a lot to say, but it didn't have much it had the right to say. It wanted to tell him how difficult his journey would be, how much stronger his enemies would be, what true godhood was like, but the void didn't permit it to give him any information or advice about those matters. It might have seemed like it was restricting Damien, but it was actually the opposite. The void had never trusted someone so much. It had enough confidence in Damien to guarantee he could do it all on his own without an inkling of foreknowledge. So I wanted to test Damien, to see if he also thought the same. And since he did, since he could maintain his mentality even in a situation like this, it was absolutely assured of its choice and descendant. Damien didn't feel it. Perhaps because he'd completely inherited the void physique, he didn't notice it at all. The void had a subtle coercion that rejected anyone standing within it. If any regular existence came here, their entire being would be erased in an instant. Not just their current person, but the entirety of their existence. Those people would be erased from the timeline, and even those who were closest to them wouldn't be able to remember their past presence. Even the voids chosen were meant to experience the weight of the existence they were attempting to tame when they reached this step. But Damien didn't feel it at all. He was already at a point he wasn't supposed to reach yet, and whether it be coercion or fear, he simply wasn't affected by them. His mentality was far more concrete than anyone could imagine. How else was he able to pass through cosmic rebirth so easily? His mentality was hardened through a myriad of trials throughout his journey. It was practically the main focus of his growth for half of his life. That kind of thing couldn't be broken just because someone else wanted him to break. It was probably his greatest strength, outshining even the authority of existence with its light. Damien smiled as he looked at the reflection's expression. It looked proud, but also a bit stumped, as if it didn't know how to breach the main point. He long understood what it wanted to say. "It's time for me to go, right?" Damien said, doing it for him. The reflection nodded. "You have already overstayed your welcome, but that entity favors you, so it did not persecute you. Instead, I have been sent to both test you and send you on your way." Damien already figured that was the case. His long yet unbelievably short stint here allowed him to accomplish far more than he ever should have had the right to, so it was granted that he'd be evicted soon. If he had to place himself somewhere in the timeline to accurately place how long he spent in the void, he would probably still be in the spatial corridor headed back to the lower universe right now. But the void was an entity that wasn't meant to be touched by his lowly hands yet. The mere fact that it was already gave him an unbelievable position amongst all living beings. Still, all good things had to come to an end, and all ends were new beginnings. As he stood there, he cut himself off from perceptions of his avatars in the sanctuary. He focused his entire spirit into his main body and prepared his mind. Those thoughts came inadvertently, like a gentle stream that trickled into a massive river. Roaring and raging as it became one with the ocean, the memories of his journey flooded through his mind in droves. His time as a mere cub in the first dungeon, his time in a Pyron learning about how big the universe was, his time on the cloud plane coming into his own, his time in the unnamed world becoming a true main player in the universe, his time in the Dawn world gaining a footing in the wider universe, his time in Hidden Death Valley gaining prominence, his time in Calypto when he first met the Saint Emperor, his time in Eden fighting his first true war, his time in Ion and the Void Corridor becoming someone who could hold a say in the universe, his time in the Beast Domain where he first entered war as an expert, his time in Luxurian being crowned the universe's greatest genius. Everything he did with his life, all his fights and all his connections, all his deeds and all his legends, they all flashed through his mind one by one. It was a cathartic moment. Those experiences that made his life what he was, the death he experienced that made him realize how important his life was, the people who surrounded him and made his life worth living. How can he not look back on them now? He entered this wild world at the young age of 17. Back then, who could have imagined that a few decades later he'd step into the realm of divinity, becoming someone who could eliminate entire worlds with a single flick of his wrist? He really achieved something. He made something out of his life. He was proud. He was so proud that he could hardly contain his emotions. But that was only who he was here. That would not be his status anymore once he turned his back on this place. He wanted to reach a place higher than this. He wanted to see what truly stood at the top, above all else, at a place nobody else could ever reach. He let go of all his lingering emotions. He allowed his memories to stay memories and engrave those things that defined him into his soul. He was ready. He was scared. He was excited, but he was ready. Damien Void was graduating on this day. He was leaving everything behind, grasping everything in his hand, and stepping into a new playing field. The void's reflection disappeared at some point. Its presence wasn't needed because Damien already knew what he needed to do. He turned around. It was there as if it was waiting for him the whole time. A world, or rather, a complete universe. It was a single celestial body. However, its size was bigger than the entirety of grand heaven's boundary. Even standing in the void, Damien could feel the waves of power and divinity emanating from that place, purely a byproduct of the auras of those who called it home. It was a beautiful place filled with a myriad of colors as viewed from the outside, and even Damien, who was extremely knowledgeable on all things celestial, found himself stumped by its existence. That was his destination. That was the heavenly world. He took a deep breath. His family, his destiny, and everything that remained a mystery to him now were all awaiting him there. There was no need to hesitate. There was no need to falter. He took a single step, a step that took him out of the void. 0.00001 seconds. And with nothing left to bar his path, the moment had come for him to descend on that place. To the first step of a new adventure, to the start of the next chapter, to the end of his destiny. It was time to go to the heavenly world. Chapter 1348, New Beginning. Chapter 1348, New Beginning, 4, the heavenly world. It was a name used by those in the lower universe to describe it, but it wasn't an incorrect term at all. The heavenly world truly was a world. It was a universe world, something that had never existed before in the lower universe. Its size was hundreds of quintillions of kilometers, and the number of existences living within it was even greater. How could one describe the entire heavenly world in a few words? No matter how hard one tried, it was impossible. When Damien stepped out of the void, it didn't feel like he'd traveled through space and time. Rather, it really felt like he only took a single step, and everything changed around him. The blackness of the void, still and absolute, was replaced by a myriad of colors as an environment appeared where it once was. But Damien didn't immediately look at it. He was overcome by the feeling of the environment before he could even see its appearance. The mana, wow, that was the only thing he could say. The mana was beautiful. It was far denser than the lower universe. If mana was equated to gravity, a lower universe existence would be crushed under the pressure of the heavenly world's energy. And it wasn't just about density. The mana was far purer. Damien felt like he was gaining more lifespan with every breath he took. His body was revitalized, his fatigue drifted away, and an aura of spirituality seemed to fill his entire being. This was mana of a divine level. The myriad of laws hidden within it could be clearly felt, and the environment created by this energy had to be unbelievable. Damien started to understand why people feared the heavenly world. What would a person born into such an atmosphere be like? If they went to the lower universe, their body would be a treasure nobody could compete with. They would have talent on par with what Damien showed despite not having any assistance from the void. That was their natural advantage, because the heavenly world's mana was perfect. Damien closed his eyes and focused on it. He was a man who controlled existence. The disparity between the energies he'd felt before meant a lot more to him than anyone else. He knew what the void felt like, and he knew the energy that the envoy's race used. Compared to both of them, this mana was completely different. It hardly even held similarities to regular mana in the first place. As he picked it apart, he did his best to completely internalize its structure and replicate it, but surprisingly enough, I can't do it. He didn't have the ability. Ha ha! He laughed strangely. How long had it been since he felt something like this? How long had it been since there was something he couldn't do? It was a little bit hollow, but he had to admit it was a great feeling. It made him even more excited for this place. Even if I don't have any peers at my own level, I can be certain there are people who can kill me here. He, who had the authority of immortality, could be killed. He already knew it would be like this. If even the void wouldn't tell him about it, gods had to be existences beyond his imagination. But feeling it with his own body was a completely different thing from just being told. He didn't even have to meet them to understand, but his desire to find one and spar them was at an all-time high. I should probably not stand around like this. He got absorbed in the mana, but he didn't completely cut off his senses. There was nobody and nothing nearby, but he had to be careful because this was a completely new environment. He knew nothing. He was a country bumpkin like the day he left Earth. He opened his eyes to look at the splendiferous location he'd arrived in. It was in the middle of nowhere. Great trees that rose hundreds and thousands of feet into the air populated every inch of the land around him, their leaves shimmering as the sunlight struck their various shades of red, green, and blue. The bright sky was hidden behind their canopy, but hints of its magnificence streaked down through the gaps and decorated the world with a plethora of dancing shadows that highlighted the ground below. Green grasses and lush vegetation were everywhere. It was impossible to see a place that an unknown herb or plant didn't inhabit, and of course, the flora was accompanied by its resident fauna, filling the atmosphere with a variety of calls and chirps. The wind brushed lightly through the air. It was filled with mana and colored in its own right, but maintained its ingrained state with the environment. As it breezed past Damien, he was struck with so many sensations that he couldn't explain, really cementing the fact that he was in a new world in his mind. Should I explore? Did he want to explore this place? Or did he want to find a city? The latter would definitely be much more beneficial, but he was truly intrigued by this world. His adventurous spirit was lit aflame by its wonders, and he didn't want to suppress it. But maybe I should wait a bit. He could always come back later. Right now, his lack of information was too debilitating. All right, let's do it like that. The only thing he knew about the heavenly world was the existence of Void Palace, the influence his father ran. It was a beautiful place, but it was mysterious, and it had dangers with enough power to slaughter even true gods. It was an environment where even Damien couldn't guarantee his safety, so he had to find at least the knowledge to help him survive until he could. He nodded his head as he came to the decision. Let's find a city then, and hopefully on the way. Information costed money, and Damien didn't have any money that would be valuable in the heavenly world. He also didn't know what the herbs and heavenly resources he had were worth in a place that had even greater resources, so relying on wealth right now wasn't the right choice. Didn't he have a better method? I don't want to kill needlessly, but if some unfortunate soul just so happens to test me, well, I should take the gifts they bring me, no? He smiled, once again breathing in the energy of the world. He could hear them in his mind. The world cores he'd bound that were confident enough to speak were quite agitated by the scenery around him, and they were making their opinions known. Good. He took a step. It was the first step he truly took in the heavenly world. Let's get to work. Whoosh. His body vanished, becoming one with the breeze. His destination was unknown, as was the path he'd take to get there, but he didn't care. What was the point of coming here if he was just going to focus on work? This was a new world. It had been mentioned to death already, but this fact was so prevalent in Damien's mind that it had to be so. Since he was here, he planned to enjoy it thoroughly, and nobody would be able to stop him. Chapter 1349 New Beginning. Chapter 1349 New Beginning 5. The journey was longer than expected. When Damien said the mana was complete, he meant it. Even the void couldn't exert as much influence here as it could in the lower universe, and there were hardly any openings that could be exploited. One was practically forced to act within the bounds of law if they wanted to live, and as someone who'd encountered the heavenly order before, Damien didn't doubt there'd be some kind of punishment for trying to defy them. Still, it was difficult to see just how complete the laws were until one experienced them oneself. For Damien, that moment was the second he started teleporting. Moving through the spatial layers felt like being surrounded by molasses. They were densely packed and had a thickness incomparable to the lower universe. Any movement through them felt sluggish, and while distance could still be covered, it was far slower than its regular potential. Though, the meaning of far slower was relative to a universally acclaimed genius like Damien. Damn, I was approaching a level where I could move 1 billion kilometers in a single step, but even a few tens of millions feel difficult now. If any other spatial practitioner heard him, they'd surely succumb to the desire to beat him to a pulp. Tens of millions of kilometers was nothing. With the mana pool of a demigod, this was still a travel efficiency most people needed to spend egregious amounts of money to replicate through artifacts and arrays. The heavenly world was massive. Simply traveling by oneself was practically impossible for those who couldn't afford spirit vehicles. And even then, most people would choose to use public transportation provided by large influences for the sake of convenience. Tens of millions of miles was quite the distance, but in terms of the heavenly world, it was a span of land that could easily be ignored. After all, when Damien teleported for the first time and came out 50 million kilometers away, he was still within the lush forest, and the terrain didn't change enough for him to assume he was close to the exit. It took another 10 leaps of the same length to finally find something different, and that was only after he spent a few days exploring the forest itself. When he left the forest, all he saw was bare land. Haha, don't tell me I'm that unlucky. Was this a barren area? Well, whatever, I just need to... A huge sound filled the air. The ground didn't rumble, and nothing seemed to change, which was a bit confusing, but Damien was quick to find the source of the grand fluctuation. Haha, as expected, my luck hasn't failed me. In the sky above, far beyond the clouds, there was something moving extremely fast. It housed so many life auras that it couldn't be a beast, which meant it had to be a human-made flight artifact. I don't know where it's going, but it's definitely going towards civilization. Damien was a logical person. He wasn't just going to follow an unreasonably fast spirit vehicle on the ground and expect to keep up with it. No, he could never do something so stupid. Rather, didn't he have 50 million kilometers of jump distance? No matter how expansive the ground was, there was no way the sky had the same gait. He grinned, stepping into the ground as he activated his mana. Hitchhiking time. Whoosh. His body vanished again, and when it reappeared, he was high in the sky, a lone man amongst the clouds. His eyes widened to the sea of white below him and the beautiful painting above. Rather than one sun, this realm had two, and rather than the usual blue sky he knew, this shade was a little bit darker, as if the atmosphere extended far beyond his imagination. Wait, there's no time for this. He turned his attention forward and located the spirit vehicle. It was a starship-like object, almost similar to a plane from Earth, but far more advanced and large enough to carry thousands of people without a problem. Perfect. Adding one more onto a number like that shouldn't be a problem. He flashed 3 more times to catch up and land on the ship's hull. He somewhat expected it, but his presence was not welcome in the slightest. Alarm bells rang, and within the second, there was a squadron surrounding him. Yeah, I did feel something strange when I was landing. I guess this ship had a barrier around it to protect it from the natural forces. Otherwise, there was no way these soldiers would be able to stand here so steadily without worry. State your identity and place your hands where I can see them. The one leading the group shouted out, slowly approaching as he warily took a pair of handcuffs out of his uniform. Damien smiled wryly and followed the procedure. Doesn't this feel oddly familiar? Why did the heavenly world seem to resemble Earth more than anywhere else in the lower universe? It was quite strange when he thought about it, but that was a matter for another time. We'll be taking you into custody. If you have any complaints, you can voice them to the officers inside. Damien shrugged lightly. Do I look like I'm resisting? Just cuff me and take me inside already. The leader's eyes narrowed, but he complied regardless. He cuffed Damien's hands in front of him and, with his troops still covering every side to make sure the prisoner couldn't escape, he guided Damien into the starship. The internal structure was lavish. The floors were carpeted, and the pressure stabilization made it so it was no different from standing on land inside. It was ventilated somehow, and the overall ambience was more like a luxury hotel than a starship. People really live large around these parts. Damien admired the wonders of innovation as the soldiers led him through the halls. They had used some sort of concealment device to make their presence invisible to the ship's passengers. Obviously a method to ensure no panic would break out, and once again Damien had to marvel at their customer service abilities. More than any of that, these cuffs sure are interesting. He'd seen handcuffs that seal mana before, but this one was even more advanced than that. It had the function of sealing all powers, including divinity. It isn't really succeeding at sealing mine since it's a divinity built on the void, but they don't even seem to know I'm a demigod in the first place. He could also feel something trying to interfere with his senses, but because of the all-seeing eyes that had become his regular pupils instead of an inherited trait, even that mechanism malfunctioned. It was a little comedic when he thought about it. In the first place, these guards were all supremes. If he wanted to, he could evaporate all of them by blinking. Is there something different going on? Everyone in the lower universe seemed to inherently understand that I'd ascended, but here they can't sense it. Maybe the assumptions he made about the void earlier were wrong? If so, he definitely needed to investigate his limits when he had some free time, but that could be done later. Their group had already arrived at their location, an isolated room within a series of corridors long disconnected from the passenger area of the ship. Damien was sat in a chair there in a room that looked like the poster child for interrogation rooms and forced to wait for hours. Is this a psychological tactic? It's not bad, but they should really do some checks before starting something like this. He smiled wryly. If he was affected by the sense blocking and divinity blocking, he probably would have been panicking by now, but wasn't he completely fine? Not only was he fine, but his all-seeing eyes didn't really let him remain unaware of the presences around him, especially those behind the one-way mirror. None of them had the aura of a god that Damien wanted to feel, but there were at least 3 powerful demigods among them. And behind even them, far separated from this place, yet watching it through their awareness, was another divinity. That one is definitely stronger than the Saint Emperor. Chapter 1350 New Beginning. Chapter 1350 New Beginning 6. It took a few hours before anyone came into the interrogation room. They likely realized Damien wasn't going to break easily and chose to stop doing meaningless things like psychologically pressuring him. The one who appeared was a rough man with the gait of a gorilla. As he sat down at the table, his gaze was stoic yet filled with flames that put an immense pressure on whoever he looked at. Pressure this, pressure that. I guess this is how criminals get treated. Damien couldn't really do anything about it, but he didn't care to either. This would inevitably be resolved peacefully, since his intentions weren't anything hidden or crazy. Who are you? The gorilla man said. You can call me Damien Gray. Damien responded lightly. His last name was already noticeable in the lower universe. But what about in the heavenly world, where there was an entire void palace? There was no way it was a common surname. So he made the decision to keep it unsaid until he learned more about the heavenly world and the void palace. Damien Gray. The gorilla man glanced at the one-way mirror for a second before turning back to him. There is nobody like that in the records. Where did you come from? Damien made the sound inadvertently. Records? Do you have records of everyone in the world? The gorilla man scowled. Are you treating me like an idiot? Obviously, we only have records for those who have allowed themselves to be registered. But is there any good person who hasn't registered? Don't joke around. I guess this is something like Social Security? But how does that work on the scale I'm imagining? The world he saw from a void wasn't one that could have a social security system that accurately noted every existence within it. But I can't just steal anyone's identity without knowing anything. Should I try that? Damien scratched his head awkwardly, a strange motion with his wrists still cuffed. Actually, I haven't left the mountains in my entire life, and I have never seen another human aside from my master. How can I be on the records? It was an extremely common excuse, but Damien really had the qualifications to use it. He knew exactly nothing except the environment and ecosystem of the forest region he appeared in, so he could guarantee its success. As expected, the gorilla man didn't let him off easy. He asked many questions about the area, which Damien was able to answer because he spent some time there instead of immediately trying to leave, and asked more questions about the heavenly world to test Damien's responses. He glanced at the one-way mirror every few minutes to gauge what those behind it were saying, and from the responses he received, there was really only one explanation for Damien's existence. He was truly a mountain man, a country bumpkin. Wow! The gorilla man exclaimed inadvertently. You are the first one. I can't believe I finally saw this excuse actually turn out to be the truth. He laughed boisterously and explained that the members of every ship crew had an ongoing bet about when they would meet the first real mysterious mountain man instead of a con artist whenever they heard this excuse. The ratio seemed to be thousands to 0, but Damien had just turned that 0 into a 1. Well, I guess the lower universe also counts as the mountains. He felt a bit bad, but it didn't matter. Why did you board our ship, Mountain Man? The gorilla man's tone became much lighter after the primary interrogation ended. Damien's identity as a bumpkin actually made him far more trustworthy than those with status or identity, especially the type who usually illegally boarded ships like these. In response to the question, Damien tilted his head a little, fully immersing himself in his role. With a wide, toothy grin, he said only a single word that stumped everyone watching the conversation. Hitchhiking. It was naive enough to be expected of a mountain man, and without much else to do with him, they threw him in a cell until the higher authorities came to a decision. I guess they don't treat human life poorly around here. If I was in the lower universe, I'd probably have been thrown out to fall to my death 9 out of 10 times. That's good to know. Regardless of whether it was cell or suite, he didn't care as long as he could reach his destination. With that mentality, he calmly sat in the cell and meditated, accustoming himself to the heavenly world's mana once again. He didn't know how long the trip would take, but if they were taking this many precautions, it would probably be a while before they docked. What a good way to start this adventure. Damien smiled. He was once again a young genius in the wide and unknown world. And frankly, despite the harsher treatment, he was enjoying it quite a bit. The starship in 3 floors, and its length was around that of a football field. Each floor could house thousands of people, but naturally, for a paid service like this one, there were multiple levels. The bottom floor was for the common people. There weren't many amenities, and rooms had to be shared, but one could be relatively comfortable for the journey, and their meals would be provided. As for the second floor, it was for those of higher class. This was the floor Damien was taken through, filled with various services and entertainments that could be used to pass the time. Rooms were individual, and among them, there were some luxury suites that couldn't be imagined by normal people. As for the third floor, it was for operations. The starship's crew and their facilities were present here. Just like the passengers, there were thousands of crew members, a number necessary to maintain the starship during long-distance voyages. Its mechanisms were many, and many groups of specialists were needed to ensure they would never malfunction. After all, this was a business. If anything went wrong, how would those of immense power react? People were especially unreasonable sometimes. If some beast figure died aboard a starship, the entire company could be destroyed, or, in the worst case, countless lives would be lost to rage. Nevertheless, that was a separate matter. Captain, there's news. A shadow appeared next to the ship's captain. She was a woman roughly in her 40s with an impressive figure and face that didn't match her rugged attire and demeanor. She glanced over at the shadow, scowling without taking the cigar out of her mouth, and motioned for him to speak. The intruder that was caught earlier has yet to be identified. The interrogators believe he is a bumpkin from the mountains. However, it is still unknown if this is a front. The captain glanced in another direction, her eyes piercing through the layers of metal that made up the ship. Her eyes focused on the man calmly, sitting in his cell as if nothing was wrong, narrowing as they spent more time observing him. She grinned. She didn't care what the shadow was saying, because she'd been observing this man's presence from the moment he arrived on the hull. He knows I'm watching. She understood when he was waiting in the interrogation room that he was well aware of her presence. And as he started meditating in the cell, and the mana in the air started reacting strangely, she realized the protections taken against him were meaningless. Looks like I've stumbled across a hidden gem. Bring him to me. She didn't really have a reason to see him, but her curiosity got the best of her. Let's see what you're hiding, Damien Gray. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.